Chapter 42. The next morning, Qin got up to do morning exercises regardless of rain or shine. Unexpectedly, he didn't see Wang Zijin get up. His sister's door was closed. He felt strange, but he didn't want to knock on the door and ask. So he went out to exercise alone. Returning at 7:30, the two sisters still didn't get up. Qin sat in the hall eating breakfast and opened the system interface. Shopping has become his daily entertainment, just like shopping every day in UC. Opening the system interface, he found an exclamation mark flashing in the upper right corner. His finger tapped lightly, and the interface changed. Congratulations to the host for completing 5 missions, please receive the mission reward. Mission reward? What the hell? Behind the prompt, there was an icon of a gift box. Qin was 30% curious and 30% expectant. He clicked on the gift box icon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a live facial micro-adjustment, automatically used. Facial micro-adjustment? Qin was stunned. The next moment, he felt his face burning hot, and his skin itched as if there were ants crawling on it. What the hell is facial adjustment? Is it plastic surgery? Don't make me look like something I don't look like. He jumped up from the chair and plunged into the bathroom. In front of the bathroom's big mirror, Qin stood there like a statue. At this moment, Qin mind was full of, fuck. The mirror reflected a rather handsome young man. His posture was tall and straight, well-proportioned and vigorous, and the outline of his face was clear. This was Qin face, but it was a little different from usual. His eyebrows were more sharp, his eyes were bright, his nose was high, his lips were thin, and several acne marks on his face had disappeared. His skin was delicate, and he had to use a word to describe it. His face was like jade. It was still Qin face, but his facial features were more delicate than before. He used to be a little handsome, but now, he was worthy of the title of the school's most handsome boy. If he and Zhang Mingyu were put together, they wouldn't be inferior at all. His looks had gone up by at least 2 levels. Now, he could be considered baby Qin's biological younger brother. Finally, he didn't need to be laughed at by outsiders, tiger sister and dog brother. Not being handsome had always been Qin's sore point. First, Qin Bao was a gem in front of him. They were born from the same mother, so why was there such a big gap between them? Secondly, his aptitude was mediocre to begin with, and he wasn't handsome either. How could any pretty girl take a fancy to him? In fact, Qin's facial features were very good, and he was the type that was pleasing to the eye. If he had to find a girlfriend, it was impossible that he couldn't find one. However, his taste had long been spoiled by Qin Bao. He didn't like ordinary girls. Thinking about it, if he married a mediocre wife and brought her home for dinner, Qin Bao would sit on the side, and they would be proper ladies and maidservants. Lu Ziqiang's motto was, a man should strive for self-improvement. Qin's motto was, men don't rely on their looks to make a living. Look, I feel so sad. Qin stared blankly for more than 10 seconds before his eyebrows suddenly jumped. Joy climbed onto his face as he danced with joy, assuming the posture of a serf turning over to become the master. From now on, I'm also a man with looks. I'm standing on the cusp of the storm, holding the sun and moon spinning. Qin sang at the top of his voice. Why are you singing so early in the morning? Wang Zijin's soft voice sounded from outside the door. She pushed the door open and came in. Are you done washing up? I'm coming in. Without waiting for Qin's reply, she pushed the door open and came in. Their eyes met. Wang Zijin was stunned. Her hair was messy, and her complexion was a little pale. Her originally sleepy look was suddenly widened, and she stared straight at Qin. Qin felt inexplicably guilty, and joked, "What are you looking at?" Wang Zijin opened her mouth, and it took her a long time to react. She rubbed her eyes hard, and stared straight at Qin again. Rub again, look again. Qin's thoughts raced, and he thought of an excuse. Wang Zijin turned around, and ran into the room in her slippers. Bow bow bow. Bow bow, get up, get up. Qin Zhe looked at the mirror, and touched his chin, speechless. Did she have to have such a big reaction? A moment later, Wang Zijin dragged a groggy Qin Bao over. Qin Bao Bao followed suit, squinting. Her right sleeve was pulled taut by Wang Zijin, and her snow-white, round right shoulder was exposed. Slow down, slow down. What's so good about Qin Zhe? He's not a handsome guy. He. Wang Zijin was incoherent. Am I seeing things? Am I short-sighted? Your brother has become handsome, so handsome. This doesn't make sense. Are you crazy? Qin Bao Bao mumbled. Stop joking, will you? Qin Zhe is handsome. I think your eyes are really playing tricks on you. Qin Bao Bao shut up, because she saw Qin Zhe standing in front of the mirror. Her hazy eyes were instantly wide open, and her expression was as if she had seen a ghost. She was even more surprised than Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin had only known Qin Zhe for a short period of time. This was her younger brother who had been with her for more than 20 years. She was too familiar with Qin Zhe. She was so familiar with him that she even knew how many acne marks he had on his face. Qin Bao Bao stared hard, and her sharp gaze made Qin Zhe's hair stand. It was no wonder Qin Bao Bao had such a reaction. Anyone would have the same reaction. The family member next to them was still a loser the day before, but after a night, he had become a god. You are Qin Zhe, right? Qin Bao Bao said in a deep voice. What do you want to say? Qin Zhe asked expressionlessly. Qin Bao Bao's gaze was sharp, like a Japanese interrogator, trying to find a flaw in Qin Zhe, but she failed. Qin Zhe was still Qin Zhe. His face was the same as before, but more exquisite and good-looking. What do I like to eat the most? Chicken stewed with mushrooms. My dream? To be a star. The biggest shame in my life. Your name. What color is my underwear? This is a difficult question. When you were in junior high school, your underwear was cartoon, and they were mostly white. When you were in high school, white and yellow were more common. After you went to college, the colors and styles increased, but white and yellow were still the most common. After graduation, except for t-shirts and sexy underwear, you basically have a few pairs of other styles. Oh, you also have sexy underwear. I don't know which man gave it to you on your birthday. Well, it's black. Wang Zijin was dumbfounded. What kind of brother was this? He was so familiar with his sister's underwear. Qin Bao Bao heaved a sigh of relief and patted Wang Zijin's shoulder. Don't doubt, this is my brother. She took 2 steps forward and held Qin Zhe's face. How did this happen? When you woke up, my loser brother became a god. I feel that you have changed a lot, but also feel that you haven't changed much. This face is still my brother. Wang Zijin was surprised. Qin Zhe, did you secretly go for plastic surgery this morning? *T, plastic surgery also needs a recovery period. Qin Zhe broke away from his sister's hand and complained. What's there to be surprised about? Isn't this how I look? I think it's quite normal. There must be something wrong with your eyes. Qin Bao Bao scratched her head. Could it be that I don't pay enough attention to you? Wang Zijin muttered, from a biological point of view. Forget it, I don't understand biology, but I just feel that it's not scientific. It's said that a girl changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood, but I've never heard of such a drastic change in appearance overnight. Qin Bao Bao made the deduction action of Detective Conan holding her chin. It's not really a drastic change in appearance. Nose, eyes, mouth, and mouth are still Qin Zhe. It just feels weird. Makeup skills are so good now. Mine is nothing. Qin Zhe jested. I run and exercise every day. My complexion just looks better. I feel refreshed and energetic. I look more handsome. After rambling for a long time, he finally got away with it. The sister reluctantly believed that her brother was a natural beauty, but it had been buried in the past. Wang Zijin also reluctantly believed that she didn't pay enough attention to Qin Zhe in the past. He was so handsome to begin with. Qin Bao Bao had breakfast and had to go to work. Before she left, she held Qin Zhe's face and looked at it for a long time. When she turned around, she muttered something and went out to work. 10:00 in the morning. I'm going to the market. Do you want to go together? No, I'm not feeling well. Qin Zhe's heart skipped a beat. Your period is here? Wang Zijin's dignified oval face blushed and threw an angry look. No. But I can smell the faint smell of blood on you. And I can tell by looking at your complexion. Qin Zhe openly talked about her period with her sister's best friend. Bao Bao told you? Wang Zijin was generous and didn't get angry at Qin Zhe's abruptness. I know Chinese medicine. Bullsh *T, whether you believe it or not, I'm telling the truth. Fortunately, you don't have dysmenorrhea, unlike Qin Bao Bao. Otherwise, you'll suffer. Qin Zhe's expression said, you can't fool me even if I don't read much. Besides, you haven't taken a shower. What is it if it's not your period? Wang Zijin blushed and glared at him. Can we not talk about this? Okay, I'm going out. The slight adjustment of the face rewarded by the system had an immediate effect. This could be seen from Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin's reactions. Qin Zhe felt this change again as he walked on the road. There was a young woman walking on the sidewalk in front of them. The two of them were still more than 10 meters apart. She stared at Qin Zhe's face fiercely until they brushed past each other. Her gaze never left Qin Zhe's face. Another example was when he was waiting for the traffic lights. Several junior high school girls in school uniforms were talking and laughing. Their watery eyes kept peeking at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe was excited all day. He finally enjoyed the treatment of Qin Bao Bao. Wherever he went, he was the center of attention. There were always girls and sisters peeking at him. He was tall and well-proportioned, handsome, and looked like a long-legged appa in women's eyes. If one had to pick out a flaw, it would probably be the ordinary temperament that he had cultivated for more than 20 years. It was difficult to change it in a short time. Chapter 43. After eating the lunch made by Qin Zhe, Wang Zijin rubbed her slightly swollen belly. She should have had a poor appetite. Every time her period came, she would be listless and lose her appetite. However, Qin Zhe's cooking changed her from her usual decadence. She ate 2 big bowls of rice. She was energized. On one hand, she complained that Qin Zhe's cooking was too delicious. On the other hand, she envied Qin Bao for having a personal chef. After lunch, Wang Zijin and Qin Zhe went out for a walk. Qin Zhe pointed to the shared bicycles that could be seen everywhere on the roadside and suggested, let's ride the bicycles and go shopping. Wang Zijin was immediately tempted. After so many years, she had not been to Shanghai for a long time. How do I use this kind of bike? Use your phone to scan the QR code, download the app, pay the deposit, and you can ride it. The fee is 1 yuan each time. Qin Zhe said, shared bicycles are very popular. Many office workers love them. Every morning, they ride it to the subway station. Occasionally, I ride it to school. Wang Zijin gritted her teeth and shook her head. Let's forget it. I don't have money. Qin Zhe was speechless. Are you serious? You don't even have 100 yuan? Wang Zijin nodded pitifully. Qin Zhe did not believe it in his heart, but he did not ask. She had such a low EQ, I'll send you a red packet. Qin Zhe said. Wang Zijin wanted to say, you can give me a ride. She looked around and saw that the shared bicycle was really a bicycle. It did not have a passenger seat. She pursed her lips. Okay, I'll pay you back when I have money. The two of them rode the bicycle and wandered aimlessly on the streets of the big city. Qin Zhe deliberately slowed down, considering that she was on her period. It took them more than an hour to reach Pudong. Both of them were sweating and stopped by the roadside to drink water. Shanghai was the largest financial center in the country. Pudong was the core of this financial center. Lujiazui was the core of Pudong. The Oriental Pearl Tower was here. When Qinzhe was in elementary school, the school even organized a spring excursion to the Oriental Pearl Tower. It used to be the city's signature building, but now it was outdated. In 2008, the World Financial Center was completed, replacing it in SH. When foreigners came to Shanghai for tourism, the Oriental Pearl Tower was a must-visit, but the locals did not want to come. Wang Zijin pointed at the tallest building in Shanghai and said excitedly, "What is that building? It didn't even exist when I was in high school in Shanghai." SH Center Building. Qinzhe squinted his eyes and looked at the towering skyscrapers. It was built in 2016. At that time, Qin Bao was still working at the National Development Bank building. I came here a few times. It was different every day. It was built very quickly. Now, it's the tallest building in Shanghai, ranked second in the world. The Shanghai Center Tower was the tallest building in Shanghai. It stood in a tripartite relationship with the Jin Mao Center and the World Financial Center in Lujiazui. It was very modern and fashionable. Wang Zijin nodded excitedly. "Let's go in and have a look." Qinzhe hesitated. "It's very expensive." Wang Zijin tilted her head and stared at him with her dark eyes. Qinzhe's mouth twitched. "Well, I haven't been there. I'll just take it as an eye-opener. It's the highest sightseeing platform in Shanghai." After the completion of the center tower last year, Qin Bao took him to play, but at that time, they only accepted sightseeing tickets for internal tests and were not open to the public. Later, they came again at the end of the year. There was a sea of people, and the endless line made the siblings' scalps numb, so they did not play. Wang Zijin burst into a bright smile. Even if it was not a rest day, there were still a lot of tourists in the center tower. Qinzhe queued for at least half an hour and finally bought a sightseeing ticket. They sat in a spacious and luxurious elevator with a speed of 18 meters per second. In less than a minute, they arrived at the sightseeing hall on the 121st floor at a height of 561 meters. As they rushed out of the elevator, Wang Zijin whispered in Qinzhe's ear. "The staff's English is really bad. Much better than mine." Qinzhe laughed. Then, the two of them were shocked by the magnificent scenery in front of them. The entire PDX area was in sight. The Huangpu River flowed quietly, and ships flowed endlessly. Jin Mao, the World Financial Center, and the Oriental Pearl Tower were all under their feet. The skyscrapers that used to be unreachable were like paper toys, extending to the end of their sight. Wang Zijin excitedly took a selfie with Qinzhe. The two of them leaned their heads together and smiled brightly. Wang Zijin pulled Qinzhe to the glass wall. Below them was more than 500 meters in the air. She found Qinzhe's face was stiff and his legs were trembling. She blinked. "Do you have acrophobia?" Qinzhe's face was stiff and he nodded. Sister Wang was convulsing with laughter. Wang Zijin laughed until tears flowed out. She ignored a certain someone's sad and angry eyes and said softly, "I want to hear you sing, Borrow 500 Years from the Heavens." Qinzhe said unhappily, "I'm not in the mood." Wang Zijin pursed her lips and chuckled. "Hold my hand." So Qinzhe held her soft little hand and nervously approached the glass wall. "Sing." Qinzhe's voice was slightly trembling. He finished singing Borrow 500 Years from the Heavens. Wang Zijin began to laugh again. Then, they went to the Science and Technology Museum to experience the free VR game. The game genre was only High Sky Single Plank Bridge. It was a single plank bridge that stretched out from a skyscraper hundreds of meters high. When people walked on it, they could experience the thrill of one slip and eternal regret. Qinzhe, who had acrophobia, refused to experience it. Wang Zijin had never played a VR game before. She excitedly put on the game glasses and walked on a plank. Qinzhe stood by and watched. From the perspective of a bystander, it was actually an ordinary plank. But in the eyes of the experiencer, they were hundreds of meters in the air. The 3D effect was particularly realistic. Wang Zijin trembled as if she was walking on a single plank bridge. It was clearly flat ground, but she swayed as if she would fall at any time. She slowly walked to the center of the plank. Then, she carefully knelt down and crawled along the plank. Qin Zhe glanced at the screen. At this time, Wang Zijin was slowly crawling to the end of the plank. Below the end was a few hundred meters in the air, surrounded by clouds and fog, and the streets were high and far away. Qin Zhe was mischievous. Just as she reached the end, he pushed her from behind. Wang Zijin immediately rolled off the plank. The girl let out a piercing scream. She curled up and didn't dare to move. She only cared about screaming louder and louder. In her vision, she was falling straight down from a few hundred meters in the air. Ha ha ha, the people around laughed. Qin Zhe was laughing so hard that he was convulsing. The staff walked over to help Wang Zijin take off the VR glasses. His face was full of joking smiles. Qin Zhe, you're so bad. Wang Zijin, a dignified and generous girl, chased Qin Zhe all the way from the 121st floor to the 119th floor. I was wrong, I was wrong. Qin Zhe begged for mercy. He stood still and let her pinch him a few times. Bao Bao, you're so right. You're so bad. Aren't you not afraid of heights? Ha ha ha, even so, you can't push me down from the top of the stairs. You scared me to death. Wang Zijin recalled the thrilling experience just now. She still had lingering fear. With tears in her eyes, she pinched Qin Zhe a few more times. His arm was bruised. Even though his arm was bruised, Qin Zhe still had to secretly praise Wang Zijin's good temper. If it were Qin Bao, she would definitely be crying and fighting with him in real life. He forgot to mention that Qin Bao was also afraid of heights. Humph. Wang Zijin glared. As punishment, you're treating. I want to drink coffee. There was a Western restaurant on the 119th floor. The two of them ordered a cup of coffee that cost 30 yuan. They sat by the glass wall, drinking coffee and enjoying the vast and spectacular view. Do you feel like you've just escaped death? Qin Zhe asked with a grin. You're still talking about it. Wang Zijin sipped her coffee, indignant. This is called reasonable venting. Don't keep things in your heart. It's not good for your body. You'll get depression. How do you know I have things in my heart? Wang Zijin narrowed her eyes. You came to Shanghai for no reason and relied on Qin Bao. You don't even have a penny. Sister Tissue, you're a woman with a story. Wang Zijin face-bombed. It's Zijin, not Tissue. Can't you Shanghai people distinguish between flat and raised tongues? Bao gave me the nickname, Tissue, because you can't distinguish. Oh, you're right. Qin Zhe nodded. The accent of the entire coastal area is like this, especially in Zhangjiao. There's no distinction between flat and raised tongues. But we're used to it. Sister, let me tell you something. Wang Zijin pretended to be mysterious. I ran away from home. I believe that Qin Bao ran away from home. But you, it doesn't seem like it. My family forced me to get married. It was that kind of evil arranged marriage. Of course, I didn't agree. So, I had a big fight with my family and packed my things. Wang Zijin's tone was a bit gloomy. They froze my credit cards and bank cards. Wait. Qin Zhe touched his chin. Your family arranged a marriage for you. If you didn't agree, they froze your finances. Sister Tissue, are you sure you're not talking about a plot in a novel? Wang Zijin said gloomily, it's true. Don't joke around. What era is it now? Arranged marriages. It's fine if it's an arranged marriage, but why would they freeze your credit cards and bank cards? Oh, the bank is opened by your family. Your family said to freeze. Qin Zhe was shocked. Wang Zijin nodded. My grandfather fought in the anti-Japanese war. My grandfather fought in the War of Liberation. My dad is an official. Freezing my bank cards and credit cards is just a matter of a phone call from him. He just wants to use despicable methods to force me to submit. Wishful thinking. Qin Zhe swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Does your family live in a courtyard house in Beijing? Wang Zijin nodded. I lived there when I was young, but not now. Qin Zhe swallowed again. Zhongnanhai? What? Wang Zijin looked at him, amused. My grandfather still lives in the Sihiyuan. He's an old man, after all. He's nostalgic. We moved out and lived by ourselves long ago. Qin Zhe almost knelt down and said, Heroine, please accept my knees. Sister Ziwei. It's okay for me to call you that, right? It's not offensive. Does Qin Bao Bao know? Wang Zijin rested her chin on her hand. She should know. When my dad was the mayor of Shanghai, I came here to study in high school. She knows, but she didn't ask in detail. I didn't tell her either. Qin Zhe felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck his head. The elder sister in front of him was a genuine second generation of the Red family. Oh my God. Sister Tissue, is there something like the 4 young masters of Beijing in your capital? Pfft. Wang Zijin almost spat a mouthful of coffee on his face. She laughed and coughed. Qin Zhe, have you read too many novels? Isn't it ugly? Yes. There are also the 4 great beauties of Beijing, the 10 great families, and the 3 great ancient martial arts sects. Now, a young man of unknown origin has appeared out of nowhere and is showing off in Beijing. He slapped the 4 young masters of Beijing in the face and overturned the 3 great ancient martial arts sects. Some of the 10 great families hate him to the core, and some are trying to recruit him. The 4 great beauties are in his harem, and they are having fun every night. In short, the situation is chaotic, and the undercurrents are turbulent. A little girl like me who has been marginalized by the storm is scared witless and ran to Shanghai to avoid the storm. Qin Zhe had a lingering fear. So the capital is so chaotic. Wang Zijin laughed and slid under the table. Chapter 44. The 4 young masters of Beijing, the 4 great beauties, the ancient martial arts sect, and the 10 great clans. Of course, Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin were just fooling around. China was ruled by the party, not the family. There were no powerful families. In short, the transferability of power was the unspoken rule of the party. Anyone who wanted to rule the world could not succeed. There was an old saying, wealth does not last more than 3 generations. In the same way, power does not last more than 3 generations. The only 3 generations here referred to the gradual decline, not the loss of all power after 3 generations. Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin walked out of the SH Center building. It was already 5:30 p.m. Wang Zijin was not feeling well and did not have the strength to ride a bicycle home. Qin Zhe led her to take the bus. After an hour and a half, they finally went home. In the evening, Qin Zhe went online to check what a woman should pay attention to during menstruation. Then, he made a light meal. Of course, Qin Bao's main dish, chicken stewed with mushrooms, could not be left out. At the dinner table, Qin Bao Bao's chopsticks were flying. Her cheeks were bulging. It was delicious. Qin Zhe criticized, Sister, don't eat so unsightly. Qin Bao Bao tilted her head and made a face at him. She ate as usual. After dinner, Wang Zijin went to the bathroom to wipe her body. She could not take a shower, bathe, or wash her hair. Women were so troublesome. Qin Bao Bao hugged her knees and sat on the chair. She picked up the leftovers with her chopsticks and said, How considerate. Knowing that your sister Tissue is on her period, you put in a lot of effort to prepare this table of dishes. Her tone was teasing, but the expression on her charming face was indifferent. Her beautiful and quick-witted red phoenix eyes were also indifferent. Qin Zhe laughed. We can't continue to eat fish and meat. Zijin said that you went to the SH Center building today? Yes. Was it fun? It was okay. The mountains were small and the scenery was not bad. Qin Baobao said sourly, this is fate. We went there twice but didn't manage to have any fun. Qin Zhe said perfunctorily, we will go next time. He lowered his head and looked at today's index on his phone. He studied today's trading board. After a long silence, Qin Baobao suddenly said, do you want to pursue Wang Zijin? Not for the time being. Qin Zhe thought to himself. Don't you know that your best friend is an official from the capital? She added, but I quite like you as a bestie. Qin Zhe and his sister had always talked about everything, so he didn't hide his thoughts. Oh, Qin Baobao said in a muffled voice, do you need me to help you? Qin Zhe raised his head and looked at her. Let nature take its course. Next time, you can summarize Sister Xian's hobbies, habits, and so on and send me a guide. In Qin Zhe's heart, wasn't it normal for his sister to help him chase after his girlfriend? After all, her best friend was closer to her younger brother. Qin Baobao did not answer. She looked at Qin Zhe quietly. He lowered his head and played with his phone. His eyebrows were sharp and his face was handsome. She felt melancholy for no reason. She always felt a sense of crisis, as if the son, no, brother, that she had raised with great difficulty was going to be snatched away by another woman. Qin Zhe looked up in surprise. What's wrong? Qin Baobao came back to her senses and said sarcastically, your sister Ziwei is a literary and artistic young woman. She will definitely not like you. Although I said I would help you, you should not do such a hopeless thing. Qin Zhe was stunned. He touched his chin and muttered, a literary and artistic young woman. He was in a daze. No one knew what he was thinking. Qin Baobao felt a surge of bitterness in her heart. In the past, he would definitely talk back. But now, his mind and attention were all on Wang Zijin. He even said, not for the time being, and let nature take its course. Full of nonsense. July 13th was the first day of I Am a Singer's broadcast. As one of the most popular variety shows, it had a huge number of fans. At 1:00 in the afternoon, Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin came back from their food walk. They opened their laptops and went online. Several information software continuously pushed the news of I Am a Singer. The PR team had done enough foreplay. The netizens' comments were also very lively. Ah, it's broadcasting, it's broadcasting. I'm so looking forward to it. I've waited for a whole year. The singers in the previous episode were all very capable. Although they were not very famous or were outdated, their singing skills were very good. The songs were also adapted very well. I wonder which singers will be invited to participate in this episode. As long as it's a song from I Am a Singer, it will basically be in the top 10 of the top Chinese music chart. I haven't heard a song that I like in a long time. I'm looking forward to it. Auditory Feast. Tonight at 9:30 p.m., Dragon TV. Be there or be square. Let's play a few rounds first. After that, we'll watch the show. It's funny. This is AF * King Trashy show. Other than adaptations, it doesn't have any original works. It's really trashy. But it still has so many people chasing after it. The most speechless thing is that the guests are either outdated or third-rate. Can't they invite a pretty girl? Replies, OP is an idiot. Goodbye, OP, if you don't like it, you can get lost. No one is forcing you to watch it. It's because there are trolls like you in China that the quality is so low. Are you looking for a scolding? MDZZ. You need a 250 INT card. It's true that there aren't any pretty girls. After all, not all pretty girls can sing. But do you think it's so easy to create an original work? Do you think classic songs come and go as you please? Adapting a song is already very difficult. Seeing so many people scolding you, I'm relieved. Who says there aren't any pretty girls? Isn't the host, Injia, beautiful? OP, this kind of person deserves a scolding. I don't know if I should say MMP. Qin Zhe looked away from the screen and asked Wang Zijin, Qin Baobao finished filming a few days ago and didn't tell us anything. Did she get eliminated? Wang Zijin only knew how to binge-watch her dramas all day long. She reluctantly raised her head and laughed. Don't you know Bao Bao's temper? If she got eliminated, she would definitely take it out on the two of us. Qin Zhe laughed. That's true. 7:30 p.m. Qin Baobao came home from work. She kicked off her high heels and said hurriedly, Quick, turn on the TV. Wang Zijin said angrily, Put on your slippers first. With that, she got up and turned on the TV. Hey, Bao Bao, why can't I turn on the TV? Wang Zijin pressed the remote control for a long time, but the LCD screen was blue and there was no picture. Qin Baobao walked over in her slippers and fiddled in front of the TV for a long time. She unplugged it and restarted the signal, but the TV was very stubborn and insisted on a blue screen. What? It was fine a few days ago, but at the critical moment, it's unreliable, just like Qin Zhe. Qin Baobao was angry and raised her eyebrows. Qin Zhe was sitting on the sofa and learning about the stock market. Hearing this, he protested. Hey, the TV's fault is on me? That's too much. Then you fix the TV. Qin Baobao raised her sharp chin. I'm not a mechanical repair student. Qin Zhe expressed that he was powerless. With the system, he was undoubtedly an all-rounder. A skill book could solve the problem. But he would not exchange for a skill book for a reason like fixing the TV for his sister. The task was not easy, and the points were even more difficult. He had to cherish it. Then, am I wrong? Am I wrong? Qin Baobao walked over aggressively and pinched Qin Zhe's arm. The sister and brother started a fierce fight on the sofa. The result was unsurprisingly, Qin Zhe won. He twisted his sister's wrists and pressed her on the sofa. His sister flopped around like a fish, but it was in vain. Qin Zhe, let go, I forgive you. Qin Baobao shouted. Bah, I'm the one who doesn't forgive you. Zijin, come and save me. Wang Zijin watched from the side. She chuckled and waved her hand. I don't care about your family matters. If you don't save me, I'll tell you all your secrets. Qin Baobao threatened. I don't have secrets. Are you sure? Wang Zijin thought carefully. She looked at Qin Zhe and whispered, Why don't you spare your sister's life? Okay. Qin Zhe gave her face and let go of his sister's hand. Qin Baobao rubbed her wrist and glared at him. Then she looked at Wang Zijin and sat alone in the corner of the sofa. She pretended to be sad and said, Father and mother are not as close as daughter-in-law. Brother and sister are not as good as daughter-in-law. Qin Zhe muttered, Crazy. Wang Zijin chuckled. The TV was on strike. They could only wait for the online version at 12 o'clock. Although it was 2 hours late, it was not to be underestimated. Who watched TV these days? Qin Zhe was in good spirits. It was not a problem for him to stay up all night. Qin Baobao, who lived a regular life, was sleepy. At first, she hugged the pillow and closed her eyes. Then her head kept tilting until it reached Qin Zhe's shoulder. Wang Zijin was in a similar situation. She also wanted to sleep. But it was her best friend's debut show. She couldn't go back to her room to sleep while yawning. She was also sleepy. Several times, she almost leaned her head on Qin Zhe and forced herself to stop. She was not Qin Bao. Qin Bao could openly kiss Qin Zhe. She couldn't do it. Qin Zhe hugged his sister's small waist and sniffed her faint fragrance. He quietly waited for time to pass. At 12 o'clock, the online version began. Wang Zijin's spirit was shaken, and she sat upright. Qin Baobao was woken up by her brother. Her eyes were red and reflected the light of the computer screen. It's starting. It's starting, she said happily. Chapter 45. At the beginning of the program, the music started, and then the 15-second special effects picture ended. A beautiful woman dressed up appeared in the camera, holding a microphone in one hand and a cue card in the other. Hello, audience friends. This is I Am a Singer broadcast by Shingji Cosmetics. I'm the host, Jia. The audience cheered and applauded. At the same time, the bullet screen slid. Sofa. My sons, tell me, what's my rank? Fake pig trap is the best in the world. Get the melon seeds ready. I'm so excited that I'm trembling. Jia is still so beautiful. I want to sleep with her. To the one above, you're late. Jia was on my bed last night, Manual funny. I heard that there are many big stars in this episode. Is the promotional video true? I know. Ozawa, Mary, Kurai, Muto, the one who said Ozawa shouldn't leave after school. Damn it. Turn off the bullet screen to save your IQ. Jia didn't appear on the stage, but backstage. A sweet smile appeared on her face. Now, everyone, follow me. Let's meet the first contestant. The camera followed Jia to a room. Jia knocked on the door and pretended to ask, "Is there anyone inside?" The door opened, and a young and handsome face popped out. Ah. It's Li Rongxing. My husband is here. Husband, I love you. Great, great. God, the program group invited Li Rongxing. How generous. The program group's budget is burning. How much will it cost? But I like it. Li Rongxing is nothing. He's not as handsome as me. The bullet screen was full of comments. Out of caution, the guests invited for the last season of I Am a Singer were either has-been singers or singers with little fame. Unexpectedly, the show became popular all over the country. Advertisers invested in it. Now that the program group had enough money, they certainly couldn't invite outdated stars. Li Rongxing was a popular male singer who had just debuted a few years ago. He was still very young, but he was handsome and sang well, so he was very popular with girls. He had countless fans. When Qin Zhe heard the tidal wave of cheers, he turned his head to look at Qin Bao Bao and asked in bewilderment, "I've always been curious. Are these cheers from the audience live or post-production?" When he watched variety shows in the past, he had such doubts. Of course it's post-production. The audience can see what's going on backstage through the big screen. The cheers are real, but they were edited and used here, Qin Bao Bao explained. Qin Zhe nodded and continued watching the show. Hello, Teacher Li, hello, hello. Li Rongxing opened the door and invited the host, Jia, in. I am honored to inform you that you are the first singer to appear. Before you go on stage, I would like to conduct a simple interview with you. Jia paused for a moment, then smiled and said, I'm sure Teacher Li has seen our program before. So, why don't you tell us your thoughts? First of all, I would like to thank I Am a Singer for inviting me. Actually, when I received your invitation, I was very hesitant. It feels weird for a singer who has been famous for a long time to come to this stage and compete. If he loses, his reputation will be ruined. Do you have no confidence in yourself? I Am a Singer is a great program. Although the guests in the last season were not famous, their singing was impeccable and very strong. And this season, I think it won't be bad, so I'm still under a lot of pressure. But you still chose to come in the end, didn't you? That's because of your appearance fee. Li Rongxing was a little humorous, and the bullet screen was full of praise. Jia knocked on the second door. The person who opened the door was a middle-aged man with a square face and gray hair, but he was very energetic. The handsomeness of the past could be faintly seen between his eyebrows. He was once a popular singer, but gradually faded out of the music industry in recent years. It's Hong Jingyao. I grew up listening to his songs. Unchangeable Infatuation, an eternal classic. I'm his fan. When he released an album, I stole my dad's money to buy it. I'm going to call my dad. He's Hong Jingyao's hardcore fan. Is the great god of the past going to return to the music industry? I'm looking forward to the next guests more and more. Qin Zhe, who didn't pay much attention to the entertainment industry, also knew Hong Jingyao. When he was young, Hong Jingyao was already very famous. With unchangeable infatuation, he became popular all over the country. He was a little fresh meat of that era. However, times have changed. The new generation has replaced the old, and the little fresh meat has replaced the old. Hong Jingyao hasn't appeared on the screen for several years. In a big room, Li Rongxing saw this scene through the live video and patted his thigh excitedly. Teacher Hong is my idol, one of my favorite singers in the past. I didn't expect to compete with my idol on the same stage today. My God. After a simple interview, Hong Jingyao opened the door and met with Li Rongxing. Li Rongxing was very tactful. He bowed his head and said, "Idol, please accept my kneeling." "Hello, hello." Hong Jingyao held Li Rongxing and the two shook hands. "I didn't expect you to come. I'm nervous and excited." "Young man, you have a sweet mouth." Hong Jingyao smiled and said, "Now it's the world of you young people." The back waves of the Yangtze River replace the front waves, and the front waves die on the beach. No, no, no. You're the big tsunami, and I'm the small wave. Who do you think the next singer will be? It's hard to say. Anyway, I don't care if we can't invite the heavenly kings and queens. Ha ha ha. The two of them were very humorous, as if they were doing a crosstalk. There was no doubt that these two singers, who were a generation apart in age, would chat happily and joke with each other. This was because variety shows were aiming for this kind of effect. Who would believe that they didn't rehearse? You rehearsed, right? Qin Zhe asked. I think so. Qin Bao stuttered. What do you mean by, I think so? I didn't. Ah. Qin Bao's face was full of resentment. I just went on stage to test the waters. The company didn't expect me to become a hit, so I just went through a symbolic rehearsal. I didn't even get to see these singers. I only saw them during the competition. Speak clearly. Our company had a spot, but it wasn't me. But that singer didn't have the schedule, so I, a top student in the reserves, was sent to take the lead and be the cannon fodder. That's it. I say, how can a rookie like you compete with a famous singer on the same stage? Qin Zhe suddenly realized. The door of the third singer was knocked on. It was a young woman with exquisite makeup. Her looks were above average, but everyone knew who she was. Damn, it's Chen Xiaotong. How could it be her? She's going to defy the heavens. A famous heavenly queen. Oh my God. Didn't she marry a rich man and take care of her husband and children? Why did she come out again? Is she out to make money? That's right, that's right. She hasn't sung in so many years. Her singing is definitely not as good as before. There's nothing to look forward to. Get lost. When Chen Xiaotong was dominating the music industry, you were still nibbling on a pacifier. At her peak, she ranked in the top 3 in album sales for 2 consecutive years. She's a big shot. Chen Xiaotong was a singer from Hong Kong. Her title as a heavenly queen might be a little exaggerated. Everyone knew that Hong Kong was full of heavenly kings and queens. It was as if they didn't need money. They would grab hold of a few experienced artists and make them either heavenly kings or queens. However, Chen Xiaotong was indeed very famous. Although she had retired for a few years, she was not outdated at all. The audience all knew her. The fourth singer appeared. Huang Yudong. The program team must be crazy. They invited a popular heavenly king? Oh my God. My mother asked me why I was kneeling while watching the show. I told her that Huang Yudong was here, so my mother followed suit and knelt. 6666666 idol, hurry up and leave. The program team's funding can't support it anymore. Hurry up and leave. Cult leader Huang is here. There's suddenly no suspense in this season's program. He'll definitely be the champion. That's not necessarily true. If it's a competition of singing skills, none of the singers here are weak. Bullsh *T. Go and take a look at the top Chinese music chart. 3 of the top 10 songs are his. With his ability, if he doesn't sweep them, I'll livestream myself eating *T. I've taken a screenshot. I'm waiting to eat *T. Huang Yuding's appearance completely ignited the audience's passion. The bullet screen was flooded with comments. Although many people knew that the list of singers for this season's episode was very glamorous through the promotional video, they did not expect that Huang Yuding would appear on the show. He was a godlike figure, on the same level as Chen Xiaotong and Hong Jingyao. However, the latter two's glory days were in the past, while Huang Yuding was at his peak. The 5th singer opened the door. Li Zongda. Xiaoda is here too. As expected. There's news about him online. Xiaoda is not bad. He's quite famous in Hong Kong. It's just that I don't really like Cantonese songs. Li Zongda was a new singer in Hong Kong. His reputation in the mainland was neither high nor low. He walked into the big room where the singers were gathered and shook hands with them in a rather humble manner. Everyone chatted and laughed casually. They were not reserved at all. Huang Yuding looked around at everyone. Is there someone missing? Chen Xiaotong nodded and said, the last one hasn't appeared yet. Li Rongxing laughed and said, in Brother Huang's eyes, he's the finale. Ha ha ha. Li Zongda also laughed. Immediately, he pointed at the screen. The host is knocking on the door. Who's the last contestant? At this moment, the commercial came. The bullet screen was filled with curses. F***ck, they're keeping us in suspense. Who's the last one? The finale? Su Kai? Zhang Qian? Yi Mingsheng? That's impossible. How can they invite 2 heavenly kings at once? Hong Jingyao is the most experienced, and Huang Yuding is the most popular. Based on the rhythm of Xiaoda's appearance, I don't think we can expect much from the last one. It seems to be a newcomer. I've seen the official Weibo of I Am a Singer. Yes. It was also mentioned in the promotional video. A newcomer? Why is a newcomer joining in the fun? Which newcomer? Who the hell knows which newcomer it is? What a joke. At this moment, the screen switched to the host, Yin Jia. She smiled and said, ladies and gentlemen, next up is our last guest. Who exactly is she? Let me reveal something to everyone. This is a talented woman. She came with an original song, and in the future, every song she performs on stage will be an original. You don't have to guess. Yin Jia will immediately knock on the door for everyone. Chapter 46. Qin Zhe chuckled and said, oh, you're still the finale. Qin Bao pouted. Not the finale. They're afraid that a newbie like me will appear too early and cause dissatisfaction among the audience. It's better to leave me for the finale and set up a suspense. I'm relieved to hear you say that. Get out of my sight. Wang Zijin smiled and said, you two can go and do crosstalk. In the show, Yin Jia faced the camera and said with a smile, who's the last singer? Let's knock on her door. The bullet screen, who is it? A newbie? No way, a newbie can be the finale. The crew really knows how to keep us in suspense. Open the door, open the door. I'm so disappointed. There's still no beauty in this episode. Don't joke around. Singers are different from movie stars. Movie stars pay more attention to appearance, so popular female stars are super beautiful. But singing doesn't matter if you're beautiful or not. It's all about the voice, singing skills, and talent. Want to see a beauty? Go watch a movie, TV, or other variety shows. There are usually no super beauties in the music genre. It doesn't matter if you're a newbie or a superstar. Hurry up and knock on the door. I can't wait to hear the song. The one who can't wait, hurry up and enter. What's there to enter? I don't want to waste a second. At this moment, the door opened. In the camera, Qin Baobao was wearing a white printed t-shirt. Her breasts were spectacular, her waist was slender, and she was wearing a pair of blue and white skinny jeans. She stood by the door with her legs closed. There was almost no gap between her legs. She had a pair of long legs that were incomparably lethal. Looking at her face, it was a foxy face. It was very seductive. Her makeup was exquisite, and her facial features were carved. There was a hint of uneasiness and nervousness in her bright red phoenix eyes as she had just arrived. The screen suddenly went silent. A moment later, the bullet screen went crazy. F***CK, who is this girl? Fake Pig Trap shamefully gives up the title of #1 in the world. I'll protect this girl. So beautiful, so beautiful, so beautiful. Important words must be repeated 3 times. Who is she? Who is she? She's the last contestant? The production team must have specially invited a vase for eye candy, but I like it. 666, the production team is finally giving out the benefits. Licking the screen. Who can tell me who she is? These breasts don't make sense. They must be augmented. Quick, let me examine them. Civilized ball watching. Bullet screen comments slid across the screen like snowflakes. The netizens were stunned by Qin Baobao's beauty, and all kinds of people sent bullet screen comments. Some praised him, some were amazed, but most of them were mocking him. Qin Baobao blushed. She was both embarrassed and angry. She leaned over to grab the mouse and was about to close the bullet screen. What kind of people are they? They're so annoying. Qin Zhe held on to his sister's hand to prevent her from having her way. The audience's evaluation of you is an important reference. This was actually true. In the entertainment industry, one had to have this psychological quality. His sister used to be the little princess of the family, but now she had to train a strong heart. How could she continue in the entertainment industry if she flew into a rage out of humiliation after being ridiculed? Qin Baobao vented her anger on her brother and pinched him hard on the waist. You just like to see people ridicule me, you pervert. Her face was burning. This was her first time appearing on the screen, and it was her first time seeing the public's comments about her, but she was not happy at all. Qin Baobao, who did not visit forums or use Weibo, could not stand the shameless and even insulting ridicule of an experienced driver. In contrast, Qin Zhe, who had been in the ranks of the internet for a long time and had rich experience, was much more used to it. He was not surprised at all. When he saw the familiar comments like 10 years of legs and civilized ball watching, he could even smile. Qin Zhe laughed and said, "Sister, I have to apologize." Qin Baobao looked at him blankly, and her starry eyes fell on his face. Looks like you can really survive in the entertainment industry. Ha ha ha. Ouch. Qin Baobao, who flew into a rage out of humiliation, pinched Qin Zhe's waist without reservation. In reality, Qin Baobao was coquettish and angry, but in the show, she was dignified and serious, politely greeting Yinjia. Hello, Miss Qin, I am Yinjia. You are the last guest to appear. I believe the audience in front of the TV is very unfamiliar with you. Briefly introduce yourself. She called Qin Baobao Miss Qin, not Miss Qin. Qin Baobao smiled sweetly. Hello, everyone, my name is Qin Baobao. I am honored to stand on the stage of I Am a Singer and compete with so many teachers. I hope everyone can like me. I heard that you are going to sing an original song in our show this time. Is that so? Yes. If that's the case, then it's amazing. I believe the audience is also looking forward to it. Let's wait and see. Actually, it's not my original song. Qin Baobao was halfway through her words when Yin Jia interrupted. So far, all the guests of this episode have appeared. Go and say hello to them. Bullet screen, Qin Baobao. Are you sure it's not a stage name? It's definitely a series of family feuds. Forgive me for laughing. Bao Bao? Damn it, I laughed so hard. You're so rude. She hasn't finished speaking yet and you interrupted her. Yin Jia is jealous of Qin Bao Bao's beauty, isn't she? Her attitude is cold and her smile is fake. When she saw Huang Yudong, she couldn't wait to smile. The legendary real-life version, Bao Bao is bitter in her heart, but Bao Bao won't say it. Because of Qin Bao Bao's excellent appearance, she captured the hearts of many viewers. Everyone was complaining about the injustice for Qin Bao Bao. The host Yin Jia's attitude was not very good. But soon, several bullet screen comments popped up. I've already searched Baidu. There's no such person in the entertainment industry. Baidu +1. There's no such person. She got in through the back door. Identification complete. There's really no such person as Qin Bao Bao. Such a beautiful woman can't be unknown in the entertainment industry. Damn, she must have used her connections. Damn, I knew it. How could a newcomer compete with a big star in the music industry? This doesn't make sense. This is very logical. As long as you're willing to take off your clothes, even a loser can become a big star. You don't have to guess. She must be the mistress of some TV station leader. It can't be. How can such a beautiful girl be his mistress? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. The attitude of the people in the entertainment industry toward celebrities was very contradictory. They admired and liked them, but they also despised them from the bottom of their hearts. In ancient times, actors were not popular. They could only be concubines when they got married. This view was deeply rooted in the people's hearts. Even now, it had not changed. Looking at the gossip of celebrities, in every 10 comments, there would be one comment: bitches are heartless, actors are unrighteous. It was precisely because of this reason that the old man firmly opposed his daughter to enter the entertainment industry. His precious daughter was his flesh and blood. Who would want his daughter to humiliate herself in the entertainment industry? There were also female celebrities who insisted on their bottom line. Most of them gradually fell in the big dye vat of the entertainment industry. Half of them were forced by reality, and the other half did not want to give up glory and wealth. How many of them could really emerge from the sludge without being tainted? On this point, Qin Zhe was still very confident in his sister. Qin Bao Bao entered the entertainment industry for her dreams, that was what she said. As long as it was not for fame and fortune, she would be able to stick to her principles and would not resort to unscrupulous means to get to the top. Secondly, his family did not lack money. They had a well-off standard. Qin Bao Bao did not have such a thing as being forced by life. Lastly, he was no longer the unknown mediocre younger brother. Give him some time and he would have enough confidence to protect his sister. Qin Bao Bao was so angry that her whole body trembled. Qin Zhe frowned. I'm not watching anymore. As he spoke, he was about to close the bullet screen. However, Qin Bao Bao slapped his hand away and said with a sobbing voice, the audience's comments are also an important reference. You said it yourself. She was using a self-harming method to vent her anger on her younger brother. It was not Qin Bao Bao's fault that her psychological state was poor. She had lived for 25 years and had been proud for 25 years. This was the first time she had tasted the dark side of online violence. It was inevitable that she would be affected and hurt a little. In the big room where the guests were gathered, everyone saw Qin Bao Bao through the screen. Li Rongxing, oh my God, goddess. Li Zongda, so beautiful. Hong Jingyao, a very beautiful lady. Chen Xiaodong's broken Chinese, is she the mainland's new female singer? Huang Yudong shook his head. Qin Bao Bao? I've never heard of her. She must be a newcomer. Hong Jingyao laughed and said, don't underestimate newcomers. There are too many young people nowadays who are good at singing. Everyone talked about this and that and waited for Qin Bao Bao to push open the door and enter. She bowed to a few famous singers. Everyone applauded sparsely. She was beautiful, but this was a singer's stage, not a beauty contest. How could a newcomer with no fame and no works gain their recognition and respect? However, they still pretended to welcome her. The netizens also expressed their opinions on the bullet screen. The guests don't seem to like her. Definitely. She's a woman who relied on connections. Don't like her? Nonsense. Which male guest here doesn't want to sleep with her? When Qin Zhe saw this, he was a little unhappy. In the past, he liked to see such comments on the internet. However, when the target of the comments was Qin Baobao, his sister, the feeling was completely different. These people are really uncultured. Wang Zijin was also unhappy. Qin Zhe used to be one of these people, Qin Baobao said faintly. Let's move on to the next segment. The contestants will draw lots to determine their opponents and the order of appearance. Good luck to all of you. After the host, Yin Jia, finished speaking, a staff member walked into the camera with a box. The second season of I Am a Singer basically followed the first season's routine. The singers had to compete with each other. The 6 of them were divided into 3 groups and competed with each other. The winner advanced, and the 3 losers started another competition to fight for the 2 spots. The last person was eliminated. The audience acted as the judges. They decided who stayed and who went. Back then, the program team of I Am a Singer took a big risk by eliminating the judges and using the audience to decide the winner. Because this model had never appeared before. At most, the audience and the judges would vote together. The audience would be guided or misled by the judges. Unexpectedly, I Am a Singer became popular because of this. Teacher Hong has the most experience. Teacher Hong, go first. Teacher Huang is the most famous. Teacher Huang, go first. Ladies first. Teacher Xiaotong, go first. The singers were humble, laughing, and arguing with each other. In the end, Hong Jingyao, who had the most experience, went first. He took out a plastic ball and said, "Number 1." Everyone laughed. What an auspicious number. Hong Jingyao rolled his eyes. What auspicious. I'm the first to go. I have to bear all the pressure. Everyone laughed. Chen Xiaotong was the second to draw. I'm number 2. Li Zongda said, my God. I'm number 1. I'm Teacher Hong's opponent. Huang Yuding said, I'm number 3. Li Rongxing strode to the lottery box and took a deep breath nervously. He looked at the camera and said nervously, now there are only number 3 and 2 left in the box. If I get number 3, my opponent will be Teacher Huang. Oh my God, do you know how nervous I am right now? There's a 50-50 chance. If I get number 2, it's heaven, and if I get number 3, it's hell. No, I have to go home and worship my ancestors first. With that, he turned around and left. Hey, you're back. Where are you going? Young man, be careful. Is this the time to worship your ancestors? Who's going to sing if you leave? Pfft, program team, quickly tie him up and bring him back. The guests didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The audience was also amused. Next to them, Qin Baobao stood there with a faint smile on her face. She seemed out of place. The camera only showed her for a moment before moving away to focus on the guests. Qin Zhe glanced at his sister next to him and joked, don't tell me you got number 3. Huang Yuding was a popular singer. He had experience and fame and was definitely the most popular singer present. If the popular Heavenly King and Heavenly Queen didn't appear, no one could suppress him. He had a huge fan base. If Qin Baobao got number 3, she would really be in the death group. Qin Baobao, who was still angry, looked at him sideways and didn't bother to answer his question. At this moment, exclamations and screams sounded. On the screen, Li Rongxing was dancing happily with a plastic ball in his hand. The number was number 2. Li Rongxing was surprised. Thank you to the country, thank you to the people, thank you to the program team, and also thank you for your brilliance. All the guests were amused. Huang Yuding shook his head and laughed. Then, all the guests present looked at the isolated Qin Baobao, a newcomer. Chapter 47. It didn't matter whether Qin Bao Bao drew lots or not, because there was only one number ball left in the box, number 3. She and Huang Yuding PK, Li Rongxing breathed a sigh of relief and said jokingly, when it comes to character, I'm really not as good as Teacher Huang. He's the real lucky one. Huang Yuding nodded at Qin Bao Bao and faced the camera. Actually, I'm quite nervous. I know a few of the guest teachers here, but I don't know Qin Bao Bao at all. I don't know my enemy. I hope I won't fail miserably. The guests chuckled. They could all hear that he was being modest. Qin Bao Bao maintained a polite smile. Everyone has a strong character, but mine is not. The bullet screen was also very lively. The netizens expressed their thoughts. Okay, eliminated Qin Bao Bao, the show is over. I can already see the ending. Qin Bao Bao just came on stage to show her face, and then she was eliminated. It's that simple. There's no suspense in this episode. It suddenly feels boring. The camera finally switched to the stage. In the dazzling lights, the host, Yin Jia, was dressed like an evening gown. She was beaming. Dear audience, I'm very happy to meet you again. Now, let's welcome our first singer on stage. He was the king of a generation who shocked the music industry 20 years ago. His name is known by everyone, and his voice has been sung by tens of thousands of people. Next, let's welcome our singer. In the warm applause of the audience, Hong Jingyao shuttled through the neon stage lights, passed through the long aisle, and appeared on stage, appearing in the sight of hundreds of audience members. Hello everyone, I'm Hong Jingyao. What responded to him was the cheers of the audience. The camera panned to the audience and captured their excited expressions. The lights turned soft and shone on Hong Jingyao's figure on stage. At the same time, the music sounded. Hong Jingyao held the microphone and sang with an expression. Under the light gray sky, at the corner of the street cafe. After so many years, I passed by again. In a trance, I saw your back. At that moment, the past rushed to my heart. In an instant, my tears fell like rain. I haven't cried for at least 10 years. As soon as he opened his mouth, the audience went into an uproar. The screams and shouts almost overturned the roof. Waving and screaming, the scene was too hot. Li Rongxing exclaimed, infatuated. Chen Xiaotong blinked. This is a classic. Huang Yuding applauded. It's a classic, a classic. Li Zongda had a bitter expression on his face. Forever infatuated. Why is it me and Teacher Hong PK? Isn't it too miserable? Chen Xiaotong comforted him, it's okay, you can revive in the revival round. The singers knew that Qin Bao Bao was most likely going to be the eliminated contestant this time. In the camera, the audience started singing along. This song was too classic. It was a very, very famous song back then. Anyone in 80-90 could hum a few lines. This was the memory of a generation, even childhood. Wang Zijin listened to the familiar music and followed the rhythm. She could not help but hum softly. Qin Zhe said, that's too shameless. How can it become a famous work? How can others compete? Does a famous work have to be good? Qin Bao Bao turned around and scolded him. First of all, a song sung live definitely can't compare to a song produced in a recording studio. The audience will definitely be able to tell the difference. That would be like shooting yourself in the foot. Secondly, for a singer like Huang Yuding, everyone is tired of listening to his famous work. If you sing it live, no matter how good it is, it will be aesthetically fatigued. If another singer suddenly sings a classic cover, will the audience still vote for you? It's only this kind of classic song that can make the audience feel better. In music variety shows, it's very rare for singers to sing classic songs. Most of them are adaptations of unknown songs. Qin Zhe thought for a moment. That's true. The second singer, Li Zongda, went on stage. He also drew the number 1 number and competed against Hong Jingyao. Time is always rushing. It doesn't make sense. It's hard to tell right from wrong. I've never resisted my love for you. Even if time is rushing, I still love you. Even if you've never been infatuated with me. Li Zongda sang a Cantonese song. As he was from Xiangjiang, it was difficult for him to sing a Chinese song. The song was called Meeting Speechless. It wasn't very famous. At least, Qin Zhe hadn't heard of it before. But the audience seemed to be very accepting of it and were not stingy with their cheers. Because Li Zongda's voice was good and his singing skills were on point, he completely mastered this song. Backstage, several guests were discussing. Xiaoda sang really well. His singing is definitely good. Nice, nice. After Li Zongda finished singing, he bowed to the audience and got off the stage. Yin Jia said loudly, "Thank you, Teacher Hong and Xiaoda, for giving us your songs. Next, we'll be entering our segment. Everyone in the audience, I believe everyone has their own opinions. Pick up the voting devices in your hands and vote for our singer." The voting began. On the big screen behind Yin Jia, the votes for the two singers were alternately rising. There were 500 audience members in the studio, which was equivalent to 500 judges and 500 votes. The audience, singers, and hosts were all nervously and excitedly looking at the votes. The final votes were fixed. Hong Jingyao, 302 votes. Li Zongda, 190 votes. There were also some votes that abstained and were not counted in the valid votes. Yin Jia smiled and said, "I now announce that the first singer to advance is Hong Jingyao. Congratulations, Teacher Hong." Backstage, Hong Jingyao bowed. "Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone." Li Zongda clapped and spread his hands with a smile. "It was expected. It's not that I didn't sing well, it's just that my opponent was too strong." The bullet screen, the immortal, infatuated heart. I miss it so much. Xiaoda, don't cry. Stand up. It's fine, it's fine. There's still a chance. The revival round definitely won't be a problem. In any case, Qin Bao Bao is destined to be eliminated. Look at how calm Xiaoda is. He's not panicking at all. This means that Qin Bao Bao is the eliminated contestant this season. Hee, I'll tell you a secret. The eliminated contestant this season is Xiaoda. I'll also tell you a secret. The eliminated contestant this season is Huang Yuding. I'll also tell you a secret. The eliminated contestant this season is the host, Yin Jia. Get lost. Don't joke around. Yin Jia can't sing. She's eliminated. There's nothing wrong with that. Ha ha ha. The second group of singers, Chen Xiaotong versus Li Rongxing. Li Rongxing, my most beloved, can you hear my call? Everything in the world without you is black and white. When you hug her under the sun, can you hear my heart stop beating at the corner of the street? Chen Xiaotong, I fell in love with someone I can't love. She's so outstanding that I feel inferior. Her infatuation makes me despair. My love has ended. My heart is buried in the ground. The voting results were out. Li Rongxing advanced to the next round with a lead of 10 votes, while the former Heavenly Queen of Hong Kong would enter the revival round. The result was both unexpected and reasonable. The former Heavenly Queen was, after all, the former champion. Her fame had declined, and she was not as popular as Li Rongxing. Secondly, her singing skills had also deteriorated, and she was not as good as before. One was at the end of her career, while the other was at the peak of his career. The audience's eyes were bright. Yin Jia smiled and said, "Now, let's welcome the last group of singers to the stage. I think everyone has been waiting for this for a long time. Since his debut, he has many nicknames. The King of Love Songs, the King of Treble, and the Passionate Scholar. Yes, he is our favorite Huang Yuding." As she said, Huang Yuding walked onto the stage. Below the stage, the cheers were like thunder, and it was like an avalanche. Huang Yuding's popularity was second only to the Heavenly Queen. He was wearing a glittering stage costume and high boots. He was in his early 30s and had a handsome face that was very charming. The bullet screen was also boiling, and it almost covered half of the screen. Finally, the main character is here. Huang Yudeng, I love you. Yudeng is the best. No one can surpass him in this episode. I want to hear your Sound of the Wind. The king of love songs. I've seen the future. 500 votes passed. A certain newcomer handed in a blank paper. I've seen it on TV. Qin Bao Bao is very good. She didn't get eliminated. Spoiler, Qin Bao Bao is super awesome. Her voice is too good. Get lost. Spoiler, damn your family. I've also seen it on TV. Huang Yudeng was eliminated by Qin Bao Bao. Many people were spamming the bullet screen, and some were just there to join in the fun. There were all kinds of things, so no one believed those who were telling the truth. Backstage, Chen Xiaotong sighed. He's so popular. Li Rongxing said, Teacher Xiaotong, you were also this popular back then. You don't have to be envious. Chen Xiaotong said, no, Teacher Hong was the most popular back then. While the guests were talking and laughing, Qin Bao Bao sat at the side, smiling. She couldn't get a word in because they were not in the same circle. There was no common topic. Li Rongxing wanted to flirt with her, but this was a show, so he couldn't deliberately hit on Qin Bao Bao. The camera also swept past Qin Bao Bao, indicating that they hadn't forgotten about her, but they didn't linger on her for too long. On the stage, after the opening music started, the scene fell silent. In the camera, the audience held their breaths and listened attentively. Some people even closed their eyes. Before the song started, they were already intoxicated. Huang Yudeng's deep and magnetic voice spread through the microphone. He actually hit a high note at the beginning. I'm wandering on the long street. It's raining from the sky. Tonight, can you have a good dream? Or, in the arms of a man, quietly watching the rain. This mournful autumn rain, many years ago, we met in the autumn rain. Looking back, it's like a dream. This song was an old song from many years ago. It was a sentimental love song, and the original singer was a girl. Huang Yudeng changed this song, changing the love song of a girl into a high-pitched love song of his own style. The lyrics were also changed. For example, in the arms of a man, the original version was, in the arms of a woman. After the song, applause, cheers, and shouts came one after another, as if it was a grand concert. Li Rongxing applauded. I'm convinced, I'm convinced. Li Zongda said, he's a popular singer after all. His voice, oh my god, I definitely can't sing it. Chen Xiaotong nodded. The adaptation is great. He's a passionate talent, worthy of his reputation. Hong Jingyao said, amazing, it's really great. This song is from my era, but I'm sure it's better than the original. When Hong Jingyao appeared, Qin Zhe turned off the bullet screen. It was overwhelming and affected the audience. At this time, he opened it again. Cult leader Huang's singing made my blood boil. Pfft. This is a love song, where did your blood boil? I didn't like this song at first, but cult leader Huang sang it so well. I'm sure this song will be popular. So cool. He sang it so passionately, and others enjoyed it. It was a feast for the eyes. Huang Yudeng has the demeanor of a great master. He's a heavenly king, only lacking a good lyricist and composer. Pfft, I heard that the newcomer Qin Bao Bao is singing an original song. Qin Bao Bao, forget it. If you want to release an original song, go to the internet. Why did you come to this stage? There are many original songs, but how many have become classics? How many are good? It's not that you're good if you're an original, but you have to make a masterpiece. The host, Yin Jia, went on stage amidst the applause for a long time. She smiled and said, thank you, cult leader Huang, for bringing a singer to everyone. She paused and showed a distressed expression. What's going on? It's obviously a sad love song, but I'm fascinated by it. I want to dance to the beat. The audience roared with laughter. This is probably the charm of our cult leader Huang. After Yin Jia finished speaking, she said loudly, "Has everyone calmed down?" "No." The audience shouted. "Then let's let today's newcomer wait for a while. When everyone calms down, she will sing, okay?" "Okay." When Qin Zhe saw this, he turned his head and looked at his sister's face. "What?" Qin Bao Bao said angrily. Qin Zhe didn't say anything. He reached out and gently touched her head. At this time, Qin Bao Bao, who saw this scene backstage, must be angry and miserable. He knew his sister's character. She was strong, stubborn, and could not tolerate sand in her eyes. Chapter 48. Give me your claws. How rude. Qin Bao Bao's first reaction was to slap his hand away. Qin Zhe's head-touching killer was useless in front of his sister. In fact, it even had the opposite effect. Qin Bao Bao felt that her dignity and identity as an elder sister was being challenged by her younger brother. As expected, Yin Jia waited for a moment before saying, "Then, let's welcome our last singer." It's worth mentioning that she's an original singer, an original song that no one has heard before. What kind of surprise will she bring to us? Now, let's welcome Qin Bao Bao to the stage. Although she didn't think much of Qin Bao Bao, she still had to put on a look of anticipation and excitement due to her professionalism as a host. When Yin Jia shouted the three words, "Qin Bao Bao," the audience couldn't help but laugh. The camera happened to catch it. The comments were also laughing. "Qin Bao Bao, I laugh every time I hear it. Bao Bao, I love you. Hey, I'm shouting for my girlfriend, not Qin Bao Bao. The name is quite funny. Ha 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 ha. I'm shouting for Bao Bao. Qin Bao Bao, will you be my girlfriend?" Qin Bao Bao finally went on stage. A spotlight shone on her, revealing her tall and slender figure. Although everyone had already seen her when the door opened, the camera didn't stay on her for too long. It was mainly on her face. It wasn't until now that she was standing on the stage that the audience and people watching the show in front of their computers could really appreciate her figure. She was 1.72 meters tall, with a pair of long and well-proportioned legs wrapped in denim tights. Her long hair fell over her shoulders, with thin curls at the ends. Of course, the most eye-catching thing was definitely Qin Bao Bao's looks. After she put on makeup, she definitely had the ability to look down on all the other females. Qin Zhe realized this a long time ago, even though his sister rarely put on makeup. Qin Bao Bao was the kind of woman who could make a man have thoughts at first glance. Her foxy face was a type of oval face, but it was more charming and beautiful than an oval face. In addition, she also had a pair of phoenix-like eyes. Her sparkling eyes were extremely seductive. Phoenix eyes were noble on men, but on women, they were seductive. A foxy face and phoenix eyes gave people the first impression of a vixen. Qin Bao Bao's eye makeup today brought out her almond-shaped eyes to the fullest. There was a wave of exclamations from the audience. They were all stunned by Qin Bao Bao's beauty. Qin Bao Bao bowed to the audience on all sides. After a few seconds of contemplation, she signaled to the band not far away that she was ready. In the band, a handsome young man gave Qin Bao Bao a thumbs up with a smile on his face. For a music-related variety show, of course, it had to be rehearsed. Otherwise, how could the band provide the music? However, Qin Bao Bao did not receive much attention. There were not many people watching her rehearsal. Most of them were backstage staff. The host, Yin Jia, was not present. As a member of the band, he knew how good Qin Bao Bao's songs were. Before the opening music ended, Qin Bao Bao closed her eyes. Many emotions surged in her heart. Since the start of the show, she had felt the contempt of the production team, the host, and the perfunctory attitude of the guests. No one was optimistic about her, and no one acknowledged her. The thought that, "this woman is here to make up the numbers," was the common thought in the hearts of almost every guest. There were even staff members who looked at her with disdain for getting in through the back door. Such a beautiful woman, who was not even considered an artist, must have slept with the leader. That's right. Everyone would think that way. She was indeed here to make up the number. Originally, she was a female singer from Xing-Yi Entertainment. Her schedule was not available, so she came. The production team and the entertainment company gave her a position as a bystander. Because Qin Bao Bao was the most promising newcomer in the company took the opportunity to let her show her face and see the market's reaction. Then, they would decide whether to promote her or not and how to promote her. However, they did not expect her to make a splash. Anger, unwillingness, grievance, and all kinds of emotions flashed through her heart. Qin Bao Bao opened her eyes and held the microphone tightly. Every time, I'll be strong in loneliness. Every time, even if I'm hurt, I won't cry. I know, I have a pair of invisible wings. Fly me past despair. Don't think about the beautiful sun they have. I see the changes in the sunset every day. I know, I always have a pair of invisible wings. Fly me, give me hope. Qin Bao Bao's voice floated in the ethereal and beautiful music. As soon as she opened her mouth, the audience was stunned. The contestants were stunned. Invisible wings? Fly past despair? Give me hope? This song, in terms of voice, Qin Bao Bao's voice was soft with a hint of hoarseness. It was the kind of voice that was very magnetic and pleasant to the ears. It was completely comparable to a professional singer. Her singing skills had been trained hard for nearly 2 months, and she was no longer the same as before. Compared to a professional singer, she was only lacking in fame and songs. But now, she took out her own original song. The camera captured the audience's surprised expressions. Don't think about the beautiful sun they have. Every time, I see the changes in the sunset every day. I know, I always have a pair of invisible wings. Fly me, give me hope. Qin Bao Bao's voice suddenly became louder. I finally see all my dreams bloom. How loud the young people's voices are. I finally soar, gazing with my heart, not afraid. Fly as far as the wind can get. Don't think about the beautiful sun they have. Every time, I see the changes in the sunset every day. I know, I always have a pair of invisible wings. Fly me, give me hope. I finally see all my dreams bloom. Yes, I finally see the flowers bloom. Standing on the stage is my dream. Huang Yuding suddenly stood up, stunned. Li Rongxing opened his mouth, emotions churning in his heart. In the end, it turned into 2 words. Oh my God. Hong Jingyao was dumbfounded. This is an original song. This is a song that goes straight to the heart. Chen Xiaotong and Li Zongda's expressions changed slightly. For the first time, they felt that the revival competition was uncertain. If this girl lost to Huang Yuding, she would compete with them. With such a song, who would dare to say that they would win? Did she have other original songs? And if Qin Bao Bao was lucky enough to win, they would have to face Huang Yuding. With her popularity and singing skills, it would be even more impossible to win. Guitar, piano, drums. All kinds of instruments played slow and ethereal music. Qin Bao Bao closed her eyes again. Her fan-like eyelashes fluttered and tears welled up in her eyes. I finally see all my dreams bloom. How loud the young people's voices are. I finally soar, gazing with my heart, not afraid. Fly as far as the wind can get. Invisible wings make dreams longer than the sky. Leave a wish for your imagination. There was no high voice, only the hoarse sadness in the voice, the little girl's pursuit of her dreams, and the hope for the future. It was like a sharp knife stabbing into people's hearts. The audience was stunned. Such a little girl appeared in their hearts. She chased her dreams. The road ahead was dark and uneasy. She wandered in loneliness and was constantly hurt, but always held on to hope. Don't think that they have a beautiful sun. I see the sunset changing every day. Beautiful sun? Who was it referring to? Huang Yuding? Li Rongxing? The little girl never gave up on her dreams. She believed that she had a pair of invisible wings that could take her through despair, through darkness, and to the other side of her dreams. This was a dream song, but why did the audience feel a sense of bitterness in their hearts? Qin Bao Bao wiped away her tears and smiled. Thank you, everyone. There was a moment of silence. Then, thunderous applause. Many people stood up and shouted at the top of their lungs for this girl. The bullet screen went crazy. I'm crying. 6666666. Qin Bao Bao, not holding onto the wall when peeing, not holding onto an old lady when crossing the road. Original, excellent original. Damn, why is it so good? What a good song, Invisible Wings. It sings my heart out. Life is not easy. We have to use our strength, perseverance, hard work, and perseverance to exchange for our own happiness. So, each of us has a pair of invisible wings. Amazing, this song is very good. I shouldn't have said that my beloved concubine has been slept with. My beloved concubine, how about, you come to my room tonight to serve me? You said she got in through the back door. Stand up, I promise to beat you to death. I'm standing up. Please beat me to death. I take back what I said just now. This slap in the face is too painful. With this singing, this song, if she doesn't become popular, the heavens will not tolerate it. I'm turning from an anti-fan to a fan. I'll only love Bao Bao in the future. Yin Jia went on stage, wiped her tears, and said with a smile, sorry, I forgot myself. I couldn't help but cry when I heard it. I also wish I was a girl with wings. Everyone wants to have a pair of invisible wings. This is a song that goes straight to the soul. Next is our voting. Yin Jia was a little humorous. Do you want to give everyone a few more minutes to calm down? Please look at the big screen. The voting began. Qin Bao Bao and Huang Yuding's votes kept rising. Chapter 49. The audience stared at the big screen excitedly and nervously. Backstage, several singers also held their breaths and stared at the screen without blinking. A few seconds later, the screen froze. Qin Bao Bao, 200 votes. Huang Yuding, 260 votes. No one gave up. The audience had all cast their votes. Huang Yuding advanced by a large margin. Backstage, he wiped his non-existent sweat and joked, I almost thought I lost. It was purely a joke. He had 60 votes more than Qin Bao Bao. In a sense, it was a crushing defeat. However, Huang Yuding knew that his popularity was at work. In terms of singing, Qin Bao Bao's masterpiece, Invisible Wings, crushed him, so he was secretly sweating just now. On the internet, many people expressed their opinions. Qin Bao Bao sang so well. How could she lose? That's right. There aren't many songs that can make me cry. Are the audience blind? They're deaf, not blind. What are the voters thinking? Huang Yuding lost. At least he can return during the advancement. But what about Qin Bao Bao? She might not be able to beat the two eliminated singers. It's not wrong to lose to cult leader Huang. Qin Bao Bao's singing is still lacking. This show is unfair. Invisible Wings is amazing. It's definitely a masterpiece. How could she lose? Qin Bao Bao didn't lose in singing. She lost in popularity. I'm actually looking forward to it. Didn't they say that she's an original? Is the next song also an original? How is that possible? Do you think that original works are something that can be found everywhere? Her company probably only prepared one song. I didn't expect her to be so unlucky as to pick Huang Yuding. Next was the commercial break. Qin Zhe turned his head and comforted his sister. Bao Bao, don't be discouraged. It's fine if you lose. Just win the revival round. Qin Bao Bao glared at him. Who are you to call Bao Bao? You're being rude again. Call me sister. Big sis, big sis, big sis. You still want to kiss your sister? Are you asking for a beating? Wang Zijin covered her face. You guys are at it again. Let's talk about the crosstalk later. We're watching the show now. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is the music competition program I Am a Singer, broadcast by Xingji Cosmetics. I am the host, Yin Jia. After the commercial ended, the host, Yin Jia, stood in the middle of the stage with a smile. She was quite good-looking and had a tall figure. She was originally the highlight of the show, but now, compared to Qin Bao Bao, her signature beauty seemed ordinary. On the bullet screen, the audience said, "Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and start the revival match. What are you wasting time for? I want to hear Qin Bao Bao's next original. I'm so excited. Who will be eliminated this time?" According to the order of elimination, the first singer was Xiaoda, the second was Chen Zidong, and the third was Qin Bao Bao. The lights turned dim. Li Zongda walked up from behind the stage. A beam of light from the top illuminated his figure. His face was serious. I'd rather go far away by myself. I'd rather experience the feeling of heartbreak by myself. I don't want to see your guilty expression. And I don't want to see your eyes shift to someone else. Do you even have me in your heart? Was the tenderness of the past real or fake? The light swayed as Li Zongda sang to his heart's content. He sang the conflict and disappointment in the song in a low, slightly trembling voice that made the audience feel as if they were there. The performance ended. Li Zongda put down his microphone and bowed slightly to express his gratitude. Applause suddenly rang out. Even the singers backstage were clapping for him. The audience screamed even louder. Huang Yuding said, Xiaoda sang very wholeheartedly. He took someone else's song and made it his own. He did it. Li Rongxing said, he definitely performed exceptionally. The stage of I Am a Singer is too magical. You can never underestimate any singer. Qin Xiaotong said, what should I do? What should I do? I'm so stressed out. Hong Jingyao said, Xiaoda is a very outstanding singer. He has enough potential and talent to catch up with the older generation of singers. Personally, I think very highly of him. At this moment, the camera panned to Qin Bao Bao. She smiled and said, Teacher Xiaoda is very amazing. Li Zongda left the stage amidst the applause of the audience. The second revival contestant, Qin Xiaotong, went up on stage. They thought that Xiaoda had already performed exceptionally, but they didn't expect the former heavenly queen Qin Xiaotong to have hidden her talent so well. She sang a Cantonese song that was once very popular in the south of the Yangtze River. It had once been number 1 on the top Chinese music chart for several months. It had won quite a few awards. Just like Hong Jingyao's classic song, it evoked the memories of countless people. Backstage, the singers were all amazed. When this song came out, there was almost no one who could compete with her in the love song category. Xiaoda said bitterly, if I'd known, I wouldn't have chosen a love song. I would have sung an inspirational song instead. Hong Jingyao nodded. Xiaodong's singing is gradually coming back. It's getting better. Li Rongxing listened to the cheers from the audience. It's definitely the same as before. Huang Yuding laughed. Later, I'll record this and show it to Xiaotong. Huh, the same as before. Li Rongxing begged for mercy. Hey, Brother Huang, you can't be like this. I was wrong, really wrong. Then the camera panned to Qin Bao Bao. Every singer had a 10-second speech when they went up on stage. Qin Bao Bao faced the camera. She was so beautiful that the corners of her mouth curled up into a slight smile. This time, I did bring 2 original songs. From the beginning, I didn't think that I would be able to advance smoothly in the first round. Although I don't think it's a sure thing now, no matter the outcome, I still have to thank I Am a Singer for giving me this opportunity. Li Rongxing was very interested in Qin Bao Bao. He interrupted, Miss Qin, can I ask you a question? After singing Invisible Wings, the title was changed to Miss Qin. Qin Bao Bao smiled and nodded. Did you write Invisible Wings yourself? It's really great. You're so talented. Qin Bao Bao shook her head. I didn't write it alone. My brother wrote the lyrics and composed the music. Li Rongxing made an sound. Then what about your part? Qin Bao Bao blinked. I'm responsible for singing. Which talent in the circle is your brother? I don't believe that he can write such a good song. Huang Yuding suddenly said. A composer surnamed Qin, Teacher Huang. I've been out of the music industry for a few years, so I'm not very familiar with him. Do you know of such a person? Hong Jingyao was also very interested. Huang Yuding pondered for a moment and shook his head with a wry smile. There are a few surnamed Qin, but their age doesn't match. On the bullet screen, the audience in front of the screen was also interested. My brother wrote the lyrics and composed the music, and I was responsible for singing. There's nothing wrong with it. It was done by two people. I was wrong. Qin Bao Bao didn't rely on sleeping with others, but on her brother. Ha 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 ha. A musician surnamed Qin? Is there such a person in the entertainment industry? It doesn't have to be someone in the entertainment industry. After all, many songwriters are unknown. Their song might be very popular, but the public doesn't know who wrote the song. They only know who sang it. How old is Qin Bao Bao this year? Her brother is even younger. Why don't I believe it? I think it's a little difficult this time. Qin Bao Bao's invisible wings sang her heart out. Moreover, it's the only song that isn't a love song. The audience more or less gave it sympathy and shock points. Yeah, now that she's a newcomer, she probably won't get any sympathy points. Then what will she sing? Love songs? How can she compete with a singer who has been famous for a long time? The analysis above is very right. A good song is already hard to come by. There can't be another good song, right? The company can't spend so many resources on a newcomer. Was it really written by her brother? But even if it was, good songs are hard to come by. It's not easy to write. The scene changed, and a brightly lit stage appeared. Qin Bao Bao walked over with her long legs. Melodious and gentle music sounded. The title of the song appeared on the screen behind her, Legend. Qin Bao Bao opened her mouth and sang. Just because I took a second look at you in the crowd. Can't forget your face. Dream of meeting you again by chance. Since then, I've been lonely. This melody, this singing, under the camera, the faces of the countless audience members were all staring with their eyes wide open and their mouths slightly open. Everyone was shocked. Qin Bao Bao's voice was really suitable for this song. Her voice and magnetism made people feel that she wasn't singing, but telling words of love. At this moment, Qin Bao Bao stared at the camera as if she was staring at thousands of audience members. When I miss you, you're at the horizon. When I miss you, you're in front of me. When I miss you, you're in my mind. When I miss you, you're in my heart. Below the stage, the audience closed their eyes and focused on the music. This was a different love song. It had a different melody, a different voice, and a different singer. There was no special high-pitched voice, no soul-stirring chorus, and no screaming chorus. It was very gentle, but it made people feel a sense of loss and sorrow for no reason. I'd rather believe that we had a promise in our previous life. Our love story in this life won't change. I'd rather spend my life waiting for you to find out. I'll always be by your side. Never go far. Just because I took a second look at you in the crowd. Can't forget your face. Dream of meeting you again by chance. Since then, I've been lonely. When I miss you, you're at the horizon. When I miss you, you're in front of me. When I miss you, you're in my mind. When I miss you, you're in my heart. Backstage, the singers were dumbfounded again. They were all professional singers. As soon as Qin Bao Bao started singing, they could tell the level of this song. It was a masterpiece, an absolute masterpiece, even better than the previous song, Invisible Wings. A newcomer casually came up with two masterpieces. This was the rhythm of going to heaven. Li Rongxing murmured, "Oh my God. This song. Hong Jingyao was shocked. This song, this voice, it's too shocking, too good to listen to. It's a different love song." Huang Yuding squeezed out a bitter smile at the camera. "Now I want to know who wrote the lyrics and music. This song is very difficult to sing. It requires a lot of control of the voice. Qin Bao Bao is very good, really good." Chen Xiaotong sighed. Her heart sank. This song, this love song, was too unexpected. She was not sure if she could beat Qin Bao Bao. Li Zongda kept muttering, "It's over, it's over." Where did this Cheng Yao Jin come from? Why didn't the program team say before that she came up with 2 masterpieces in one go? If he knew it was these 2 songs, he would definitely have made some preparations. Now it was over. I'd rather believe that we had a promise in our previous life. Our love story in this life will not change. I'd rather wait for you to find out. I'll always be by your side. Never go far. Just because I saw you in the crowd." Qin Bao Bao let out a long breath and bowed to the audience. The audience, who had been quietly immersed in the soft and sad music before, suddenly boiled up. Countless people screamed and waved their hands to their heart's content. The audience in the front row even stood up in unison. They screamed, "Qin Bao Bao! Qin Bao Bao! Qin Bao Bao!" On the stage, Qin Bao Bao, who had always been ashamed of her name, twitched the corner of her mouth slightly. It was a very subtle expression, but it was captured by the professional cameraman. At this time, the bullet screen was like heavy snow. 666666666, Manual 1086S. After listening to this song, I realized that love songs can be sung like this. Forget it, I'm a fan now. Who said Qin Bao Bao relied on her connections? This singing, this voice, these lyrics, it's amazing. I have a feeling that this girl is going to be popular. The song is called Legend. Such a clean, clear, soft and sad voice. Qin Bao Bao is the only one. It's amazing. This is definitely not lip-syncing. Identification complete. My goddess has finally appeared. From now on, I'll only be obsessed with Qin Bao Bao. It's a pity that dancing and music are not popular in I Am a Singer. I'm looking forward to Qin Bao Bao's dance. Watch her sway. She sang so well. My mom came over, really. Am I the only one who noticed Qin Bao Bao's expression? Ha ha ha, forgive me for laughing. Pfft, look at the corner of her mouth. This girl also knows that her name is funny, So cute. I want to kiss her. Lick the screen. The host, Yin Jia, went on stage and shouted, she sang so well. It's simply an auditory feast. I'm about to cry. Love songs can be sung like this. Thank you to Miss Qin for bringing us this original song, Legend. Oh, did I say too much? I'm not helping her canvass for votes. The audience roared with laughter. Then, let's enter the voting segment. The audience present will decide whether the 3 singers will stay or leave. Yin Jia said loudly, pick up your voting devices. The voting begins. Now, please look at the big screen. In the dynamic music, all the audience present stared at the big screen with rapt attention, watching the votes of the 3 rising. But a few seconds later, Li Zongda's votes began to fall behind the 2, and it became a battle between Chen Xiaotong and Qin Bao Bao. As a former diva, Chen Xiaotong was still popular. In the end, Li Zongda, 123 votes. Chen Xiaotong, 186 votes. Qin Bao Bao, 191 votes. The audience cheered thunderously. In the end, Li Zongda was eliminated. Qin Bao Bao's vote surpassed Chen Xiaotong, the former diva, by a small margin. This result was very unexpected, but after thinking about it, it was understandable. Chen Xiaotong relied on her popularity in the past. Qin Bao Bao did not have a fan base, but she had big breasts, long legs, and great looks. Of course, the audience could not be so vulgar. This was one reason. On the other hand, the two excellent songs, Invisible Wings and Legend, were too shocking. In so many years of music variety shows, there was really no singer like Qin Bao Bao who participated with excellent songs. Not a single one. In front of the computer, Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin high-fived and laughed. Is it great? Great, my Bao Bao. Do you admire me? Yes, yes. Kiss. Kiss. Qin Zhe cast an expectant look at his sister. Qin Bao Bao pressed his head and pushed him far away. Qin Bao Bao, are you getting rid of me after I've outlived my usefulness? Qin Zhe was a little disappointed that he did not get a kiss from his sister. It's obviously because I sang well. Damn it, without my song, you wouldn't be here today. You would be crying bitterly. Crying? Qin Zhe, I'll give you a laugh. I will cry. With my looks and singing skills, I can still advance without your song. The strong footsteps have been taken, and no scum can stop it. Can we have some shame? Bah. Wang Zijin clapped her tender white hands and said happily, the follow-up program is a crosstalk between siblings. Okay, you said it. When the next program starts recording, don't beg me. Words are like water spilled. The company promised to give me a lyricist and composer. Qin Bao Bao, you can do it. Humph, Zijin, let's go to sleep. Don't care about this pervert. Qin Bao Bao held Wang Zijin's hand and walked into the room proudly. She really did not expect Qin Zhe to provide her with songs. A good song was not easy to create. The program cycle was one broadcast a week, and one excellent song a week. How was it possible? Chapter 50. The next day, noon. After eating the lunch made by Qin Zhe, Wang Zijin went out with her small bag. She was going out for an interview. She had submitted her resume a few days ago. Today, she finally received a call from the company's HR department. Qin Zhe bought 2 movie tickets online early in the morning. When he was running in the morning, he pretended to be casual and said, "It's boring to stay at home all day. Sister Ziwei, why don't we go watch a movie? There's a movie that's worth watching recently, How to Make Me Fall in Love with You. The online reviews are good." He tried to make his tone as calm as possible. "I don't want to go on a date with you. I'm just too bored at home," Wang Zijin smiled. "No, I submitted my resume the day before yesterday. I have an interview this afternoon." Qin Zhe's gentle smile suddenly froze on his face. Was this the so-called plan that couldn't keep up with the changes? Wang Zijin ran away from home and came to Shanghai to seek refuge with her best friend, Qin Bao Bao. She provided food and accommodation, but living expenses were not limited to food and accommodation. Did she need money to buy cosmetics? Did she need money to buy clothes? Did she need money to buy shoes? If she wanted to eat a buffet, where would she get the money? If she wanted to eat iced desserts in the hot summer, where would she get the money? He couldn't let Qin Bao Bao pay for everything. Moreover, this pair of siblings was also poor, Qin Zhe said casually, then another day. He silently felt sorry for the movie tickets. Well, Qin Zhe just wanted to go on a date with Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin was beautiful, had a good personality, and had a good figure. She was liked by all men. At this time, the importance of being in a favorable position was demonstrated. He could find ways to go on a date with Wang Zijin, watch movies, eat, and occasionally use his sister's name to go to the nearby tourist attractions. He could increase her favorability anytime and anywhere. In the living room, Qin Zhe was very melancholy. Actually, he didn't like watching movies. In the past, it was always Qin Bao Bao who dragged him to watch movies. His sister didn't have a boyfriend, so it was very sad for her to watch movies alone. Therefore, the two of them, who were still single, went to watch movies together on weekends. Compared to How to Make Me Fall in Love with You, he preferred to watch American 3D special effects films, such as the recently released King Kong Dog. However, when he invited a girl to watch a movie, he obviously couldn't watch King Kong. Now, she was going to watch a romance movie alone. Just thinking about it made her feel miserable. However, he couldn't bear to waste a ticket that cost 50 yuan. At this time, there was a ding. Qinze was shocked. He thought that the system mission had come, but when he looked carefully, he found that it was a text message. His text message notification also made a ding sound. These days, other than advertisements, spam messages, and consumer information messages, very few people would send text messages. He picked up his phone and took a look. "Sweetheart, what are you doing?" It was a message from her sister's other best friend, Zhanya. Qinze replied in a bad mood. "I'm doing something indescribable. Don't disturb me." "Zhanya, can I join you?" This woman wouldn't let go of any chance to tease Qinze. "I can't take it anymore. I refuse to join." "It's okay. I have 18 kinds of martial arts skills. I guarantee that your brother will be full of energy and come back from the dead." "Get lost. You're the one who will come back from the dead." Qinze's heart skipped a beat. He typed another message. "Are you free in the afternoon?" "Yes, my boyfriend is on a business trip." "I'm free. Where do you want to go?" "Don't talk nonsense. I'll treat you to a movie. Meet me at the Nanjing Road subway station." Okay. I know a good hotel there." Qinze picked up his phone and went out. His house wasn't too close to Nanjing Road. It would take half an hour to take the subway. At the entrance of the Nanjing Road subway station, he was talking on the phone while looking for her. Finally, he found Zhanya at a milk tea shop. She stood there and waved at the door. Her smile was like a flower. Zhanya was wearing a chiffon top with petal sleeves and a pair of hot pants. It was fashionable and refreshing. She was a very beautiful woman. She was only slightly inferior to Qin Baobao. Qinze sat down and called the waiter. He ordered a glass of lemonade and a cream dessert for Zhanya. "Why are you treating me to a movie today?" Zhanya took a sip of milk tea and smiled. The two dimples on her face were shallow. "I'm not treating you. I was stood up and I didn't want to waste the movie tickets." "You came at the right time," Qinze said honestly. "You're too straightforward. Don't you know how to coax me?" Zhanya puffed up her cheeks and said in a coquettish voice. "Why should I coax you? Go home and let your boyfriend coax you." Qinze laughed. Qinze and Zhanya had a good relationship. It was not because of Qin Baobao. His sister had several best friends, but they kept a distance from him. At most, they were friends. But Zhanya was the most pleasing to Qinze's eyes. Coincidentally, she was also pleasing to Qinze's eyes. So, the relationship between the two improved by leaps and bounds. There was a period of time when Qin Baobao thought that her brother was dating her best friend. She was so scared that she rushed home to have a heart-to-heart talk with Qinze. At that time, Qinze hadn't gone to college yet, and her sister hadn't graduated yet. It was also at that time that Qinze knew that Zhanya had a boyfriend. Moreover, the boyfriend was the most handsome man in Fudan University. According to his sister, Zhanya liked her boyfriend very much. She fought her way out of 1,000 flowers and finally won the heart of the most handsome man in the school. His sister did not want her brother to be someone else's third party and sternly warned him. From then on, Qinze silently gave up the idea of hooking up with his sister's best friend. Zhanya rested her chin on her hand and stared at Qinze fiercely. "Nah, what are you looking at?" "Looking at the handsome young man." Zhanya giggled and said, I feel that you have become more handsome." "Well, it's not a feeling. You really have become more handsome." TSK. Qinze laughed and said, regretting it now? "It's too late." This caused the beauty to roll her eyes. "Ah, by the way, let me show you something." Zhangya took out her mobile phone, opened the news, and handed it to him. Qin Zhe looked at it. It was entertainment news. The title was, "A Dark Horse in I Am a Singer." The newcomer Qin Bao conquered the audience with her heaven-defying looks and original songs. "What do you want to say?" Qin Zhe smiled. "That's right, Qin Bao became popular. Or rather, she received a certain degree of attention. As a phenomenal variety show, I Am a Singer did not lack attention. Qin Bao made a name for herself in the first episode of the second season. It was difficult not to be noticed. This title was considered good. Some news titles were even more exaggerated. UC wrote, "Shocking, I am a singer." Singer Li Zongdo was treated like this by a newcomer. Zhangya made a fuss about nothing and said, "Oh my god, did Bao really participate in I Am a Singer?" She didn't disclose any information. She is not a good friend. Her best friend had inexplicably become a star. The main thing is that I was afraid of losing face, so I didn't say anything. This morning, I heard the male colleagues in the office talking about her. They were so obsessed with her that the attention on me, the goddess of the office, plummeted. You should drag Qin Bao to your office someday. Won't your position as the goddess of the office be back? Forget it. Then I will be harassed every day. They are all looking for me to be a pimp." Qin Zhe sneered, "Do you think there are few pimps?" Zhangya said carefully, "You are really angry. You are angry. I already said that Li Zemin was not called by me last time." Qin Zhe drank his tea without saying anything. "One has a brother complex, the other has a sister complex," Zhangya whispered. Chapter 51. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Qin Zhe and Zhangya watched a movie. The plot was nothing more than the old routine of bitterness before sweetness. Qin Zhe was sleepy, but Zhangya was enjoying it. She hugged Qin Zhe's arm, watched for a while, and ate a mouthful of popcorn. Occasionally, she would feed him a mouthful, as if they were really a couple. At 4:30, they walked out of the theater with the crowd. Zhangya was still reminiscing about the movie with relish. It was so good. I like to watch such touching love stories. Qin Zhe could only laugh. After that, they went to eat snacks. This time, it was Zhangya's treat. There were many petty bourgeois coming and going, and there were always men in suits who stole a few glances at her. If Qin Bao was here, the number of people who turned their heads would be even higher. Qin Zhe was used to it. The only difference was that passers-by didn't look at them with sullen and indignant eyes like flowers stuck in cow dung. This time, there was more or less a feeling of a perfect match. Firstly, Qin Zhe's appearance had improved. Secondly, Zhangya was slightly inferior to Qin Bao. Qin Zhe had a set of beauty grading standards. From a professional point of view, it was based on appearance, figure, skin, and many other indicators. Qin Bao, 9 points. He had always felt that beauties with 10 points didn't exist. Of course, this was under the situation where temper was not taken into consideration. Otherwise, his sister would fail. Wang Zijin, 8, 5 points. The young lady from the capital, in terms of figure and appearance, was inferior to Qin Bao. As for Zhangya, Qin Zhe gave her 8 points. 8 points was the watershed of a goddess, and only after 8 points could she be considered a goddess. After eating dessert, they strolled around aimlessly, taking it as a walk. Zhangya was much kinder than Qin Bao. She didn't use this opportunity to cheat Qin Zhe. If it were Qin Bao, she would definitely buy all kinds of things and squeeze him dry of his living expenses. Elder sister's philosophy was, younger brother's things are elder sisters, and elder sister's things are still elder sisters. Unknowingly, they had arrived at the Bund, by the Huangpu River. On a hot summer day, the cool breeze blew gently. Zhangya smoothed her hair that was messed up by the wind and smiled. When I first came to Shanghai, I would go to the Bund every few days to enjoy the breeze and the scenery. After a while, I felt that there was nothing new about it. You're from Chongming, right? Qin Zhe asked. Yes. Zhang Ye nodded. During my grandfather's generation, Chongming was not part of Shanghai yet. I know. It's from Sioux City. At that time, Chongming was very poor. Even now, my family is not rich. When I was young, I only had 4 sets of clothes a year. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter clothes had to be kept well for the spring festival. Zhang Ye stood by the river and looked back with a smile. I also have a younger brother. He's 2 years younger than you, but he's not as successful and not as handsome as you. If Qin Bao heard this, she would definitely laugh her head off. Qin Zhe laughed. Zhang Ye couldn't help but laugh. When I was in junior high school, I had a dream. Zhang Ye stood there and tilted her head. I wanted to study hard and leave Chongming. I wanted to earn money so that my parents wouldn't have to work so hard. Then, I wanted to find a reliable man who was outstanding and loved me. It didn't matter if I didn't have money. I could work hard with him. We would buy a house in Shanghai and pay the mortgage. We would have children and give them the best education and growing environment. That's not just a dream. Don't argue with me. I'm talking about life and my heart with you. All right. So, has your dream come true? Almost. I have found a man I like. He loves me a lot and is outstanding. Yes, he is almost as outstanding as you. Qin Zhe almost burst out laughing. You're just blatantly flattering me. Zhang Ye giggled. Our savings are almost there. The year after next year, we will have enough for the down payment. But my family wants to buy a house in Shanghai for my brother as his wedding home. My parents wanted to borrow money from me, but I don't want to. Qin Zhe listened quietly and did not interrupt. I am not young anymore. I am 25 years old. A woman's best years are over. I need to buy a house and get married soon. Cheng Yi and I had already bought some money from the bank. It's not convenient for us to take it out. I have been working for 2 years and had remitted tens of thousands of RMB to my family. I am the one who pays for my brother's living expenses. He has just started university and it's still early for him to buy a house. It's not too late to buy a house in a few years. Qin Zhe shook his head and laughed. The property prices in Shanghai were not easy to buy. If you can afford it, it's better to buy it as soon as possible. But he did not approve of Zhang Ye lending her hard-earned savings to her brother to buy a house. It's understandable for a man to rely on his parents. But why should he rely on his sister? You want to get married, but I don't want to get married. You want to buy a house, so I have to give you all my savings? It doesn't make sense. You locals are the best. You don't have to worry about the mortgage. Hey, you still have a chance. What? I have a car and a house. I am your best friend. Zhang Ye, hurry up and get rid of your boyfriend. Qin Zhe tempted her. If you are with me, you can save 10 years of hard work. That's true. Zhang Ye squinted her eyes and said with a smile, but I'm not a fickle person. Who asked me to have a boyfriend before we met? My first love is my home. TSK, how beautiful. We are not fated to be together. Qin Zhe nodded. He took out a cigarette and handed it to her. The two of them stood by the river and puffed out smoke. I also have a dream, Qin Zhe suddenly said after a while. Zhang Ye asked instinctively, what dream? Qin Zhe said slowly, I have a dream. I dream that one day, the valleys will be closed, the mountains will be leveled, the roads will be leveled, and the winding roads will be cleared. The glory of God will appear again, and all the living beings in the world will worship. Before he could finish, Zhang Ye interrupted him with a smile. Come on, this is Martin Luther King's representative work, I have a dream. Qin Zhe said helplessly, don't expose me. You are so cultured. Ha ha ha, Qin Zhe, you are so interesting. I like you so much. No, I don't want to be a woman's friend. At 6:00 in the evening, Qin Zhe sent Zhang Ye to the subway station and wandered around alone. Unknowingly, He walked back to the bund and stood by the river looking at the Oriental Pearl Tower. After being alone for half an hour, he wanted to go home. He counted the time with his fingers. Qin Bao Bao should be on her way home from work. Just as he was thinking, his phone suddenly rang. It was his sister. "Qin Zhe, where did you go? Zijin said you were not at home the whole afternoon." "I was playing outside with Zhangya. I just sent her to the subway station. I am coming back now." His sister's voice suddenly became unfriendly. "What's so fun about you and her? Where is her boyfriend?" "I think he went on a business trip." "I am telling you, don't try anything funny." I know. Qin Zhe rolled his eyes. After saying that, Qin Zhe stared blankly. A woman walked over from the river. She was wearing a fashion brand that Qin Zhe could not recognize. There were not many women who could catch his eye these days. This woman's age made it impossible for him to guess. He felt that she could be 25 years old in her prime or 30 years old in her charm. Of course, she was very beautiful. She was elegant, sat upright, and demure. Qin Zhe sharply sensed that she had a sharp aura. The woman carried her handbag and passed by Qin Zhe with an expressionless face. "What are you waiting for? Are you back yet?" His sister's impatient voice came from the phone. "I will be back soon. Sister, you can go to the supermarket to buy some groceries. I am afraid that I will be late." "You only know how to be lazy." His sister complained and hung up. Qin Zhe put the phone back in his pocket and looked at the woman's back reluctantly. For strong men dressed in black suits had blocked the woman's path. The woman who shocked Qin Zhe seemed to be quite angry. She pointed at the strong men and cursed. The brawny men were unmoved and firmly blocked her way. A typical bully harassing a good woman on the street. Qin Zhe's heart began to overflow. Without thinking, he rushed over at a speed of 100 meters. When the four brawny men saw him rushing over, they were obviously stunned. Before they could react, one of them was sent flying 4 or 5 meters away by Qin Zhe's kick. Suddenly angry, the remaining 3 rushed up. Last time at the entrance of the internet cafe, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. Qin Zhe had learned his lesson by randomly punching the old master to death. At the same time, he called out to the system in his mind, "Help me exchange for an intermediate fighting skill. Intermediate fighting technique, 150 points to exchange. Confirm exchange? Confirm." To exchange skills, you don't have to open the store. You can also exchange skills by reading out the name of the skill. Qin Zhe recently discovered this small function. Qin Zhe's mind rumbled. A huge amount of knowledge surged into his brain. His brain had a moment of dizziness. Enlightenment had a certain impact on the brain. Beginner skills were negligible. Intermediate skills would cause a short moment of dizziness. Advanced skills had the most obvious effect, at least 5 seconds of dizziness. He was very experienced, so he opened up a certain distance in advance to give himself some buffer time. After a moment of dizziness, he saw a man in black rush to the front and punch his face. Qin Zhe lowered his waist and lowered his head to avoid the punch. At the same time, his right fist suddenly hit the man in black's abdomen. Bang, a muffled sound. The man in black staggered back, holding his abdomen and retching. Qin Zhe wanted to finish the job, but the other 2 men in black had already rushed over. One of them waved a big hand and greeted Qin Zhe's face with great force. It was enough to slap Qin Zhe to the wall. The other man flew up and kicked Qin Zhe's abdomen with great force. Qin Zhe was attacked from both the top and the bottom. If it was before he exchanged for fighting skills, he would have no choice but to retreat. Relying on the fighting skills that he had obtained from the Enlightenment, he lowered his waist again and dodged the incoming slap. At the same time, he clenched his fist and punched the bare feet of the guy who had kicked his lower abdomen. Another muffled sound. The man held his foot and fell to the ground. His face was pale. His rich combat experience told him that his bone was broken. Qin Zhe straightened his spine, tightened his leg muscles, and jumped up. With a fierce knee strike, he finished off the last man in black. In just a few seconds, he successfully knocked down 4 strong men. In addition to the blessing of the intermediate fighting skills, the most important thing was that his strength, speed, reaction, and toughness had increased. In wuxia terms, Qin Zhe was a master of both internal and external martial arts. The men in black were boorish men who walked the path of external martial arts. Qin Zhe saw a beautiful woman with a good temperament walking towards him. He smiled and dusted off the non-existent dust. He would not leave after finishing his work. "Who are you?" The woman stared at him with a sense of scrutiny. Who would question the name of their savior? This question was not easy to answer. He couldn't say, "I am Qin Zhe. I saw injustice on the road and pulled out my sword to help." Qin Zhe glanced at the men who were lying on the ground pretending to be dead. He smiled and said, "Are you okay? Do you want to call the police?" The woman shook her head, "No need." Chapter 52. These fellows groaned and groaned as they crawled up. They glared at Qin Zhe with malice in their eyes. As they fled, they didn't say anything like, "Just you wait," otherwise Qin Zhe would have chased after them and given them a good beating. The woman invited Qin Zhe to a coffee shop on both sides of the river. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Nan Man Pei." The woman picked up her coffee elegantly. "Those guys are my ex-husband's henchmen. Thank you for helping me solve the problem." "Qin Zhe. Are you a martial artist?" The woman smiled. "I've practiced for a few years." Qin Zhe nodded. "I'm afraid it's not as simple as a few years. You've also practiced internal martial arts." Nan Man Pei hit the nail on the head. Qin Zhe was horrified. He always felt that this woman had an aggressive spirit, although her elegant and quiet temperament covered it well. Well, the specific feeling was like when Qin Zhe was a student, facing his father. He was a little reserved and afraid. He wasn't afraid, but he was definitely cautious. She was a queen-type young woman. Qin Zhe labeled her in his heart. "Qin Zhe, where do you live?" "I'm a local." "How old are you?" 23. The woman pondered for a moment. "You haven't graduated from university, but you're doing an internship, right?" "Yes. I haven't found a job yet, so I'm idle at home." "Which school are you studying at?" "The University of Finance and Economics." The woman took another sip of coffee, crossed her arms in front of her chest, and straightened her graceful body. She was wearing loose clothes, so Qin Zhe couldn't estimate her chest size, but it shouldn't be small. How could a young woman not have breasts? "Are you interested in working in my company?" Qin Zhe knew what the woman was going to say as soon as she opened her mouth. She subconsciously straightened her back and crossed her arms in front of her chest. It was a standard interviewer's action, or a leader's action of looking down at his subordinates. "You want me to be a security guard?" Qin Zhe didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I'll keep the manager position for you. Train for a year and a half before you get promoted." The woman wasn't discouraged. Qin Zhe said in his heart, "I'm a top undergraduate student. I don't have any objections if you want me to be a security guard. Anyway, I'm just muddling along. I'm just afraid that if the old man gets angry, he'll pretend that he doesn't have a son like me. How about this? Forget about the internship. Once you join the company, I'll give you the salary and benefits of a manager. 30,000 yuan a month, plus insurance and housing. The bonus will be calculated separately. Let me think about it." Qin Zhe declined politely. Nan Man Pei chuckled and asked the waiter for a pen and paper. The two exchanged numbers and left. Qin Zhe sat in a cafe, reminiscing Pei Nan Man's every frown and smile. His phone rang, and his sister sent him a voice message. "Qin Zhe, are you coming back or not?" The time was 19:20. The evening breeze blew gently. Nan Man Pei gazed at the cafe with a faint smile on his face. He's so young, but he's already cultivated inner force. Wednesday. Star Art Entertainment, 9 in the morning. Qin Bao Bao drove to the company and drank a cup of warm water. Then, she began her daily dance training and pronunciation training. Dancing was a necessary skill for a singer. Although it wasn't as good as before, where singing required dancing. But when shooting a music video or in other situations, it would be useful. Especially for a beautiful and hot female singer like Qin Bao Bao, it would be a waste if she didn't dance. Also, dancing could train her lung capacity. Pronunciation training was also necessary for new singers. You couldn't just go on stage and sing just because you could sing. Who didn't know how to sing? But professional singers were different from ordinary people. There were many ways to open, close, enunciate, breathe. After the dance training, the girls in the dance room gathered together and chattered. Everyone was wearing tight dance costumes, tall and beautiful. It was a scene that the male staff yearned for. Qin Bao Bao twisted open her thermos flask and gulped down a mouthful of warm water. In the past, she drank the herbal tea made by her brother. But these days, she was angry with Qin Zhe and said a lot of outrageous things. For example, "I don't want you to write songs anymore, you loser." The reason was that Qin Zhe was especially attentive to Wang Zijin these days and ignored his sister's feelings. "Sister Qin, you sang so well. You're so good, I'm almost becoming your fan." "Who wrote your songs?" Sister Qin said it was written by her brother. "Sister Qin, don't forget about us when you become famous." At this time, Qin Bao Bao was surrounded by a group of girls chattering. It was unknown how many of them were sincere and how many of them were faking it. 11:00 in the morning. In an office. "Bao Bao, the response to your show is very good. Now, it's very popular online and everyone is talking about you. The company's public relations has decided to promote you as the Queen of Love Songs. As long as you continue to sing a few love songs, this title will be confirmed." Qin Bao Bao sat on a comfortable slide chair and listened to the chatter of the woman beside her. The woman in a black office lady's suit in front of her was called Li Yanhong. She was the agent assigned to her by the company. Don't get me wrong, she wasn't a gold or silver agent. She didn't have this kind of treatment. "Sister Li, when will Master Gongming arrive? I have to record the show tomorrow." Qin Bao Bao impatiently interrupted the woman's endless chatter. Li Yanhong was 32 years old. She had been in the agent circle for 7 or 8 years. She had a lot of small artists under her, but none of them were famous. A few days ago, the company asked her to take care of the newcomer Qin Bao Bao. She was unwilling. Who knew that Qin Bao Bao would become famous overnight? Although she had just started, her fame and potential had already surpassed the group of mediocre fans under her. Li Yanhong felt that she had finally turned from a daughter-in-law into a mother-in-law, waiting for the opportunity to counterattack. These days, she was very concerned about Qin Bao Bao. She looked after Qin Bao Bao like a newborn sapling. After Qin Bao Bao finished her dance practice, she called for a masseuse to massage her shoulders, back, hands, and feet. She earnestly told her that she had to pay attention to the muscle massage after dancing practice. Otherwise, it would be stiff. When Qin Bao Bao coughed, she asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Do you want to take a cold medicine?" No, cold medicine has side effects. I'll make you a bowl of red cabbage soup." In short, she was closer than her own daughter. Master Gongming will be here soon. Songwriters often stay up all night to write. You can't expect their biological clocks to be normal, Li Yanhong said. Oh. Qin Bao Bao frowned. Su Gongming was a songwriter trained by the company. He was very famous in the circle and had written many excellent songs. At his peak, he was the exclusive songwriter of the kings and queens. Things like talent were always less and less. It was inevitable that he would run out of talent. Otherwise, the company would not let Su Gongming write songs for Qin Bao Bao. But now it was Wednesday. She would record the show tomorrow and broadcast the day after tomorrow. She did not even see the shadow of a new song. Qin Bao Bao was about to die from anxiety. Don't worry, wait a little longer. I'll make you a cup of tea. As Li Yanhong said, she took the tea leaves from the cabinet and walked to the water dispenser. Her phone rang. She immediately turned back. When she saw the caller ID, she smiled and waved it in front of Qin Bao Bao. It's Master Gong Ming. I said don't worry, aren't you here now? Hello, Master Gong Ming. Hey, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a few days. I just wanted to ask if you have any good works recently. I have a female artist in my hands. She sings very well. She's a good seedling. The company also told you. Yes, her name is Qin Bao Bao. What did you say? The smile on Li Yanhong's face suddenly froze. Her voice became anxious. No, why can't I write? Didn't you agree a few days ago? The company also informed you. No, I don't mean to use the company to pressure you. Hey, please help me. I hung up. Li Yanhong put down the phone, her chest heaving up and down in anger. What's wrong? Qin Bao Bao's heart sank. The songwriting matter has fallen through, Li Yanhong said dejectedly. Fell through? Qin Bao Bao stood up and shouted anxiously. Didn't we agree that he would be responsible for my songs in the future? Oh, he said he won't write anymore? Even the company's words are useless? It's not Master Gongming's problem. Li Yanhong sighed. Su Lu is going to release an album next month. She still owes a few songs. She's not satisfied with all the composers. So, when she heard that Master Gongming has a new work, she wants to go over. Qin Bao Bao didn't say a word. Her charming pink face was gloomy. Su Lu was a popular actress promoted by the company. She also debuted as a singer. Later, she switched to the film and television industry. In recent years, she had reached a bottleneck in the film and television industry, so she fought in the music industry again to promote her stagnant fame. There was nothing to say. Su Lu was an A-list celebrity and one of the company's signature artists. If she intercepted Qin Bao Bao's new song, no one would say anything. Even if she went to make a fuss, the company's position would be on Su Lu's side. She had to take this loss even if she didn't want to. Bao Bao, forget it. She's an A-list celebrity. Let's not fight with her. It's not necessary. Qin Bao Bao's face darkened and she didn't say anything. The new song they agreed on was ruined just like that. What could she do? Replace it with other songs? Compete with those popular singers? She didn't need to think to know that she couldn't win. What she relied on was the novelty and surprise of her original songs. Singing skills were secondary. Did this mean that the first show of her life was over? Su Lu wants to kick me off the stage. After a long time, Qin Bao Bao calmed down and said faintly. Li Hongyan warned her. It's okay to say this in private, but don't spread it. Qin Bao Bao pursed her lips and got up to leave. Hey, where are you going? I want to be alone. Qin Bao Bao left without looking back. Chapter 53. Following the gentle curve of the ups and downs of the country. The central plains of love, the northern kingdoms and Jiangnan. Facing the ice blades, snow swords, wind and rain, affectionate companionship. Cherish the golden years that God has bestowed upon me. Being a man with courage, being a man without fear. Heroism never changes, year after year. Being a man with bitterness and sweetness, separated by good and evil. Are all for the tomorrow in the dream. Watching the iron hooves trample over thousands of miles of rivers and mountains. Standing at the cusp of the storm, holding the sun and the moon spinning. In the well-equipped recording studio, Qin Bao Bao sang at the top of her lungs until her voice was hoarse. But her voice was soft and magnetic, unable to express the passion and heroism in the song. It was indeed difficult for her to sing such a generous and heroic song with a charming voice that made men slightly hard. Qin Bao Bao sang several times, but she was still not satisfied. She drank a mouthful of water to moisten her throat and panted slightly. The young man in charge of tuning stood up excitedly, clapped his hands, and gave Qin Bao Bao a thumbs up through the soundproof glass. "Delete it for me." Qin Bao Bao walked out of the recording studio dispiritedly. Back in her exclusive office, Qin Bao Bao became angrier and more aggrieved as she thought about it. She grabbed her phone and sent a message to her younger brother. "Sister's new song has been intercepted." She added a pounding the ground and crying emoji. After waiting for a long time, without waiting for her younger brother's reply, Qin Bao Bao sent another message with a tearful emoji. "A's?" After waiting for a long time, Qin Zay's message came belatedly. "Oh, I'm making desserts for Sister Ziwei." "Okay, let's talk tonight." Qin Bao Bao was already aggrieved and angry, and she really wanted to hear her younger brother's comfort. But now, she only felt an inexplicable anger rush to her heart, and she wanted to sweep all the things on the table to the ground. Damn it, who's the real sister here? Qin Bao Bao's chest heaved up and down violently. She directly dialed Qin Zay's number and said loudly, "Qin Zay, come over. I'll wait for you at the company. Office B Block 2501. On the other end of the phone, Qin Zay said in a confused voice, "Why would I go to your company? Besides, I have to make desserts." Qin Bao Bao interrupted him with a sobbing voice. "Cut the crap. Come here." After a short silence, Qin Zay faintly said, "Oh." He was a little angry that his sister was too willful. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Qin Zay arrived at Xingyi Building and went to the 25th floor according to the address. The receptionist called Qin Bao to confirm and let him in. Walking in the long corridor, when he passed by the pantry, he heard two girls whispering, "I heard that the company originally arranged a songwriting teacher for Qin Bao Bao, but Su Lu intercepted him. I also heard about it. Now, let's see how she will be in the limelight on the stage of I Am a Singer. We are all artists of the same year. Why is she treated better than us? Humph, she probably slept with some leader. Look at her foxy appearance. I don't believe that no leader slept with her. So what if she slept with a leader? Su Lu is an A-lister. If you want her song, does she dare to say no? She doesn't even dare to fart. She hasn't been out of the office for the whole afternoon. You don't know how much hatred she has in her heart. Ha ha ha. Shoo, lower your voice. Someone is coming." Qin Zay's eyes and ears were now very sharp, and he heard every word without missing a single detail. He immediately knew what Qin Bao Bao had encountered. Qin Zay found the office according to the room number and pushed the door in. Qin Bao Bao was sitting on a big chair at this time. Her slender legs were crossed. Her left hand was on her lower abdomen and her right hand was holding a cup of strong tea. Seeing him come in, Qin Bao Bao put down the teacup. Her bright eyes flashed with a touch of joy. She said happily, "You're here." Qin Zay sneered. "You're quite a big shot. What's the matter that a big star wants to summon me, an ordinary person?" Qin Bao Bao has always been a bright person. She coughed and said lightly, "It's nothing. I just want you to write a song. If you have it, quickly take it out." "No." Qin Zay turned and left. He was really angry. He was halfway through the dessert and was called over by her. Now she wants his song. Why didn't she think of this when she scolded him the day before yesterday? Qin Bao Bao saw that he was going to leave. She suddenly became anxious. She ran over in high heels and hugged his right arm that was holding the door handle. She said angrily, "How can you be like this? Sister is in big trouble. Why don't you help me? Why are you leaving? Someone vowed the day before yesterday that she would no longer use the lousy song I wrote. She just turned her head and forgot it?" Qin Bao Bao curled her lips. "Stingy person, I apologize. I still have a grudge with sister." "Well, I forgive you." Qin Zay nodded. "But I really don't have a song. Sorry, I can't help you. Don't be like this. Let sister kiss you." Qin Bao Bao saw that apologizing was useless. She immediately said that she wanted to kiss Qin Zhe. Sister's trick. Qin Zhe frowned and avoided his sister's kiss. He said impatiently, I have to go back and make desserts for Sister Ziwei. You called me all the way here for no reason. Are you crazy? He scolded Qin Bao Bao and shook off his sister's hand. He opened the door and was about to go out. Before leaving, Qin Zhe turned around to take a look, and what he saw left him stunned. Qin Bao Bao stood at the door with tears streaming down her face. Qin Zhe was suddenly at a loss. Although his sister often threw tantrums, her verbal skills were not as good as Qin Zhe's, and she was often suppressed in martial arts, but her tenacity was very strong. After suffering a defeat, she would whine for a while, but in the next moment, she would return to normal. She basically never cried in front of him. She even cried like an abandoned kitten. Qin Zhe walked back to the office and closed the door. Why are you crying? After the door closed, Qin Bao Bao seemed to have no scruples. She cried and choked. Go away, go away. I don't want the song you wrote. I don't want it. Let's break off all ties today and never talk to each other again. What are you talking about? Qin Zhe did not know whether to laugh or cry. Qin Bao Bao, if you do this, I will really be angry. Oh, you can be angry, but I can't be angry. You mocked me too much that day. You mocked me in front of Sister Ziwei. I don't want to lose face. Now you called me here just because of a lousy song? Your new song was intercepted by someone else. Are you blaming me? A few days ago, his sister had a small conflict with him. In front of Wang Zijin, she mercilessly mocked Qin Zhe. If it was in the past, it would be fine. Anyway, they were used to quarreling. But there was Wang Zijin, whom he had a good impression of, beside him. Qin Zhe felt that he could not accept it. Qin Bao Bao also felt strange. Whenever Wang Zijin was beside him, she would try her best to mock her brother. She wished that he was a salted fish. Qin Bao Bao squatted on the ground and cried with a face full of tears. If you have a temper, you can leave. Don't worry about me. You heartless bad thing. Sister is so good to you. You just feel a little angry and put on airs in front of me. Sob, sob, sob. You have only known Wang Zijin for a few days, but you can't wait to stick to her. Sob, 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 you don't know how wronged I am. My song was stolen, and I can't throw a tantrum. I have to endure it. I tell you, but you don't comfort me. You only know how to make desserts for Zijin. The more she cried, the sadder she became. She was out of breath, and snot and tears flowed down her face. Qin Zhe softened his tone. Okay, I was wrong, okay? Don't cry. I'll help you write a song. No, I can give you as many as you want. With Qin Bao Bao's temperament, she would dare to open a dye shop if you gave her some face. The more you coaxed her, the harder she cried. Besides, she really suffered today. Her brother didn't love her anymore. She was very sad. Qin Zhe reached out to pull her up. He tried several times, but he couldn't pull her up. Her beautiful face was a mess from crying, and her makeup was ruined. Helplessly, he carried his sister up and put her on the desk. He took out a few tissues and handed them to her. Qin Bao Bao grabbed the tissues, wiped her snot and tears, and continued to cry. Qin Zhe suddenly remembered a joke on the internet about how to solve a woman's tears. The netizens said that the simplest way to solve a woman's crying problem was to throw her on the bed and *ck her until she cried. Fight poison with poison, stop crying with crying. Of course, Qin Zhe couldn't do such a thing. He could only think about *king his sister until she cried. He couldn't even think about it. Therefore, he had to silently hand over the tissues and say nothing. One handed over the tissues attentively, and the other wouldn't stop crying until the end of time. After half an hour of torment, Qin Bao Bao finally dried up her tears, but she still refused to give up. She sobbed and sniffled, refusing to stop. Sister, I'm wrong, really. Don't cry. Qinze sighed. You're making me embarrassed. What did you do wrong? You didn't do anything wrong. Qin Bao Bao sobbed. Sister is unhappy. It's my fault. As a brother, I didn't fulfill my responsibility to protect you. I didn't care about you. I neglected my duty. I deserve to die. Qinze had always been good at coaxing his sister. Seeing that his sister was almost done venting, he launched a sugar-coated attack. Anyway, she would say whatever she wanted. No matter how fake it was, the woman would automatically take it seriously. Qin Bao Bao's eyes were red. She said pitifully, "What about my song?" Yes, I'll write it for you now." Really? Qin Bao Bao's nose twitched, and she looked happy. She didn't expect Qinze to actually have a song. Originally, she just wanted to complain to Qinze and vent the grievances in her heart. However, Qinze ignored her and even said that he would make desserts for Wang Zijin. Her chest felt suffocated for no reason, and she exploded. Qin Bao Bao's beautiful face had just raised a smile, but it suddenly stopped. She stared with red eyes and said angrily, "Didn't you say you didn't have it? Didn't you say you didn't have it?" She pinched Qinze's waist. Qinze's mouth twitched. He had to endure the pain and smiled apologetically. "I just said it out of anger. You're a great person who doesn't hold a grudge against me, okay?" Qin Bao Bao sniffed. "Seeing that your attitude is good, I'll forgive you for now. What song do you want?" Qinze asked. Qin Bao Bao was stunned. Qinze looked at her. "How many songs do you have?" Qin Bao Bao had always been smart. She immediately noticed Qinze's slip of the tongue. "Not many. I'm just afraid that it won't meet your requirements." Qinze tried to salvage the situation. "Love songs." Qin Bao Bao thought for a while and felt that the title of Queen of Love Songs was not bad. "Okay, where are the pen and paper?" "I'll write it for you." Qinze suddenly froze. In his mind. Ding. Task hint: help Qin Bao Bao become the overall champion of I Am a Singer. 500 points will be rewarded if successful. Points will be deducted if failed. What's wrong? Qin Bao Bao saw her brother in a daze and tugged at the corner of his clothes. Qinze's face didn't look too good. His current balance, 378. Task reward, 500 points. Points will be deducted if failed. In other words, this time he could only succeed and not fail. There was no room for negotiation. If he failed, his points would go negative and the system would automatically disconnect him. He would become a vegetable. Game over. Chapter 54. On Friday, the second episode of I Am a Singer aired. At 9:00 in the evening, Qin Bao Bao, wearing a short-sleeved shirt and hot pants, bent over and fiddled with the LCD TV. "Qinze, why isn't the TV fixed yet?" Qin Bao Bao asked sweetly. Her sister had been doing useless work for a long time. She was so tired that she was covered in sweat. The TV was not working at all. Qinze lay on the sofa and browsed through the forum. He said casually, "The mechanic said that it seems to be damaged somewhere." "Then why didn't he fix it?" Qin Bao Bao questioned. "He asked for 500 yuan. I didn't let him fix it. He paid him 50 yuan and sent him away." 500 yuan. Qin Bao Bao's heart ached. 500 yuan was enough for the three of them to eat for a week. Okay. When I become a big star in the future, I'll put dozens of TVs at home and let it break." Her sister threw herself on the sofa and put one leg on Wang Zijin's slender thigh. She said weakly, "So, we have to watch the online version again tonight?" Wang Zijin said weakly, "Bao Bao, can I sleep? I'm so tired today." Qin Bao sat up and hugged Wang Zijin casually. Tired? Today is Friday. Tomorrow is the weekend. You can sleep whenever you want. Wang Zijin cast a helpless look at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe understood tacitly. Oh, when did you start to look at each other? And in front of me. Qin Bao said sarcastically, Zijin, my brother is very outstanding. Don't let others take advantage of him. I'll give him to you. Qin Zhe coughed and changed the topic. Sister, you're already on the show. Don't you have an appearance fee? He felt that Qin Bao was a very scheming girl. With Wang Zijin's personality, although she didn't dislike such jokes, it didn't mean that she didn't care. In fact, this girl was very concerned about her reputation and image. Well, this was a common problem for young ladies of noble families. She felt that having an affair with a man was a disgrace to her family's reputation. Therefore, they would subconsciously resist and even keep a distance from Qin Zhe. If Qin Zhe could see this, how could Qin Bao not understand her best friend? His sister was praising him to death. He had sinister intentions. What the hell? What appearance fee? There's not a single cent, okay? Qin Bao rolled her eyes, looking especially charming and beautiful. It's already a blessing for a newcomer like me to be able to participate in a variety show that's popular all over the country. How can I expect an appearance fee? However, as long as I take the opportunity to become famous, I will be a genuine star. By then, money will come in like a clatter. Qin Bao beamed with joy, her eyes shining brightly. I'll help you win the championship of this season. Qin Zhe's casual tone fell into Qin Bao's ears like a thunderclap. A's. Qin Bao screamed and pounced on Qin Zhe like a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep. Her face kept rubbing against his chest, and she babbled, You really deserve to be my biological brother. What should I do? What should I do? You're so good to me. It's only a wonder that I can't repay you with my body. After this rescue and another firm victory over the opponent with Qin Zhe's song, Qin Bao admired her brother who she used to laugh at for being a good-for-nothing. She almost became Qin Zhe's fangirl. Qin Zhe didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When he saw Wang Zijin's faint smile, he was embarrassed and pushed away his silly sister. Okay, I'm also doing it for myself. Qin Bao obviously misunderstood and was even happier. She touched his head and said, Yes, my glory is your glory. Qin Zhe laughed at himself and said, My sister's fault is my fault. I always have an ominous feeling that I have to take the blame for Qin Bao. The show is so popular, the song is so excellent, and Qin Bao is so beautiful. Sooner or later, the old man will find out. It's impossible to hide it. Wang Zijin chuckled. Crosstalk. What are you looking at? Qin Bao leaned over and peeped at Qin Zhe's mobile phone. I am a singer's official website, discussion, and post bar. Qin Zhe laughed. Qin Bao's face inexplicably turned red. She spat and sat on the sofa like a duck. She and Wang Zijin watched a small romantic film to kill time. Qin Bao had also seen the forums and post bars related to the show. She was very concerned about the audience's evaluation of her and even deliberately searched for information related to Qin Bao. However, she obviously thought too much. She had just emerged and didn't have a hardcore fan club or a post bar for her. However, in the forums and comments of the show's official website, she saw a lot of inappropriate or hidden, teasing comments. Qin Bao was angry. She felt that Qin Zhe was deliberately making fun of her. Give me your phone. Don't look at it. Don't mess around. I'm studying the data. The two bickered for a while. Qin Bao was subdued by her brother's force. She angrily watched the movie and ignored him. Qin Zhe wasn't lying. Although he boasted of being an internet veteran and was keen on visiting post bars and forums, he was really studying the data. He was studying Qin Bao's data. Through the number of mentions of Qin Bao in the comments, her online search volume, compared with the comments of other singers, and so on, he could infer his sister's popularity. He had read a book called The Age of Big Data. It said that in the 21st century, everything could be digitized. The importance of data was irreplaceable in all walks of life. Through data, you could discover and study a lot of things. In layman's terms, two game characters, comparing their HP, MP, attack power, magic power, etc., could determine the gap between them. How confident were you in defeating your opponent and what aspects of your shortcomings needed to be improved? The real elites of society knew how to use data. It was just that the gap between them was a bit big. Qin Bao Bao was stubbornly bronze, while her opponent started from platinum. He hadn't met a king yet. Qin Zhe felt that he had no way out. He had to help his sister win the championship of I Am a Singer. Otherwise, he would be obliterated by the system. Being in a vegetative state was no different from being obliterated. 12 o'clock. The show started. The familiar music sounded. It was the beginning of the 5-cent special effects. Then the show entered the main theme. The host, Yin Jia, appeared on camera. The background was the show's backstage hall. All the singers were gathered here. They were drinking and chatting in low voices. Of course, the drinks were a requirement for the advertisement. They just took a few symbolic sips. I Am a Singer, sponsored by Muscle Revitalization Cosmetics. I'm your host, Yin Jia. Yin Jia smiled sweetly. Teachers, we meet again. A few of them greeted her with smiles. The camera was focused on Li Rongxing. The popular young actor said modestly, when I first accepted this show, my team, including me, felt that there was no problem. It was a sure thing. But after the last episode, I don't have that confidence anymore. The program team is too awesome. Brother Huang, Sister Chen, Teacher Hong, all of them are big shots. But from another point of view, it's a good thing. It's a challenge. Yes, I'll seek victory through stability. I guarantee that I won't be eliminated. I hope I can persevere until the end to fight for the championship. Next was Hong Jingyao, Huang Yudeng, Chen Xiaotong. Qin Zhe turned his head and said to Wang Zijin, Sister Tissue, how's your job? Are you used to it? Wang Zijin looked at the TV seriously. She was too lazy to correct Qin Zhe's pronunciation mistakes. She casually replied, It's okay. I'm doing more and talking less. I'm following the rules. I still don't know what kind of job it is. I'm an editor in an online media company. You see? Shock department or silence department? Wang Zijin looked away from the screen and looked at him blankly. What? Obviously, she didn't get Qin Zhe's joke. Amazing. You can even enter a media company. Qin Zhe was full of admiration. This is nothing. Zijin graduated from Peking University's Chinese department. She's a professional and is as beautiful as your sister. Which company wouldn't fight to get her? Qin Bao Bao interrupted. I wonder who was almost eliminated by star art. Qin Zhe exposed his sister's scar. Qin Bao Bao suddenly turned her head, puffed up her cheeks, and snorted. I won't lower myself to your level. Zijin, let's watch the show. Ignore him. In the show, it was Qin Bao Bao's scene. Teacher Li Rongxing already has a lot of confidence. I don't even have the confidence to win through stability. Yin Jia's voice was heard. I'm curious. Bao Bao, did you come with an original song this time? Yes. Qin Bao Bao's smile was impeccable. Several singers were slightly moved. Wow, I'm looking forward to it. I believe the audience in front of the TV is also looking forward to it. Yin Jia's voice paused for a moment before she smiled. I have another question. A personal question. Qin Bao Bao smiled elegantly and nodded. From what I know, you're a newcomer to Star Art Entertainment. Based on my many years of experience in the industry, a newcomer can't possibly get a lot of resources from the company. You have to know that your last two songs were both top quality. A popular singer like you wouldn't have many top-quality songs. Yin Jia curiously asked. I told you. My brother wrote it for me. Qin Bao Bao said seriously. Yin Jia smiled bitterly and shook her head. To be honest, I went back and did some research. There's no master songwriter named Qin Zhe in the industry. Your brother wrote the song? Who are you kidding? How old is your brother? She had witnessed the growth of many celebrities, including songwriters. The road to fame was long and tortuous. Talented people would gradually stand out. Usually, they would become famous with a single song, and then their masterpieces would be released intermittently over the years. How could two top-quality songs pop out at once? It didn't make sense. Unless it was a long-planned, star-making plan. But this required a lot of resources. These two top-quality songs were worth a lot. She didn't believe that Star Art Entertainment would invest a lot of resources to promote Qin Bao Bao, unless Qin Bao Bao was the lover of one of the company's executives. Yin Jia wouldn't say these words. She asked this not only out of curiosity, but also to arouse the audience's curiosity. Qin Bao Bao appeared on camera and the bullet screen popped up. We meet again, my goddess. Qin Bao Bao, I missed you so much. In my dreams, I saw you in my dreams. Everyone, sing with me. Get the tissues ready. Qin Bao Bao is a true goddess. I love you so much. After Yin Jia asked this question, the bullet screen suddenly heated up. What brother? Why don't I believe it? Brother, I'm not taking the blame for this. Yin Jia said there's no such person in the industry. Damn, this is a bit too much information. Could this Qin Bao Bao be working for some big shot in the entertainment industry? *CK, I just believed in love and now I'm disappointed. In front of the computer, Qin Bao Bao was focused on reading the bullet screen. Her face darkened and tears welled up in her eyes. What's wrong with them? They think so negatively of people. Because you're too beautiful, Qin Zhe said. His sister puffed up her chest. Is it my fault that I'm beautiful? I don't want to be so beautiful. Wang Zijin and Qin Zhe rolled their eyes. Qin Zhe said, Qin Bao Bao, you'll get beaten up for saying this. Chapter 55. Next, let me invite the last singer. Why don't you guys guess who she is? Backstage, Yin Jia turned around and said as she walked. Who is it? Who is the replacement singer? I'm looking forward to it. Which teacher is it? If the program can invite a heavenly king or queen, I'll be impressed. Don't even think about a heavenly king. The appearance fee is so high. Not necessarily. The appearance fee is based on the number of appearances. It won't cost much to invite a heavenly king and then eliminate him. Are you kidding me? Once a heavenly king goes on stage, he'll be swept clean. Who can compete with him? Besides, if that's the case, why would a heavenly king come? Where did your IQ go? The bullet screen was very lively. Although the program was already broadcast on TV, not everyone was watching it. People nowadays preferred to watch it on their phones or computers. They wouldn't even touch the TV. Yin Jia knocked on the door. A young woman with long wavy hair opened the door and greeted her with a smile. Hi. Hello, Teacher Shuemei. Hello, Yin Jia. The two women shook hands warmly. Shuemei was only a C-list actress. She wasn't very famous, but Yin Jia was very friendly to her. The reason was that Shuemei's husband, Li Shuigang, was a big shot in the music industry and one of the pioneers of the rock industry. In terms of fame, he was even better than Huang Yudong. Shuemei was in her late 20s, while Li Shuigang was almost 40. They were almost 10 years apart. In the entertainment industry, it was common for an old man to have a young wife. There were even some who had a 20-year age gap. Shuemei was a model. After marrying Li Shuigang, she relied on her husband's connections in the entertainment industry to debut as a singer. Later, she transferred to the entertainment industry and barely made it to the C-list. Teacher Shuemei, you have a good attitude. You're not nervous at all, Yin Jia said with a smile. It's okay. But the newcomer on your program isn't nervous. Why should I be? Shuemei shrugged casually. I don't know how to respond to that. Yin Jia could only smile. The bullet screen, yo, you're quite arrogant. The newcomer isn't nervous, so you're not nervous? Okay, no problem. At least Qin Bao Bao's singing is good, and her songs are even better. Shuemei, where do you get your confidence from? I'm disappointed. Although Shuemei is pretty, she can't be compared to Qin Bao Bao. Her face is 2 grades lower, and her figure is 1 grade lower. A woman who doesn't even have a 36D is still a woman. Puff, motherf asterisk cur, I'm a woman. I just don't have a 36D. What's wrong with that? China woman, are you crazy? 36D is not a human, it's a cow. Of course, there were also many people who supported Shuemei. Those who mocked and ridiculed her were only a minority. As a C-list celebrity, her popularity was definitely not something that Qin Bao Bao could compare with. Yin Jia pretended to be curious and said, I heard that teacher Shuemei came prepared this time and prepared a secret weapon for everyone. Can you tell me? Sure. Shuemei nodded and said confidently, my husband wrote a few songs for me. Since I'm quite free, I decided to challenge myself on your show. Wow, teacher Shuegang's new song. Rock and roll? Yin Jia was pleasantly surprised. No, I can't sing rock and roll. It's a love song. Shuemei said with a happy face, my husband wrote a love song for me. I plan to release an album before the end of the year. All the songs were written by him. As everyone knows, my husband sings rock and roll. Love songs are not his forte. So I want to test it out on, I Am a Singer. Yin Jia smiled and said, let's wait and see. The comments exploded. Li Shuegang's new work, I'm looking forward to it. Idol's work must be the best. It's full of highlights. Compared to Qin Bao Bao's original song, I'm more looking forward to Teacher Li's love song. Rock and roll love song? Don't joke. Rock and love songs are 2 different fields. You're rocking passionately while singing a love song with deep feelings? That's right. It's scary to be uneducated. Rock and love songs are completely different. Li Shuegang dotes on his wife too much. I'm jealous. 666 Fast forward, I want to hear Li Shuegang's new song. Rock and roll stars enter the field of love songs. Prince of love songs, Tremble. Li Shuegang is famous in the music industry. His rock and roll songs are popular in the south of the country. But love songs and rock and roll songs are different. I don't have much hope. In front of the computer, Qin Zhe looked at the comments and the corner of his mouth raised. Who said that rock songs and love songs were different fields? Yes, he also thought so before he listened to the music library in the store. The system had refreshed his worldview. The stored music library was simply massive. There were songs from the parallel universe, and there were many rock and love songs in it. Qin Bao Bao sneered. This woman is stirring up trouble. I don't like her, so I'll KO her in the first round. Qin Zhe rolled his eyes and said, hey, you're spoiling the show. How can we watch the show like this? Sister Ziwei, let's go back to the house and sleep. Okay. Wang Zijin was quite cooperative. She got up and was about to go back to the house. Actually, neither of them wanted to watch the show. They were sleepy and didn't want to stay up late. Qin Bao Bao panicked and knocked Wang Zijin down on the sofa. Then she pounced on Qin Zhe and rode him. Don't go, don't go. Watch it with me. It's not time for me to show off yet. Wang Zijin, if you don't watch it, I'll break up with you. Qin Zhe raised his hand and said, I'm not afraid of you breaking up with me. Please let me go back to sleep. Qin Bao Bao leaned over and said something in his ear. Qin Zhe immediately admitted defeat and said, "I'll accompany you until the end of time." "I'll just smile." Qin Bao Bao whispered, "I'll tell Zijin that you secretly did strange things with my underwear." Qin Zhe, who was caught red-handed, angrily glanced at his sister's deep white cleavage. He wanted to take revenge. Qin Bao Bao, who was sensitive, immediately noticed. She hit her brother's head with her hand and stood up with a red face. In the show, the singers began to draw lots. Hong Jingyao was a senior, so everyone recommended him to be the first to draw lots. He shrugged helplessly and drew number 3. Huang Yudong was the second to draw number 2. Chen Xiaotong said, "Number 3. When it was Li Rongxing's turn, he was very nervous. But he was abandoned by the goddess of luck today and drew number 2. "No, why am I number 2? I don't want to fight with Brother Huang." Li Rongxing held his head and kept shouting no. The other singers laughed. Yin Jia blinked. "There are only 2 numbers 1 left in the box. There's no need for the 2 of you to draw." Xue Mei glanced at Qin Bao Bao. "There's no need to draw." Qin Bao Bao kept smiling. Yin Jia said, "This draw is very interesting. Both of you came with original songs. Last week, we saw the quality of Qin Bao Bao's songs. Teacher Xue Mei also has a great god behind her. Who is better? I can't wait to start the competition now." Xue Mei said in a confident and indifferent tone, "I believe in my husband's talent and my own strength." The cameraman deliberately turned the camera to Qin Bao Bao. Appropriate verbal confrontation was a big selling point of the variety show. Qin Bao Bao smiled sweetly. "I also believe in my brother's talent and my own strength." Xue Mei sneered. The bullet screen, "Damn, these 2 women are going against each other. This is going to be interesting. I Am a Singer" is a very real show. It's not like some variety shows, which are completely scripted and full of routines. I Am a Singer also has routines, but many of its details are authentic. It doesn't deliberately create contradictions, deliberately make a couple, or forcibly move people. In terms of appearance, I'm more inclined to Qin Bao Bao. But in terms of singing, I'm more inclined to Xue Mei. What a joke, her husband is Li Shuigang. I love watching women fight. To be honest, Qin Bao Bao has no hope. Although she sang 2 excellent songs, are excellent songs so common? If she can't perform as well as the first 2 songs, Xue Mei won't even need to KO her. Her popularity will plummet. The audience won't be able to accept such a contrast. That makes sense. Qin Bao Bao is a newcomer. She doesn't have a fan base. Unlike other singers, who perform poorly, everyone can understand and recognize their standards. There's nothing to compare. Qin Bao Bao is going to be eliminated. What a pity. It's a pity that such a beauty with big breasts and a big butt is eliminated. I haven't had enough. Even if she's beautiful and has a good figure, she's still going to be eliminated if she can't sing. To be honest, Qin Bao Bao's singing is good. Especially that voice. Ioyo, it makes me hard. But everyone here is a professional singer. Their singing is not bad. She's a newcomer. She's at a disadvantage. That's enough. She's a newcomer. It's rare that she can gain so much popularity. After this elimination, the company will definitely do a follow-up package. She should be able to become famous. On the stage, Yin Jia said, "Let's welcome the first singer, Xue Mei." Applause sounded. The audience was in high spirits. They could clearly see the recording situation backstage through the big screen. They knew that Xue Mei came with Li Shuigang's new work. They were looking forward to it. Xue Mei stepped onto the stage in a very formal and flirtatious fashion. She was a professional model. At the age of 27, she was a mature young woman. Many of the audience screamed. Some men whistled. The music started. On the big screen behind her, the name of the song scrolled, Fairy Tale. Xue Mei sang with the rhythm. Gently tell you the secret of fairy tales. It's a poignant love. It's a beautiful love. The prince fell in love with the princess. The frog fell in love with the princess. The puppet fell in love with the princess. The frog fell in love with the princess. You are my princess. My princess, my love. The love in fairy tales. My princess, your prince is me. Shui Mei's voice was sweet and clear. The rhythm of fairy tale was also bright and light. It was very suitable for her to sing. The audience gently shook their arms and swayed with the rhythm. No one shouted. They just listened to the melodious and light song. The camera cut to the backstage. Huang Yuding praised, "The rhythm is very bright and catchy." Hong Jingyao's comment was pertinent. "It's not as good as a high-quality song. But the song is very good. It's a happy and sweet love. It's worth listening to." Chen Xiaotong suddenly said, "Hey, don't be led into the ditch by little Qin. Our show is about singing and voice. It's not about who has more high-quality songs." Hong Jingyao and Huang Yuding shook their heads and laughed. They were indeed led into the ditch. When they heard that it was an original, they subconsciously compared it with Qin Bao Bao's 2 original songs. But in fact, on this stage, the song was only a part. The singing was the most important. In music variety shows, the more high quality the song was, the less likely it was to appear. On the contrary, unpopular songs were more popular. There was a reason for this. Classics were difficult to surpass. It was meaningless to cover them. If you didn't sing well, you would be shooting yourself in the foot. On the bullet screen, netizens kept commenting. A refreshing love song. Not bad, not bad. But why is this song from a man's perspective? Nonsense. This was written by teacher Li Shuigang for teacher Shui Mei. Of course, it's from a man's perspective. The entertainment industry's model couple. I'm so touched. I also want a husband like this. This song is not bad. Why do I feel that it's not as good as the 2 songs sung by Qin Bao Bao? Nonsense. Do you think high-quality songs are everywhere? The so-called high-quality songs are definitely in the top 10 of the top Chinese music chart and will not be eliminated in the next few years or even 10 years. The so-called classics, no matter how many years have passed, will never fade. They will become new and fragrant over time. That's right. I give full marks to this song. It's a love song written by teacher Li Shuigang for his wife. It's full of love. Is teacher Li Shuigang showing off his love? What a mouthful of dog food. But I like it. My brother is amazing. You're good at rock and roll singing, but you're also so good at love songs. Shui Mei, my husband is so amazing. I love you. Well, the next Qin Bao Bao. Why do I feel that she's finished? Haha, she's definitely finished. Unless she comes up with another high-quality song. But is it possible? Is it possible? Compared to her legend, I prefer teacher Shui Mei's fairy tale. It's catchy. I got into the rhythm immediately. In the show, several singers were still talking about how fairy tale was well received. They were all optimistic about Shui Mei. Li Rongxing looked at them. After a while, he couldn't help but say, "Well, you didn't go to Qin Bao Bao's rehearsal?" "Huh. I was at the rehearsal. I didn't go. I had something to do that day. I went back after the rehearsal." Several singers looked at Li Rongxing. Chapter 56. It was impossible for the program team to arrange rehearsals for the singers at the same time. Everyone was a celebrity, and time was money. Qin Bao Bao was the last to rehearse because she had to practice her songs. Qin Zhe had written a song for her on Wednesday, and she had to rehearse on Thursday. Time was tight and she only had one day. She sang until her voice was hoarse that day. Li Rongxing was probably the only one among the singers who witnessed Qin Bao Bao's entire rehearsal, because Qin Bao Bao was right behind him. Li Rongxing happened to have an event to attend that day, but he still stayed. Half of it was because he was curious. Would this girl, who had performed 2 excellent songs at the start of the show, continue to be so cool, or would her talent run out? Half of it was because he was curious about Qin Bao Bao. Li Rongxing had taken a liking to Qin Bao. She was a girl with a perfect face and figure. As a normal man, how could he not be attracted to her? Li Rongxing had been involved in scandals with several female celebrities in the industry, but none of them could compare to Qin Bao Bao. They were too far apart. Li Rongxing smiled mischievously without saying anything. He did not intend to explain to the singers. Xue Mei sang a clear and melodious high note at the end of the song, which gradually turned low. The music ended. Everyone applauded enthusiastically, and the cheers were like a tidal wave. The flashing stage lights illuminated everyone's faces as they applauded and cheered. Next, let's welcome our queen of love songs, Qin Bao Bao. Applause rang out from all directions. Qin Bao Bao's popularity was obviously better than last time. There were also many people in the audience who supported her, but most of them were men. Some of them even whistled and laughed. Under the gorgeous stage lights, Qin Bao Bao went on stage. Her tall figure, slender legs, perky breasts, and exquisite face once again stimulated the audience below the stage and in front of the computer. The bullet screen was full of comments. Qin Bao Bao, we love you. Long-legged, we'll always support you. Qin Bao Bao is a true goddess. She's my goddess. I'm taking her with me. Qin Bao Bao is probably done for this time, but it doesn't matter. I remember that there is a dance talent show recently. If she goes, she will definitely be the champion. With such a figure, it would be a pity if she didn't dance. Qin Bao Bao's voice is also very nice. She lost because she is not popular and her fan base is not enough. The love song that Li Shuigang wrote for his wife is so romantic. Moreover, Xue Mei's singing is not bad. These 2 women are so funny. One relies on her brother, and the other relies on her husband. It's true that she relies on her husband, but not her younger brother. I don't believe that her younger brother wrote the song. It must be her company that's supporting her. It's a pity that we're going to have to return empty-handed. I Am a Singer is not suitable for newcomers to begin with. Even in the last season, the contestants still have a fan base. Qin Bao Bao competed naked. At this moment, many of the audience members were pointing at the big screen and discussing among themselves. It was unknown what they were discussing or feeling surprised about. The screen quickly switched to the direction of the stage. The words "fairy tale" were still scrolling on the big screen, but the music started. Qin Bao Bao closed her eyes and prepared to sing. The bullet screen, fairy tale? Why is it still a fairy tale? The staff must have made a mistake. This is teacher Xue Mei's song. That's awkward. Qin Bao Bao, don't turn your head. Otherwise, you'll cry. Haha. This is too unprofessional. They even made a mistake with something as important as the scrolling credits. How are we supposed to know what song Qin Bao Bao is singing? Suddenly, a bullet screen popped up. Attention, there's a high energy ahead. High energy your sister. High energy ahead? Qin Bao Bao took off her clothes. I hate idiots the most. High energy all day long. It's ridiculous. Although the audience was discussing, the scrolling credits did not change. At this moment, Qin Bao Bao's unique, gentle and magnetic voice spread through the microphone. I've forgotten how long it's been since I last heard you. You told me your favorite story. I thought about it for a long time. I started to panic. Did I do something wrong again? You cried and told me. Fairy tales are all lies. I can't be your prince. Maybe you won't understand after you said you love me. The stars in my sky are all shining. Backstage, Huang Yuding was dumbfounded. Chen Xiaodong's mouth was slightly open. Hong Jingyao shook his head and muttered under his breath, another premium product. They were all professional singers. The first half of a song was enough for them to know whether it was good or bad. Xue Mei stared at the screen with her eyes wide open. The words fairy tale on the screen were particularly dazzling. Li Rongxing smiled playfully. When I heard this song the other day, I was also dumbfounded. Qin Bao Bao had been singing for so long that anyone who knew what was good could tell. The two songs were really incomparable. Xue Mei's fairy tale was at most a little refreshing. If it weren't for Li Shuigang and the romantic story of To My Wife, her song would never have attracted the audience. However, Qin Bao Bao's song was better than Xue Mei's in terms of melody, lyrics, and voice. The gentle and melancholic sound of the piano drifted in the air. Baby Qin, who was singing in a low and affectionate voice, suddenly raised her voice by a decibel. I want to become the fairy tale. The angel you love. Open my hands and turn them into wings to protect you. You have to believe that we will be like the fairy tale. Happiness and happiness are the endings. Below the stage, the camera flashed past the faces of the audience, and they were all dumbfounded. I want to become the angel you love in the fairy tale. Open my hands and turn them into wings to protect you. This song, the bullet screen exploded with 666 comments. Damn, this song is amazing, amazing. Fairy tale? If it wasn't for the backstage staff's mistake, this song would be called a fairy tale. My heart hurts. I feel so sad. Qin Bao Bao really surprises me again and again. I love her to death. Two fairy tales, two completely different styles. I think of my first love, sob sob sob. Qin Bao Bao is really good at singing love songs. I, a man, almost cried. Soul singer Qin Bao Bao, turned fan. This song makes me want to cry. It's so F***king catchy. I even hummed along. But it's my F***king first time listening to it. Qin Bao Bao closed her eyes. She remembered what Qin Zhe said before singing the song yesterday. Sister, I wrote this song for you. I hope I can be your angel and protect you forever. Then, Qin Bao Bao heard this song and she cried at that time. You cried and told me. Fairy tales are all lies. It's impossible for me to be your prince. Maybe you won't understand, ever since you said you love me. The stars in my sky are all bright. I want to become the fairy tale. The angel you love. Open my hands and turn them into wings to protect you. You have to believe. Believe that we will be like the fairy tale. Happiness and joy are the endings. Qin Bao Bao sang herself into high spirits. She pointed the microphone at the hundreds of audience members and shouted, everyone, sing together. Some people were born to be stars. They were born with the talent to control the audience. This time, it was the audience's noisy and loud voice. I want to be like the fairy tale. The angel you love. Open my hands and turn them into wings to protect you. You have to believe that we will be like the fairy tale. Happiness and joy are the endings. Some people were in high spirits. Some people were touched by the scene and cried. This was a sad love song. It was destined from the beginning of the lyrics. It was about two lovers who gradually drifted apart. They fell in love until they broke up. However, the male protagonist couldn't let go. He recalled the sweetness of the two and dreamed or begged that he could be the female protagonist's angel and protect her forever. You have to believe that we will be like the fairy tale. Happiness and joy are the endings. These two lines were the most heart-wrenching. Fairy tales were fairy tales because they could never become reality. Xuemei's fairy tale was about sweet love. Qin Bao Bao's fairy tale was a sad and extravagant wish. The two were worlds apart in terms of artistic conception, lyrics, and melody. The latter was the best of the best. It was destined to amaze the world. Qin Bao Bao's chest rose and fell slightly. She adjusted her breathing and bowed slightly to the audience who were immersed in the song. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Someone stood up and clapped desperately. The second person stood up, and the third person stood up. Clatter. There was a wave of people on the audience stand. Everyone stood up and clapped thunderously. The bullet screen, what an eye-opener, what an eye-opener. What should I do? What should I do? I'm in love with her. How can there be such a woman in the world? I want to sleep with her. Ah, no one stop me. I'm going to force myself on the CEO. Does anyone have Qin Baobao's address? I'm going to ask for her hand in marriage. The fake pig said in fear, I'll give you the number one in the world. This woman is going to be famous. She's going to be very famous. Bao Bao is the best. Yin Jia went on stage in a moon-white off-shoulder dress. Her exquisitely made-up face bloomed with an amazed smile. The fairy tale is so beautiful that it makes people's hearts beat. Thank you two singers for bringing us different styles of fairy tale love. Friends in the audience, pick up your voting devices. The first round of elimination begins now. In the dynamic music, the votes rose one by one. The audience looked at the big screen while voting. The bullet screen was even more lively. Some supported Qin Baobao, and some supported Xuemei. One was a beauty goddess who debuted as a newcomer. She was known as the queen of love songs on the internet. The other was a C-list actress with a certain fan base. Her husband, Li Shuigang, was a powerful singer and one of the flag bearers of rock. Who would win? Chapter 57. The audience turned their eyes to the big screen, anticipating the result. A C-list celebrity, her husband was a big shot in the rock industry. A pure newcomer, repeatedly stunning the audience with new songs. The final result, Xuemei, 201 votes. Qin Baobao, 299 votes. No one gave up. The difference was nearly 100 votes. It was a crushing victory. Applause and cheers rang out. The netizens expressed their thoughts and opinions on the bullet screen. As expected. It's really incomparable. Qin Baobao's fairy tale made me want to cry. There's a faint sadness in my heart. Although I'm a fan of Li Shuigang, his fairy tale can't compare to Qin Baobao's. I admit defeat. Qin Baobao surprised us again. She's the biggest highlight of I Am a Singer. I'm finally sure that the younger brother is fake. How can one person write so many excellent songs? Invisible Wings, Legend, Fairy Tale. Damn, you're telling me that one person wrote them? Whoever believes that is a fool. The bullet screen floated by. Most of them were praising Qin Baobao. They said that she was good at singing and was beautiful. She deserved to win. Qin Baobao watched with great interest. She smiled and squinted her eyes. Pa. Qin Zhe suddenly closed his laptop and announced, the show is over. Sister Ziwei, let's go to bed. Go to bed. Ba, you're taking advantage of me. Wang Zijin rolled her eyes at him. She stood up, stretched her waist, and yawned. Bao Bao, you won. I can go to bed now. Go, go. Qin Bao Bao pouted. A forced melon is not sweet. Qin Bao Bao was satisfied to let her brother and her best friends see her in the limelight. What happened next? Wang Zijin asked curiously. 3 revival contestants, Chen Xiaotong, Li Rongxing, and Xuemei. In the end, Xuemei was eliminated, Qin Zhe said. Qin Bao Bao was shocked. How did you know? Qin Zhe waved his phone. There are spoilers on the internet, and the comments are very hot. Sister, you're on fire this time. Qin Bao Bao beamed with joy and snatched the phone. Let me see. Don't look. Qin Zhe saw Wang Zijin close the door. He took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and exhaled the smoke comfortably. Qin Bao Bao waved his hand to disperse the smoke and lowered his head to look at his phone. Qin Zhe took a deep puff of smoke and blew it all on Qin Bao Bao's beautiful face. Qin Bao choked and kept coughing. She was so angry that she kicked Qin Zhe. What are you doing? I told you not to look. Qinze snatched the phone back and said with a serious expression, "What you won this time is still not popularity, but a song. This won't do." "Why not?" "I'm beautiful and good at singing. I'm invincible." Qin Bao's confidence swelled after her consecutive victories. She was lucky that she didn't have a tail. Otherwise, she would be very proud. Although songs are important, this show is not only about songs, but also singing skills and popularity. "Your voice is very sexy," Qinze analyzed, "but your singing skills are actually at the bottom, about the same as that Shui Mei. Compared to professional singers like Huang Yudong and Li Rongxing, you're not good enough. Secondly, popularity. You're lucky this time to meet a third-rate celebrity who's not much better than you. If you meet Huang Yudong or Li Rongxing again, you'll still be defeated. But that's how I am. My singing skills can't improve just because I want to. There's no hero to enlighten me." Qin Bao said sadly. "You can't enlighten me, but I can." Qinze smiled and said, "You don't have to go to work these few days. I'll give you special training. I'll try to improve your singing skills in a week." "You?" Qin Bao looked at him for a long time. Suddenly, she held her stomach and fell on the sofa, laughing. Qinze's mouth twitched. System F*King exchange for advanced singing skills. I'm going to slap this B*TCH. Exchange successful. Qinze slapped his sister's big butt. It was crisp and loud. Qin Bao cried out and covered her butt. She glared at him in embarrassment. "Come, sing the fairy tale again." Humph, your sister. Hurry up and sing." "I don't have a sister. I only have a brother." "Don't talk nonsense. Just sing when I tell you to." "Qinze, you're getting more and more arrogant. Do you still see me as your sister? You're disobedient, aren't you? Think of a way to get a song." "I'm not writing anymore." "Don't be like this. I was wrong. Call me Emperor." "Your Majesty, this concubine was wrong. Sing." "Oh." After being enlightened, Qinze's knowledge and singing skills were on a whole new level. He constantly pointed out the mistakes in her pronunciation and her luck. Many songs were actually similar. Bass, high notes, vibrato, and so on, but the singing style was different. The company's training might not be wrong, but it was definitely not comprehensive and detailed. It was just like the things a teacher taught in a classroom. Just by listening carefully for 45 minutes in class, one would not be able to tell that a master's student was a master's student. Qin Bao was shocked. After being taught by her younger brother, many parts of singing that she didn't know before were now clear to her. It was as if the clouds had cleared and she could see the clear sky. She benefited a lot. If it wasn't for Qinze's serious expression, she would have pounced on her brother and pinched his face. "Hey, where did this monster come from? My A's, get out of here." At 2:00 in the morning, the exhausted Qin Bao was sent back to her room to sleep by Qinze. However, Qinze couldn't sleep. He was worried. Qin Bao didn't have a high chance of winning the championship. The difficulty of this mission was hell level. The next morning, Qinze and Wang Zijin came back from their morning exercise. Qin Bao was talking on the phone in the living room. She was wearing loose white pajamas and her hair was fluffy. There was a glass of warm water on the glass coffee table in front of her. "Sisterly, I won't be coming to the company for a few days. I have to focus on singing. I don't care who Su Gongming is. Get out of here. Who the hell wants his songs? You don't have to come. You're not my personal assistant. Just help me apply for leave." What's the company's response? "Oh, as long as the leader is satisfied. Help me contact them. I won't be coming to the company this week. The title of Queen of Love Songs is not bad. That's it. Let the company buy more news. I just lack popularity and fans. I know it's already very high. Compared to famous singers like Li Rongxing and Hong Jingyao, my foundation is still very shallow. Oh, I don't care about these things. You're my agent. You can handle it. I'm hanging up. Bye. Wang Zijin lowered her head and changed her cotton slippers. She said with a smile, "Wow, you're like a superstar." My bow is awesome. Qin Zhe was amused. He joined in the fun. My sister is awesome. Qin Baobao sipped the warm water and rolled her eyes coquettishly. Idiot. After breakfast, Wang Zijin went to work. Qin Baobao practiced singing in the room to digest what happened last night. Qin Zhe sat in the living room, looking at the stock market on his laptop while collecting data online. He searched for information about Qin Baobao. After yesterday's show, Qin Baobao's popularity went up another level. In addition to the news bought by Star Art Entertainment, some small entertainment media also published news about her. Lazy Cat app, newcomer Qin Baobao once again amazes the world. Fairy Tale hits the top 10 of the music chart. Tian Yi, 3 excellent songs. Qin Baobao or a female star groomed by Star Art Entertainment. Yin Duan, Fairy Tale is well received. The birth of the Queen of Love songs. Iron-Blooded Web, digging into Qin Baobao's history of love. You see, after Qin Baobao sang this song, hundreds of live audience fell silent. Qin Zhe read and laughed. Suddenly, he saw the hot search on Weibo. #WifeProtector Li Shuigang. This was what happened. At 7:00 in the morning, Shui Mei posted on Weibo. Dying before achieving victory. Tears streaming down my face. Hubby, the audience doesn't buy your fairy tale. Li Shuigang. The attached picture was her and Qin Baobao's voting results. Shui Mei, 201 votes. Qin Baobao, 299 votes. The fans comforted and encouraged her. If it was just that, of course, it wouldn't be on Weibo's hot search, but Lu Shuigang responded. A few minutes later, Li Shuigang also posted on Weibo. I Am a Singer is a great show. It's a platform for singers to communicate and compete. Can a newcomer with no foundation and no debut really get on this platform? Is it appropriate? Of course, I don't mean to target anyone. It's just my personal opinion. Hubby will avenge you. Shui Mei. The attached picture was an invitation letter from the I Am a Singer program team. This time, it was lively. After all, Lu Shuigang was a famous musician and one of the flag bearers of the rock industry. He had millions of followers on Weibo. Wife Protector Li Shuigang, full marks for this show of affection. I feel like he's raising his wife like she's his daughter. So loving. Wow, is my idol finally going to appear on Singer? I'm looking forward to it. 666, the king of rock and roll will arrive in 7 days. Wash your neck. They're really a model couple. Well done. Show me your love. Let's finish this bowl of dog food. Shui Mei is so lucky to have such a good husband. Li Shuigang's status in the music industry is not worse than Huang Yudong. This is interesting. I look forward to the competition between him and Huang Yudong. I support Huang Yudong. His voice is the sound of nature. Bullshit. Li Shuigang's rock is too high. I like his songs the most. How can Huang Yudong beat him? Qin Baobao, who was hiding in the corner and shivering, is relieved. Thank you to the poster above for diverting the trouble. Pfft. I'm laughing so hard. Qin Baobao is in trouble. Wait for her to be finished by Li Shuigang. Uncle will touch her head. Don't be afraid. Qin Zhe frowned and continued reading. Most people were not optimistic about Qin Baobao. Fortunately, there were also people who supported Qin Baobao. Revenge? You bully a newcomer. Do you still have the face? Rubbish. Your wife is not as good as others, but you still have the face to talk nonsense. Just write your rock and roll songs and write JB's love songs. You want to compete with me, the queen of love songs? Who's to blame? That's right. What's wrong with a newcomer? Are you looking down on newcomers? The newcomer even finished your wife. What kind of person is he? He doesn't have the style of a big shot. Looking down, it was all one-sided comments, such as loving his wife, rock and roll singer. Qin Bao Bao was so scared that she peed. Li Shuigang's fans were all kinds of heckling and were happy to see. These days, when a star posted a photo of his life, countless people would praise and worship him, let alone the interaction between husband and wife. It felt that Qin Bao Bao was the evil dragon in the fairy tale who stole the princess and was waiting for Li Shuigang to chop off his head. Chapter 58. Qin Zai's heart skipped a beat. He posted a message on Weibo and tagged Lu Shuigang. Of course, no one paid any attention to a nobody like him, who was only noticed by a few hundred people. But that wasn't important. He pushed open his sister's door. Qin Bao Bao was practicing her high notes when she heard the commotion. She turned around. "Sister, someone's mocking you." Qin Zai passed his phone to her. Qin Bao Bao looked at it and was furious. What's wrong with Li Shuigang? Can't he afford to lose? What's the meaning of taking revenge for Shuimei? She grabbed her phone and sat on her bed. The more she looked, the angrier she got. Her eyebrows were raised. She was furious. "Repost my Weibo later," Qin Zai said and turned to leave. Qin Bao Bao's verified Weibo information: Star Art Entertainment signed artist, singer, representative works, Invisible Wings, Legend, Fairy Tale. When Qin Bao Bao registered her Weibo, the only people who followed her were her brother, Qin Zai, and some classmates and friends. There were only a few dozen people. But now, there were already 50,000 people following her. Qin Bao Bao's Weibo. The last Weibo post was on June 15th, today. I can eat the chicken stewed with mushrooms made by my brother. Love you. The accompanying picture was of Qin Zai's back view busy in the kitchen. At that time, Qin Bao Bao hadn't resigned from the global top 500. When she was in a good mood, she would post a few Weibo posts. When she was in a bad mood, she would post a few Weibo posts. She was carefree and carefree. Ever since she decided to take the path of an artist, she rarely had time to post on Weibo. She didn't even have time to surf the internet, unlike Qin Zai who browsed various Tieba and forums every day. There were more than 10,000 comments under this Weibo post. They were all replies from netizens after she became famous. They were all very interesting. 50% of them were praises. Invisible Wings, Legend, and Fairy Tale were all very good. The remaining 50% were also praises. They praised Qin Bao Bao's looks. Why was it interesting? It was because the comments were too dirty. There were many beautiful female stars, and their fans were not stingy with their compliments. There had never been a female star like Qin Bao Bao, who only teased and ridiculed. This was all because Qin Bao Bao looked too seductive. She had a foxy face that was born to seduce men. She had a pair of seductive phoenix eyes and a hot body. The first impression she gave people was that she was a vixen, an enchanting femme fatale. It had nothing to do with being dignified and elegant. Qin Bao Bao read Li Shuigang's Weibo angrily and returned to the main page. She found that her Weibo had been attacked and the number of comments had increased from 10,000 to more than 30,000. They were all Li Shuigang's fans and netizens who fanned the flames. "You can even tolerate this? Li Shuigang threatened to destroy you. It's decided then. Qin Bao Bao, throw out the pet ball. I can tolerate this, but I can't. Let's go, prepare to PK with the king of rock and roll. I came here from Li Shuigang's Weibo. I want to see how the queen of love songs is trembling. Qin Bao Bao, you're in big trouble. What are you waiting for? Pick up your phone and call 158XXXXX1812. Call your husband and I'll protect you. Qin Bao Bao, who do you think you are? Wait for my idol to deal with you and kick you out of the show. Who told you to KO someone's wife? Now you're getting your retribution. You're finished. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Hurry up and admit defeat in the next episode. Onlookers. Onlookers +1, you're a newcomer. You don't know how to appreciate favors and PK with a professional singer. Hee hee. Your singing is just a so-so. You're just relying on a new song. When the audience gets tired of the aesthetic in the next episode, you'll be eliminated. My boyfriend actually set Qin Bao Bao's full-body photo as his phone wallpaper. MMP. She's obviously not a decent woman. Humph, I swear that Qin Bao Bao will definitely be eliminated in the next episode. The reasons were as follows. First, the next episode's contestants were Huang Yudong, Chen Xiaotong, Li Rongxing, Hong Jingyao, Qin Bao Bao and Li Shuigang. No matter who Qin Bao Bao went up against, it would be difficult for her to win. She would be KO'd in the first round and be eliminated in the revival round. In the previous episodes, apart from winning with a song, Li Zongda and Xue Mei were not popular singers. One of them was only famous in Hong Kong and did not have many fans in China. The other was a model and was not a professional singer. She was also not very famous. So, it was reasonable for Qin Bao Bao to win with a good song. In this episode, she would be facing a few strong singers. What's more, she had a good song. No matter how big Star Art was, it was not owned by her family. They could not support her at all costs. Even if they did, Star Art was not a pure record company. Where would they get so many good songs? Every good song is expensive. How could Star Art be willing to spend so much money on a newcomer? That makes sense. I don't know what to say. After your analysis, I feel like Qin Bao Bao will stop at the third episode. No, I haven't seen enough of Qin Bao Bao. Qin Bao Bao remembered Qin Zhe's words, retweet my Weibo later. Retweet his Weibo? Qin Bao Bao clicked on her brother's Weibo. She saw that he had just posted, if you're not convinced, let's compete. Li Shuigang. Qin Bao Bao thought for a few seconds. Then, her eyes lit up and she smiled. Retweet, my brother is so handsome. My brother is so great. Looking at childhood from afar. If you're not convinced, let's compete. Li Shuigang. At noon, Qin Bao Bao was trending. It was the first time in her life that she was trending on Weibo. Hashtag Qin Bao Bao scolds Li Shuigang. Hashtag many netizens didn't know about Qin Bao Bao, but everyone knew about Li Shuigang. Even if they weren't Li Shuigang's fans, they were definitely familiar with him in this information-filled society. Celebrity gossip was always a hot topic that attracted people's attention. Especially topics like so-and-so and so-and-so are fighting. Li Shuigang's fans scolded Qin Bao Bao. The netizens watched the show while fanning the flames. Who gave her the courage to think that she's a diva just because she sang a few new songs? Goddess, you're doomed. Let's wait for the next singer. Let's wait for Qin Bao Bao to slap her in the face. She's not even famous yet and her confidence is already inflated. A pot of water doesn't make a sound. Is this woman an idiot? Her EQ is so low. She's so confident. Qin Bao Bao, what you did was too low. You have to be humble. You're just a newcomer. Why are you so arrogant? Li Shuigang is a rock star. Who do you think you are? Li Shuigang is a famous musician who has contributed a lot to the rock industry. Qin Bao Bao is just a newcomer. Where did she get her confidence from? She's just trying to gain popularity. Shameless. Suddenly, I'm looking forward to the next singer. Let's wait for her idol to eliminate her and let her see the power of rock. What an idiot. She's so beautiful. Am I the only one who supports Qin Bao Bao? Li Shuigang is a senior in the music industry. His wife lost and he jumped out and said, revenge. Does he look like a senior? Qin Bao Bao's Weibo post is fine. Only the officials are allowed to set fires but not the common people. The person above is funny. The husband and wife are showing off their love. Qin Bao Bao jumped out and blindly said something. She's just trying to gain popularity. I've hated this woman for a long time. She looks like AB*TCH. Pfft. The boyfriend above must have fallen in love with someone else. She's ugly. Blame her for being beautiful. There were all kinds of comments on the internet. Qin Bao Bao's Weibo was taken over. Most people were insulting her while a small number of people supported her. In just half a day, the number of comments under this Weibo post soared to more than 100,000. What Qin Zhe didn't expect was that his Weibo post also went viral. The Weibo post he posted this morning had more than 50,000 comments. The legendary younger brother? Caught a wild younger brother alive. Is he really Qin Bao Bao's younger brother? What a photo. I don't King believe it. Is this someone's alternate account? Post your photo if you have the guts. Post your real name if you have the guts. I don't believe that a person in his early 20s can write 3 excellent songs. His popularity is terrible. This must be an alternate account. This must be someone's alternate account. Who is that someone? The person above. It's time to recharge your IQ. Qin Bao Bao's alternate account. What a green TB*TCH. In the production team of I Am a Singer, the director and several assistant directors were having a meeting. The director said, "You all know about what happened on the internet, right? Qin Bao Bao was a guest on the show, and Li Shuigang was a guest on the next episode. The production team was the first to know about such a big incident on the internet." The assistant director said, "Got it. Qin Bao Bao didn't do well in this matter. She's a senior after all. She didn't mention any names, so why did she use a pseudonym? This girl's personality is interesting." The few of them expressed their opinions. The director took a sip of tea. This is a good thing. It's earned a lot of popularity for our show. There are 2 main reasons for this meeting. First, let's have a showdown between Qin Bao Bao and Li Shuigang in the next episode. Respond to the audience's request. Of course, it can't be too obvious. In the name of fairness, I Am a Singer gave the right to vote to the audience. However, there was no such thing as absolute fairness in the world. It was easy to manipulate the results of the draw. Moreover, it wasn't bad, nor did it break the show's principles. It was a covert operation that was allowed. The assistant directors and planners nodded. The selling point of the next episode was the showdown between Qin Bao Bao and Li Shuigang. Second, check the ID at standing afar watching my childhood. Although there's no such person in the industry, there's no doubt that he's a gold medal composer. If it's an account from Xing Entertainment, then forget it. However, if it's really like what Qin Bao Bao said, and he's her younger brother, we have to poach this person. The director paused and looked around at the crowd. Do you think the probability of him being Qin Bao Bao's younger brother is high? The few of them shook their heads. What kind of joke was this? A gold medal composer who was unknown before suddenly popped out of nowhere? It didn't make sense at all. The most logical explanation was that Xing Entertainment was manipulating things behind the scenes to focus on nurturing Qin Bao Bao. One of the assistant directors raised his hand. When he saw everyone looking over, he muttered, "I received a request from Xing Entertainment. They want us to arrange for Qin Bao Bao to compete with Huang Yudong. In other words, they want to eliminate Qin Bao Bao because everyone knows that she's just a replacement singer. The real person that Xing Entertainment wants to recommend is Su Lu." The director frowned. When did this happen? The assistant director said, "It's their own company's matter. Can't they handle it themselves?" Yesterday after work. I wanted to say it this morning, but I forgot because of the incident online. The assistant director laughed bitterly. It should be an internal analysis by Xing Yi. Some people want Qin Bao Bao to continue singing, while others want to promote Su Lu. There was a short period of silence. Everyone was digesting and analyzing this information. From this, they realized a few things. Firstly, regarding Qin Bao Bao's follow-up work, Xing Yi Entertainment had a disagreement. Secondly, watching childhood from afar, perhaps he really wasn't from Xing Yi Entertainment. The reason was simple. If there was a disagreement within Xing Yi Entertainment, then they definitely wouldn't have spent so much resources on Qin Bao Bao. One had to know that even an A-list actress like Su Lu wouldn't have received such a huge amount of resources. Premium songs were hard to come by. There was more than one A-list entertainment company. The director thought for a moment and his eyes lit up. Check it out. Find Weibo and ask for the ID and address. If necessary, find Qin Bao Bao and talk to her. We must poach this person and get him to join our TV station. Chapter 59. In the living room, Qin Bao Bao leaned her head on Qin Zhe's shoulder, holding the iPad in one hand and reading the comments. She pinched Qin Zhe's waist with the other hand. It's all your fault, it's all your fault, his sister almost cried because of the comments, but it was not good to argue with the netizens, so she could only vent her anger on the initiator. Qin Zhe suffered physical pain, and his left hand wrapped around his sister's small waist. Since his sister practiced dancing, her small waist felt very good, and it was very comfortable to hold. How can you survive in the entertainment industry with such a fragile heart? Qin Zhe was very worried about his sister's future. Internet violence was a terrible thing. It could let people vent their negative and dark emotions to their heart's content, and they did not need to take responsibility. Many stars suffered from depression because of internet violence. Qin Bao Bao was such a heartless woman, yet she was suddenly happy and suddenly worried, worrying about gains and losses. Qin Zhe was confident that in the near future, he would be able to protect his sister from the wind and rain. But he had no way of eliminating cyber violence. I will learn to adapt. Qin Bao Bao snorted. My soul is growing stronger day by day. I don't care if your soul is growing stronger or not. Anyway, my waist is about to die. Qin Zhe smiled bitterly. Qin Bao Bao patted the hand around her waist and narrowed her eyes. You take advantage of me, and I vent on your waist. It's a fair deal. Qin Zhe stared at his sister's full and perky chest. I have a bold idea. Move your eyes away. Qin Bao Bao chopped her brother's head with her hand. Did Qin Zhe have nothing better to do than to attract hatred? He had a purpose. The netizens were right. One of the tricks of the entertainment industry, gain popularity and hype. Hype was always the way to quickly increase popularity, and the most common method of hype was to spread rumors. Of course, the tricks were getting deeper and deeper, and the methods of hype were constantly developing, becoming more and more diverse. Didn't you notice? As long as a star promoted his movie, TV series, or album, there would be a wave of hype. Qin Zhe was helping his sister to hype up, taking advantage of Li Shuigang's popularity, and making the conflict between the two sides public and intense. Of course, he had to be careful. No matter what he did, he had to stop when it was appropriate. Otherwise, it would backfire. Therefore, he did not continue to post on Weibo. The effect was very good now, and there was no need to ridicule. Everyone knew that Qin Bao Bao publicly dissed Lu Shuigang, and the two of them were going to fight on the stage of I Am a Singer. She had achieved her goal of attracting attention. If Qin Bao Bao continued to blabber on, she would really be criticized by everyone and would be disliked. Conservatively speaking, Qin Bao Bao's popularity had more than doubled. If there was a topic, there would be popularity. This was the true meaning of hype. What's next? Can I really KO Li Shuigang on stage? Qin Bao Bao couldn't help but worry about her future. The most adorable thing about Qin Bao Bao was that she was not like other women who would only complain when faced with difficulties and setbacks. She would complain that her husband was incompetent, that her husband was not romantic, and that her husband did not love her. And the scariest part was, complaining that her husband had no money. Complaining was the scariest killer of relationships. It was more ruthless and sharp than time. She pinched Qin Zhe's waist like a wronged woman acting coquettishly to her man. With your current singing skills and popularity, it's difficult to beat Li Shuigang. The honest boy chuckled at his sister. Qin Bao Bao pouted. I'll just quit. I've earned enough popularity anyway. Then what happened today will become a stain on your career, Qin Zhe added. Qin Bao Bao glared fiercely at Qin Zhe, and Qin Zhe did not back down. The bored and childish siblings began to compete to see who would be the first to give up and lose. I have a little donkey, but I never ride it. The sudden ringtone startled them, and they both looked down to look for their phones. Their phones were a couple's model, one black and one pink, and the ringtone was the same. It was a very cheerful and childish children's song, which suited Qin Bao Bao's bad taste. The ringtone came from Qin Bao Bao's phone. She took a long time to take out her phone from the pocket of her tight hot pants. Qin Hong. What's up? Qin Zhe leaned over to eavesdrop. The siblings were the same. When he was on the phone, Qin Bao Bao did the same. Bao Bao, I saw the news app on my phone this morning. Qin Bao Bao angrily insults Li Shuigang. Oh my god, I thought it was the same name as you. Then I searched online and saw, I am a singer. So it's really you. You become a star in just a few days? Did I transmigrate, or did you? Chen Qinghong, who was always cold, chattered for a long time. Qin Bao Bao snorted proudly. You just found out? I've already sung for 2 episodes. I've been busy with work recently. I don't have time to pay attention to variety shows. Actually, I quit a long time ago. On the 2nd day of my birthday, I went to Star Art for an interview. The company felt that I had excellent qualifications and sang well, so I got in successfully. Qin Zhe's mouth twitched. Where was the success? That day, who was the one who said with a sad face, hurry up and run, it's so embarrassing. Regarding his sister's bragging behavior, Qin Zhe was considerate and didn't expose her. Bao Bao, were those songs really written by Qin Zhe? His sister turned to look at Qin Zhe, who shook his head. Qin Bao Bao said, hee, it's a secret. I'm guessing that your company found someone to write the songs. Big star, when you become famous, don't forget about me and Zhangya. The two chatted for a long time. Chen Qinghong said, oh right, Bao Bao, are you free tonight? I'm free. Qin Bao Bao hesitated. Then it's settled. Let's go to the bar tonight to celebrate. You're a star now, of course you have to be happy. Chen Qinghong paused. It seemed like someone was talking to her. Soon, she said, call your high school classmate too. I remember that Qin Zhe doesn't like to go to bars. Apologize to him for me. I'll take care of you. I won't let you get drunk. I didn't agree. I still have work tomorrow. Why would I go to the bar? Qin Bao Bao frowned slightly. Let's go. I've even invited Zhangya. I'm not going. Then the weekend? Qin Bao Bao was slightly tempted. She turned to look at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe shook his head. I'm going home with Qin Zhe this weekend. My mom forced me to go on a blind date. She even gave me an ultimatum. Let's talk about it later. Then, okay. After that, she said unwillingly, Bao Bao, think about it again. Last time I asked you out, you didn't agree. Oh, because I was about to participate in Singer, the training was very intense and I didn't have the energy. This time, I have no choice. Another day, Qinghong. I'll invite you another day. Okay, then you must come out next time. Bye. Bye. Chen Qinghong hung up the phone. Her boyfriend beside her looked unhappy. She's not coming? Didn't you hear it? Chen Qinghong said lightly. Why didn't she come twice? Aren't you best friends? Chu Feng frowned. She rejected in a euphemistic way. Bao Bao is so smart. She already knows what you're planning. She doesn't like. Chen Qinghong lowered her voice. Li Zemin. This is the last time. I'm not a pimp, and I don't want to have a rift with Bao Bao because of this. She doesn't like you. Chu Feng remembered what a girl said many years ago. That year, he had just been admitted to Fudan University. One day, he was playing football on the field when he bumped into Qin Baobao, who had just finished her meal and was taking a stroll. He was immediately stunned by her beauty and chased after her like a madman. He wrote love letters, stalked her, and deliberately sat close to her in public classes to muster up the courage to strike up a conversation with her. This woman had once made him drunk and crazy. At that time, Chen Qinghong was not Qin Bao Bao's best friend. He pursued Chen Qinghong in order to get close to Qin Bao. He took the route of saving the country in a roundabout way. He gave up on Qin Bao Bao at a dinner party. Qin Bao Bao, Zhangya, Chen Qinghong, and his and Zhangya's boyfriend. When the party was over, he left his drunk girlfriend in the private room and chased after Qin Bao Bao. He grabbed her arm and said, "Qin Bao Bao, I've liked you for a long time, a long time. From the first time I saw you, I swore to marry you. In the past 3 years, I've written countless love letters to you, but you're a proud phoenix, a pure angel. You've never responded to my feelings, nor to other men." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Qin Bao Bao. Qin Bao Bao said, "Angel my ass. They all call me a vixen." Chu Feng said, "No, no, no. You're the most beautiful in my heart. You're my angel." Qin Bao Bao said impatiently, "Thank you very much. Forget about the angel, I'm not a birdman. I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. I have to go home and play games with my brother." "Oh right, what's your name again? Aren't you Qinghong's boyfriend? Don't change your mind. I've had a crush on her for 3 years and wrote countless love letters to her, but she doesn't even know my name." After that day, Chu Feng completely gave up on Qin Bao Bao. After that, he tested his girlfriend many times and found that she knew nothing about what happened that day. Qin Bao Bao did not tell his girlfriend. He was really relieved and did not dare to have any ideas about Qin Bao. Qin Bao Bao did not say anything, not because she pitied him and wanted to give him a chance to turn over a new leaf. She had encountered too many things like this. Since junior high school, the boyfriends of her close female classmates who had boyfriends would always try to seduce her. Because of this, she broke up with several of her friends. At this point, Qin Bao Bao was especially vigilant against the creatures like best friend's boyfriend. She did not tell Chen Qinghong because she was afraid that if she confessed, the two of them could not be friends. "What are you talking about? If you're a pimp, then what am I?" Chu Feng glared at his girlfriend and said in a deep voice, "Don't you know how infatuated Mr. Li is with her? This month, he gave us a lot of business. Converted into commission, it's 50,000 yuan. We're one step closer to our goal of buying a house. Besides, it's not like I'm asking you to do anything. I'm just asking Qin Bao Bao out for a meal and make friends. We're just creating an opportunity. Whether it works or not, let nature take its course. Besides, Qin Bao Bao doesn't have a boyfriend yet. What's wrong with Mr. Li? He's young, promising, and rich. There's no man who isn't infatuated with her." Chen Qinghong bit her lips and said hesitantly, "Then I'll try again next time. I'm just afraid that I won't be able to ask her out." Besides, her younger brother, Chu Feng frowned. "What's wrong with her younger brother?" Chen Qinghong said in a bad mood, "Her younger brother has a sister complex. Ever since he started living with Qin Bao Bao, every time Qin Bao goes out for a meal, he's always following her. He's even more attentive to his sister than his girlfriend. The point is, he doesn't like me. Does it matter whether he likes you or not?" "Of course it matters. Maybe he's talking bad about me now. Who's closer, a best friend or a younger brother?" Chen Qinghong's beautiful face showed a trace of anger. Her judgment was reasonable. Chen Qinghong often had meals with Qin Bao Bao and Zhangya. Every time, Qin Zhe would be there. Qin Zhe rarely talked to her, but he got along very well with Zhangya. Under such a huge contrast, even a fool could tell that Qin Zhe didn't like her. On the other side, Qin Zhe sneered. Yo, the pimp is here again. What pimp? You're so ugly. Qin Bao Bao said unhappily. I advise you to say goodbye to her as soon as possible. That kind of pimp will be sold by her sooner or later. Qin Bao Bao was really angry this time. She glanced at him coldly. Do you know how to talk? Qin Zhe wasn't afraid of his sister's majesty. You're still being unreasonable with me? Haven't you heard of the wise saying, corruption begins with brothers and degeneration begins with sisters? If she really wants to find a boyfriend for you, I have nothing to say. But look, who's that Li Zemin? He's her boss. Her boss covets your beauty. As her best friend, she acts as a bridge between them. She's still in the bar? I'll go to the bar where she's paralyzed. Is she trying to get you drunk and send you to someone else's bed? Qin Zhe got angrier as he spoke. If she's here, I'll slap her. Old Master Qin had a taboo. His daughter was in the entertainment industry. Qin Zhe had a taboo. His sister was in bars. Everyone knew that the entertainment industry was dirty. Bars were also known to be indecent places. 50% of the men and women who went to bars were there to have sex, and 40% were there to pick up girls and handsome guys. Only 10% were there to drink and have fun. In other words, 90% of them were there to have sex. Alcohol was a reason for making mistakes and also an excuse for messing around. Qin Bao Bao rarely went to bars, but she didn't dislike bars. This was a little dangerous. With her best friend's encouragement, she would definitely go. Crazy. Qin Bao Bao was really angry. She kicked him hard and sat on the sofa, ignoring him. Let me tell you, don't go to bars. Don't even think about it. If I find out that you secretly went to bars, we'll go our separate ways. I'll go back and tell Dad that you've become a star. Don't even think about writing songs, Qin Zhe said sternly. Qin Bao Bao turned around suddenly. Her eyes were red. Fine, I won't go. Why are you so fierce? She grabbed a pillow and threw it at his head. Then, she went back to her room angrily. Chapter 60. Qin Zhe sat alone in the living room, playing with his phone with his head down. He was looking at the growth of Qin Bao Bao's popularity. As expected, it was growing steadily, although there were many negative comments. At this time, he saw a netizen complaining, "Why can't I find Qin Bao Bao's fairy tale on the internet? I'm so anxious. I like her Invisible Wings, but it's not on the major apps. You can find her song on the top Chinese music chart, but there's no copyright, so you can't listen to it. There are edited resources on the internet, but that's the live version. There's too much noise. No copyright? Such a good song, why didn't they upload it to the internet immediately? What's her company doing?" That's right. Online authorization can make money and increase your popularity. What does the company behind her think? Qin Zhe's heart moved. It could make money and increase popularity. He couldn't wait to take out his phone and call the customer service of the top Chinese music chart's official website. Hello, welcome to the top Chinese music chart's customer service hotline. Self-service please. Qin Zhe chose manual service. After a while, the phone was connected and a pleasant female voice said, "Hello, this is the top Chinese music chart's customer service hotline, staff number 3011230, at your service. Hello, I have a song to sell to you." "Well, I only sell the online copyright. What do I need to do?" "Hello, you can choose the option, I want to sell songs on the official website. Through the process, you can upload the song sample to the official website and wait for our staff to verify. After that, we'll give you a reply within 7 working days." "Well, I can't wait that long." Qin Zhe waited for her to finish before speaking. "I'm sorry, I have a process. The online copyright of the 3 songs I'm selling are Invisible Wings, Legend, and Fairy Tale." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, and then the customer service said in a surprised voice, "Sir, do you have a copyright certificate?" "Yes, how do I give it to you?" Wait. The customer service's voice suddenly became excited. I'll transfer you to our manager. After waiting for a long time, the call was successfully transferred. It was a middle-aged man with a mellow voice, but it was not the copyright manager. He introduced himself. Hello, Mr. Chin. I am the director of the marketing department. My surname is Wang. Wasn't he the manager? Chin Zhe was stunned. How do you know his surname is Chin? He did not give his name to the customer service. We've contacted Star Art for the 3 songs that Miss Chin sang, but they said that they don't have the copyright, but they're actively negotiating with Miss Chin. Since the copyright doesn't belong to Star Art, it means that Miss Chin was telling the truth on the show. The composer of the lyrics and music should be her brother, which is you, Mr. Chin. What do I need to do? First of all, thank you for supporting and trusting our platform. We'll talk about the licensing process later. Let's talk about the copyright fees first. I think that's the most important thing. Chin Zhe smiled. Yes, what price are you going to offer? Is Mr. Chin familiar with this area? No. The person on the other end of the phone was silent. After a moment, he smiled. Mr. Chin, our copyright fees are based on the popularity of the song itself and the popularity of the singer. The popularity of the song is enough to be ranked as a masterpiece, but Miss Chin's fame. I understand. Just tell me how much it is. Chin Zhe said. The copyright of a song had a lot to do with the singer. The same song, when sung by a big star, would be more popular than an ordinary person. A simple example was an A-list singer's album. Even if the song was ordinary, it could be sold for a good price because the audience bought and approved of it. If it was a nameless singer, who would buy it? For each song, we'll pay 100,000 yuan for the online version. Chin Zhe had never seen 100,000 yuan in his life. He almost blurted out, "Brother, I have a number of masterpieces here. Do you want them?" The online copyright of a masterwork song was only sold for 100,000 yuan. For an A-list singer, it was a loss. But Chin Zhe didn't care. He was short of money, extremely short of money. Now that the stock market had a new lease of life, he was suffering from a lack of money to show his skills. His dream of someone else can replace him could never be realized. No problem. Chin Zhe decided. You can register an account on our official website. There's an option called "I want to sell songs" in the background. Follow the steps above. Don't hang up the phone. If you don't understand, feel free to ask me. Oh, I almost forgot. Is it convenient for you to use the computer now? It's convenient. Chin Zhe exited the market interface, switched to the browser, entered the top music chart, official website, registered an account, logged in, and went to the background. Clicking on the "I want to sell songs" option, he first uploaded his identity card photo, selfie, and electronic copyright certificate photo of the music copyright application. He uploaded the copyright certificate of the 3 songs together. The system's products must be the best. Chin Zhe had registered the copyright of every song that he exchanged. It was important to be vigilant. Copyright was like a patent. The first to get it, the second to get it. He didn't want to make a wedding dress for others and lose the wife and the soldiers. Okay, I've received it here. I'll send a contract to your email later. You can make 2 copies, sign your name, and send a copy of the copyright book together. Photos alone won't do. Send me the address. I'll send it to your mobile phone via text message later. We'll transfer the money to you within 3 working days after receiving the contract. As for the other contract that will be sent to you, it should be delayed for a few days. No problem. In the afternoon, Chin Zhe went out and found a graphic shop nearby. He printed the contract in copyright copies, called the courier boy, and sent the 2 contracts together with the copyright book. Chin Zhe was so happy that he had earned 300,000 yuan for nothing. His feet were light and he wished he could fly. I'm standing on the cusp of the wind and the waves, holding the sun and the moon spinning. He felt that he was standing on the cusp of the tide, with the sun and the moon in his hand. He had money, power, and women. As soon as he thought of women, the door opposite opened. His sister poked her head out and pouted slightly. She said in a coquettish tone, "I'm hungry." The familiar tone and expression, this was his sister's way of asking for peace. When Qin asked for peace, he usually bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Then, he would launch a sugar-coated attack to make his sister happy. But his sister wanted to save face. Of course, she couldn't bow her head and admit her mistake. Usually, she would act coquettishly to tell Qin, "Let's make up." If Qin responded to her request, it meant that Qin agreed to ask for peace. If Qin ignored her, it meant that he refused. Qin didn't even look at her. Qin Bao secretly curled her lips and endured the humiliation. "Your Majesty, this concubine has angered the dragon. I deserve to die." Qin glanced at her. "Come and rub my shoulders." "Oh." Qin Bao ran over in her pink slippers, patter patter. "Your Majesty, are you comfortable? This concubine service is not bad, right?" Qin Bao said coquettishly. Qin patted her hand. "Not bad. That's enough." In fact, his sister's massage was not comfortable at all. Her nails were too long and her strength was too soft. Qin was just symbolically showing his power as the master of the house. "TSK, TSK. My beloved concubine is so humble. Is she here to ask for pleasure? Bah, is she here to ask for a song?" Qin Bao timely made a teary and cute expression. "Li Shuigang sings rock. Considering the gap in popularity between you two, even if you perform exceptionally, you may not be able to beat him." Qin Bao nodded. Yes, I think so too. The safest and most effective way is to sing rock and beat him in the field he is most familiar with." "Ah." Qin Bao opened her mouth. "Safe your sister. I'll definitely be defeated. That's because you don't know how good I am." Qin chuckled and patted his sister's head. "Listen carefully." Yes. Qin Bao pecked her head and placed her hands flat on her knees. She sat obediently on a small stool. Qin got up and left the sofa. Standing in the living room, he cleared his throat and began to sing in a very deep voice. A few minutes later, Qin finished singing. Panting slightly, he raised his eyebrows and smiled. "How was it? Was this song good?" Qin Bao widened her eyes and opened her mouth. She had an expression that said, "My little friend and I are stunned." Is this a love song or a rock song?" "A love song in a rock song, a rock song in a love song." Qin Bao suddenly blushed. "But shouldn't a love song be sad, soothing, bright, and gentle? What kind of love song is a rock song?" "It's sonorous and noisy." "Then what do you think of my rock and roll love song?" Qin asked. It's great." Qin Bao's fair face was dyed with a touch of red. She was charming and seductive. She was very excited. Qin thought to himself, "When I first heard it, I was also shocked. The music in the parallel space was simply a bug. Give me a pen and paper. I'll write the score for you." Qin Bao was overjoyed. She jumped into Qin arms in an unladylike manner. She hooked her legs around his waist and hugged his face and kissed him wildly. "Aze, what's wrong with your brain? Are you still my brother? Don't hide. Let your sister kiss you as much as she wants. With your talent, I might be able to write songs too." Qin Bao imitated the northeastern dialect and said, "Oh my God." Qin had goosebumps. If you don't know how to say it, don't say it. It's neither fish nor fowl. Chapter 61. There was no need for Qin to whip her. Qin Bao was full of fighting spirit and expressed that she wanted to practice singing. She was full of ambition and blood boiling. Qin was responsible for correcting and training her. "Here, the voice can't tremble. You have to go through it in one breath. No, no, the voice is too high. It's not the time for you to explode. Before the rhythm starts, you have to be gentle, sad, and low. I told you not to tremble. Why are you trembling again? Alas, Qin Bao Bao, can you do it? Your good voice is wasted. When it should be high, it's not high. When it should be low, it's not low. What do you want? Your expression is not focused enough. Your voice is too stiff. It doesn't feel like you are singing. It's like a tortoise chanting scriptures. The most charming thing about singing is that it can move people's hearts. But I don't see any emotion on your face. Bao Bao, this is a rock love song. You can't be too high. It's too emotional and tasteless. Why don't you withdraw from I am a singer? You rotten wood, I can't help you. It was good to have fighting spirit, but the reality was always rough. It was easy to sing this song, but difficult to sing it well. Qin Zhe was not satisfied. Poor Qin Bao Bao's voice was hoarse. Stop, stop, stop. Rest for half an hour and rest your voice. Qin Zhe picked up the teacup and took a sip. He shook his head resentfully. Qin Bao Bao was angry and aggrieved. She collapsed on the sofa in frustration and drank a mouthful of water. There are still a few days left. Continue to practice. Sister, I have confidence in you. Qin Zhe felt that he couldn't increase her negative emotions, and he couldn't attack his sister's negativity. If this girl went all out, the one who would be finished would be him. Qin Bao had a bad record. When she was in junior high school, the pressure of studying was too great, and Qin Bao's grades had steadily declined for a period of time. Her teachers and parents kept roaring in her ears, telling her to work hard and not fail in her studies, and not to be a loser like her younger brother. But no matter how hard she tried, Qin Bao's grades didn't improve. Her grades didn't improve, and instead, they regressed. She was stressed for half a semester, so she simply threw caution to the wind and fell asleep in class. On weekends, she dragged Qin Zhe to go online. It was during that period of time that she learned how to play online games, and she played them very well. This went on for half a semester and a summer break. After school started, her parents gave up on treatment, but she surprised everyone in the midterm exam and scored third in the whole grade. His parents were overjoyed. Therefore, his sister was a person who couldn't stand pressure. Give her a safe and comfortable environment, and her IQ could be maintained at a normal level. But once there was too much pressure, she would collapse. The saying that the greater the pressure, the greater the motivation. It was nonsense. Not everyone had a strong and indomitable will. It's my fault for being too demanding. It's my first time singing, so it's impossible to be perfect. It'll be fine if you practice more. With more practice, you'll be able to reach perfection, and you'll be able to beat Lu Shuigang in seconds. Qin Zhe changed his routine and coaxed Qin Bao like he was coaxing a child. But his sister liked it very much. She hummed and nodded, and her expression was clearly saying, "Brother, you're right. I'm such a great person." On Friday, the show started. During the day, Qin Zhe stayed at home alone, Wang Zijin went to work, and Qin Bao was summoned home by her mother yesterday. She left after recording the show. When she received the call, Qin Bao was so scared that she almost peed her pants. She grabbed her brother's hand tightly as if it was the end of the world. What should I do? What should I do? Did Mom and Dad find out about my singing? Will they beat me to death? If they beat me to death, A's must save my sister. Qin Zhe was also unsure. But since his sister was so weak, as a man, he couldn't act too cowardly. So he picked up the phone. "Mom, what's the matter?" Mom didn't waste any time. "Let your sister answer the phone." "Okay." Qin Zhe decisively gave in and passed the phone to her. Qin Bao rolled her eyes at her brother, then took a deep breath. Finally, she picked up the phone and stammered, "Mom, come home tomorrow." Mom's voice had a rare hint of determination. Qin Bao's heart skipped a beat. She looked at her brother for help, but Qinze pretended not to see it. What's the matter, Mom? Since her brother was so weak, Qin Bao could only shoulder the burden herself. Mom revealed, I've found a match for you. He's handsome, young, and promising. He's 30 years old, has 3 houses, and 2 cars. I heard that he's the deputy general manager of a private equity company. He's half in the same industry and has a common topic with your dad. Your dad also thinks that he's good. Qin Bao and Qinze both heaved a sigh of relief. Qin Bao said softly, I thought it was something serious. Okay, I'll go over tomorrow and meet him. Mom was dumbfounded when she saw her agree so readily. You agreed so quickly today? Yes. Qin Bao said obediently, I'm about the same age. I can't let you worry about me every day. If you like him, you can go out and find him. Mom was instantly moved. Tears welled up in her eyes on the other end of the phone. My Bao has really grown up, Qinze stood at the side and complained in his heart. It's all because you two spoiled her. The mother and daughter hung up the phone. Qin Bao exhaled heavily. I was almost scared to death. Since your plot hasn't been exposed, why are you going back? I'm going back to sound them out. I'm going to cut the internet cable at home. Qin Bao stuck out her tongue. People were like that. The more guilty they were, the more they would compromise. Normally, she wouldn't be willing to go back. Mom basically didn't go online, and Grandpa would only go online to read financial news. He definitely wouldn't pay attention to variety shows. What time are you going back tomorrow? After recording the show tomorrow, I'll drive straight home. I won't be back on the weekend. Qin Bao looked at him meaningfully. You and Zijin stay at home. Don't mess around. You always think of me as a bad person, Qinze said unhappily. On the internet, Weibo was in a frenzy at 9 p.m., waiting for I Am a Singer. I haven't watched TV for many years. I'm waiting for the internet at 12 p.m. What's there to watch? There's no bullet screen or video. I've always watched shows on my computer. I'm looking forward to it. Li Shuigang's rock is so hot-blooded. I'm a die-hard fan of Li Shuigang. I can sing all of his songs. Rock is so high. Sob sob sob. I don't live in Shanghai. Otherwise, I'd definitely go to the scene to support my idol. I'm looking forward to the PK between Huang Yudong and Li Shuigang. It'll be a fierce battle. I'm looking forward to Qin Bao drawing Li Shuigang. Ha ha ha. Qin Bao is destined to be out. Which of those guests isn't more popular than her? Yeah. Chen Xiaodong's popularity has recovered in these few episodes. She's even more popular than Li Rongxing now. How is that possible? Chen Xiaotong is more popular than Li Rongxing? If you don't believe me, look at the show's official Weibo. There's a popularity poll. Chen Xiaotong is third, Huang Yudong is first, Li Shuigang is second, Li Rongxing is fourth, Hong Jingyao is fifth, and Qin Bao is last. Bye-bye, Qin Bao. Let's take another look at Qin Bao's big breasts and long legs. It's the last episode. Chapter 62. At around 7 p.m., Wang Zijin came home from work. She was wearing Qin Bao's office uniform. She had no choice as it was the company's request. She had only brought a few pieces of clothes with her when she left home. She was too embarrassed to spend Qin Bao's money. The office suits and business suits were the same. They were considered luxury goods and were too cheap. Everyone had sharp eyes and would be able to tell at a glance if you wore an office suit that cost a few hundred yuan. Qin Bao's suit was from the brand only. It was not cheap and cost more than 30,000 yuan. However, it did not fit her well. Qin Bao was taller than her and had bigger breasts. At the entrance, she could already smell the aroma of Qinze's cooking. Wang Zijin, who looked gentle on the outside but was cold on the inside, felt an inexplicable warmth in her heart. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. It felt good to come home from work and have someone cooking for you. This house was very small. It was more than 80 square meters. There were only 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom, and 1 balcony. Compared to her luxurious house, it was not even worth mentioning. However, it was very warm here. She had an open-minded and unscheming best friend and a mature and steady boy who liked to peep at her. Here, there was no burden, no scheming, no mask, and she could laugh and curse. She could feel at ease. She liked this place, liked the people here, liked her best friend, and also liked the boy who waved the spatula in the kitchen. He was talented, gentle, mature, and steady. He also had the innocence and naivety of a boy. Wang Zijin was used to men dancing around her. Some pretended to be cold, some pretended to be steady, and some pretended to be gentle. However, all of them had the same goal. Wang Zijin couldn't tell if he liked her for her beauty or her personality. He always liked to strike up a conversation with her and try to please her. He never hid his feelings, but he could always maintain a clear look in his eyes. Wang Zijin did not like him yet. However, she did not mind him dancing around her and did not mind giving him a chance. The only bad thing was probably the way he interacted with his sister. It always felt out of place. It was clearly not the way siblings interacted, but it gave you an impeccable sense of harmony. When she finished changing into her slippers, Qin Zhe happened to come out of the kitchen with the dishes. Qin Bao Bao said that you had diarrhea last night and your hands and feet were cold. You must have been exposed to too much air conditioning. I've made black chicken yum soup for you. Take it for a week and you'll be fine. Qin Zhe placed the dishes on the table and walked into the kitchen. I'll help you with the rice. Wang Zijin's eyes moved as she looked at his back. For a moment, she had the illusion that she was a married person with a warm little nest. When she came home from work, the lights were on, and the fragrance of food wafted in the kitchen. Her husband had prepared a meal and was waiting for her to come home. The face of the husband was blurry, but when it gradually became clear, it actually looked a little like Qin Zhe. Wang Zijin shook her head and threw the messy thoughts out of her mind. She glanced at the dining table and smiled. That's all? There were 2 dishes and 1 soup, 1 meat dish and 1 vegetable dish. The soup was black chicken yum soup. This was the amount for 2 people. Qin Bao Bao was called home by my mother to go on a blind date. I'm not sure if she will be back this weekend. Qin Zhe came out of the kitchen and said indifferently. Let her be. It's good that she's not here. It's quiet. Wang Zijin looked at him amusedly. She ran her fingers through her hair and said with a smile, pour me a cup of warm water. Okay. Qin Zhe got up and poured the water happily. After dinner, Wang Zijin took a shower and locked herself in the room. She did not come out again. Qin Zhe continued to study his stocks. If he could understand something, he would use his brain. It was too complicated and cumbersome. He directly exchanged for relevant knowledge in the system. On the 3rd day after the licensing contract was sent out, the top Chinese music chart gave him a full copyright fee of 300,000 yuan. Qin Zhe invested the money in the stock market yesterday. He did not dare to fill up his portfolio. He spent 20,000 yuan to buy an infrastructure stock. He got off to a good start and earned him a 5% profit. However, when the stock opened the next day, it opened at a price far lower than the closing price of the first day. It continued to fall. When it closed, it fell by 3%. According to the law, if it fell one day, it needed to rise 2 days to make up for it. It was equivalent to drawing water with a bamboo basket. Even in the bull market, the rise and fall of each stock was uncertain. It rose and fell, and one could not say that it was a sure win. In the bull market, it was common for people to draw water with a bamboo basket. Qin Zhe did not think that he had made a mistake. Instead, he was relieved. According to the weekly trend, this stock was very strong, controlled by the banker. The rise and fall trend should be the banker suppressing the stock. However, he did not dare to do it too much. He was afraid that the individual investors would be frightened. From this, it could be concluded that this stock would soar in a short time. Therefore, Qin Zhe bought another 50,000 yuan. He did not dare to tell Qin Bao about the 300,000 yuan copyright fee. Qin Bao was so poor that she was crazy. Moreover, she had the character of a prodigal woman. If she knew that he had this money, she would try her best to get it from him. Qin Zhe's malicious speculation about his sister was not without reason. This was the conclusion of his experience. Soon, it was 12 o'clock in the evening. Qin Zhe closed the stock market interface, clicked on the browser, and watched this episode of I Am a Singer. The door opened. Wang Zijin walked out sleepily. Her hair was fluffy, and her eyes were half closed. She was dignified and bright, but there was a little bit of naivety. Qin Zhe just thought that she was going to pee in the middle of the night and ignored her. Wang Zijin sat down next to him. Her voice was soft and hoarse. Has it started? Yes. Qin Zhe turned his head. Do you want to watch? I specially took a nap so that I could watch the show. The internet said that Bao Bao would definitely lose. Wang Zijin glanced at him. Bao Bao lost? I'm not sure. I prepared 2 songs for her. Even if she lost the first round, she can still win the revival round. She didn't tell me the details. After the show, she went home and didn't even call me. If she doesn't call, can't you fight? Wang Zijin complained. Qin Zhe said in his heart. I don't need to fight. Once Qin Bao was okay, the system would send a notification that the mission failed, and I would also die. Now that I'm safe and sound, it means that she stayed on the stage. The show started. The stage was lit up with bright neon lights. The audience was looking forward to it. The camera passed by and switched to the backstage. In the hall, the host, Yin Jia, said to the 5 singers with a smile, for this episode, our show has invited a mystery guest. Are you looking forward to it? Li Rongxing laughed and scolded, what are you looking forward to? It's teacher Li Shuigang. His Weibo is all over it. The singers all laughed. Qin Bao Bao was also laughing, but her smile was a little stiff and unnatural. Li Shuigang said that he would avenge his wife, Xue Mei. It was obvious that he was targeting her. The public opinion on the internet was not small. She was under a lot of pressure. Okay, then let's get straight to the point. Let's invite this god out of the room. Yin Jia waved her little fist at the camera. Everyone, follow me. Qin Zhe suddenly said, I'll open the bullet screen. Wang Zijin nodded. Just then, the door of the replacement singer opened. Yin Jia shouted exaggeratedly at the camera, it's teacher Li Shuigang. Friends and audience, are you surprised? Are you surprised? The bullet screen was filled with laughter. Ha ha ha, such exaggerated acting skills. She's so cute. Surprise your ass. The whole China knows that Li Shuigang is this episode's replacement singer. Ha ha ha. Front row, finally my idol is here. Idol, I love you. China's best man, he's here to avenge his wife. Please cut the camera to Qin Bao Bao, I want to see her trembling. Big-breasted girl said in fear, it's over. In the show, Yin Jia shook hands with Li Shuigang enthusiastically. Teacher Li Shuigang, I've been looking forward to seeing you. With you on our stage will be even more dazzling. Li Shuigang said modestly, you're flattering me. We can all learn from each other. The director of the show told me, our stage lacks a rock singer. I said, why don't we invite teacher Li Shuigang? The director said, don't joke, teacher Li Shuigang can't be invited. Yin Jia exclaimed in a high-pitched voice, oh my god, I didn't expect you to agree. We didn't have much hope. It's mainly because I've been quite free recently, and Li Shuigang said helplessly, this is a political mission. My boss wants me to do it. The bullet screen, pfft, political mission? No problem, ha ha ha. Wife-spoiling maniac Li Shuigang. He's here to avenge his wife, right? He's here to ruin Qin Bao Bao's show. Big-breasted girl, I want to see her. At this moment, Qin Bao Bao's expression must be very interesting. This is the show's effect. Actually, Li Shuigang may not really want to compete with Qin Bao Bao. It's possible. Variety shows are all like this. The old tricks of variety shows, creating a couple, creating contradictions, creating suspense, and forcing jokes, were all scripted. Regarding the online conflict between Qin Bao Bao and Li Shuigang, some people also held a conspiracy theory, thinking that it was planned by the show's crew. Yin Jia said, recently, there's a rumor circulating on the internet that you came to our show this time to ruin it. You want to avenge teacher Xue Mei. Li Shuigang waved his hand. Let's learn from each other. I don't mean to target anyone, but on the stage, when singers compete, everyone will rely on their own abilities. Can you tell me what you think of Qin Bao Bao? I've watched the first 2 episodes of the show. Qin Bao Bao's songs are very good. I'm looking forward to competing with her. Only saying that the songs were good, but not the singing skills, implied that Qin Bao Bao won with her songs. Chapter 63. In the hall, the singers were drawing lots. As a newcomer, Li Shuigang was pushed out for the first draw. He reached into the box and quickly took out a ball. He glanced at it and pointed the number at the camera. Number 2. Li Rongxing was still exaggerating and humorous. He muttered that he had drawn number 1. Huang Yuding drew number 3. Li Rongxing laughed exaggeratedly. Successfully avoided 2 big enemies. Ha ha ha. The bullet screen was filled with laughter. The audience was amused by him. Hong Jingyao drew number 3. He shrugged and said helplessly, Mr. Huang, it's finally time for us to fight. Huang Yuding smiled. Let's not fight. You can do whatever you want. It's not our turn to fight. Hong Jingyao was stunned. He looked at Chen Xiaotong, who was walking to the box. It was up to her whether the two would fight or not. Her draw was very important. The audience, including the long-awaited PK match between Qin Bao Bao and Li Shuigang, only wanted to see if Chen Xiaotong drew number 3 or 2. Chen Xiaotong took out the number and was stunned. The camera froze on her stunned face. Commercial time, damn, she dropped the ball at the crucial moment. What did she draw? Damn commercial. This commercial is well inserted. Let me say, damn it. I've already taken off my pants, and you're showing me this? Qin Zhe pressed the fast-forward button and filtered out the commercial time. Because it was an advertisement in the show, it could be manually fast-forwarded. If it was an advertisement on an online platform, it could only count down. The camera cut back. Chen Xiaotong took out the number ball from the box. She looked at it and was stunned. Everyone was on tenterhooks, as if a cat was scratching their hearts. What did this expression mean? Number 3 or number 2? They wished they could go into the screen and see for themselves. It was too suspenseful. At this moment, the screen changed. Commercial time, this time, it was an online advertisement. There was no way to fast forward. It could only count down. Qin Zhe cursed. Wang Zijin subconsciously slapped him and said, "Don't swear." After saying that, she was stunned. What does his swearing have to do with me? Why did I subconsciously blame and criticize him? Oh, I'm used to it. Qin Zhe smiled. Qin Bao Bao never criticizes me. Sister Ziwei, you're more like my sister. Wang Zijin panicked for no reason. Yes, Qin Zhe was right. Her subconscious action was because in her heart, Qin Zhe was an intimate and important person. It was just like how parents would criticize their children when they heard their children curse. An elder sister would also blame her younger brother when she heard him curse. Also, when a woman heard her boyfriend curse, she would also blame him. Which one was it? His parents definitely weren't. Elder sister? Yes, it must be elder sister. While Wang Zijin was lost in her thoughts, the commercial break ended and the show continued. She suppressed her complicated emotions and tried to focus her attention on the show. What number? What did I get? Several singers poked their heads out of curiosity. Chen Xiaotong showed the number ball and said sweetly, "Number 1." Everyone was in an uproar. Yin Jia covered her mouth. OMG, she was acting. She knew that Qin Bao Bao was destined to compete with Li Shuigang today because the program crew would do something behind the scenes. However, she still had to act. Huang Yuding raised the corner of his mouth. Interesting. Li Rongxing cast a pitiful look at Qin Bao Bao. This girl was unlucky. He was gloating a little. After yesterday's rehearsal, he had struck up a conversation with Qin Bao Bao. His handsome face, magnetic voice, and roguish smile had always been Li Rongxing's trump card. Girls all fell for it. However, Qin Bao Bao was very polite to him. Yes, polite. In the end, Li Rongxing couldn't get her phone number, let alone add her on WeChat. Although he could ask for it from the program crew, it was too boring. Li Rongxing didn't know that from the first time they met, he had been blacklisted by Qin Bao Bao because of his jumpy personality and signature naughty smile. What a joke. Old Master Qin was a decent person. The children he raised naturally hated the naughty temperament. Qin Zhe looked very decent, gentle, and humble. Qin Bao Bao looked like a vixen, natural appearance, but she was actually a very decent girl. Hong Jingyao sighed. This was the so-called, what you fear will happen. Li Shuigang narrowed his eyes slightly. His pupils flashed with mockery. Qin Bao Bao was always the last to draw lots. She didn't have to do it herself every time. This wasn't because of her high status. On the contrary, if she didn't draw lots, she would have less screen time. The program crew gave the opportunity to appear on screen to the singers. She didn't get a chance. The bullet screen was lively. The screen was full of exclamations. F***CK, is this for real? Is it true? Qin Bao Bao really PK with Li Shuigang. It's over. My big-breasted girl is going to be eliminated. Ha ha ha, interesting. Let's wait for Li Shuigang to beat Qin Bao Bao. I can't wait to see the votes. There must be a difference between heaven and earth. Place your bets. The final votes are, Qin Bao Bao, 0, Li Shuigang, 500. Tears of sympathy for my goddess. I like Qin Bao Bao very much, but it's almost impossible for her to win. That's for sure. Qin Bao Bao is good, but it depends on who she's competing with. How can she sing better than Li Shuigang? He's the king of rock and roll. He's a good singer. Unless Qin Bao Bao sings rock and roll, it's impossible for her to win. She can't win even if she sings rock and roll. Qin Bao Bao can sing rock and roll? Can she sing well? Can she beat Li Shuigang? Maybe she can sing an original rock and roll song. Okay, that's not very likely. I'll spoil it. Qin Bao Bao won. Li Shuigang entered the revival round. Hong Jingyao is the one eliminated this week. I'll spoil it too. Qin Bao Bao lost. Qin Bao Bao is eliminated. Qin Bao Bao, goodbye. Spoiler, damn your whole family. How is that possible? Li Shuigang will lose? I'll live stream myself eating sh*t. That's impossible. People who say such things are stupid. I didn't watch TV, but I'll say it here. If Li Shuigang loses, I'll live stream myself cutting off his dick. Are the audience blind? Deaf? How many fans does Li Shuigang have? He's almost invincible. Yeah, unless he PK with Huang Yuding. But that's obviously impossible. Qin Bao Bao is too unlucky. There are too many highlights this week. So exciting, so exciting. The first group of singers was Chen Xiaotong and Li Rongxing. Chen Xiaotong went on stage under the soft lighting. She had changed into a gorgeous outfit, in the style of an opera house. She was singing an opera today, but it wasn't a traditional opera. She added a lot of pop music elements to make the opera more relaxed and cheerful. Like sleeping, like breathing, like a dream, like reality. This call of life makes my heart tremble. Is it a spirit or someone beside me? This midnight phantom song calls to me. Ah, you and I resonate. This soul, you can't wake up. With your fragile soul beside me. This midnight phantom song calls to you. You're an imprisoned spirit, born for the night. I live for you during the day. Ah, the audience was shocked and swayed their arms. The comments were also lively. This soprano, I'm impressed, she can even control an opera. My Xiaotong is amazing. She's a former diva after all. Her voice is finally back. How can her lung capacity be so big? She can sing for half a day without stopping. Soprano. 666, this is true strength. She can adapt to all kinds of songs, unlike Qin Bao Bao who can only sing love songs. If she were to sing an opera, she'd definitely be at a loss. She's a newcomer after all. Qin Bao Bao cried and said, "You're all bullying me. I'm going to find my brother to seek justice." Ha ha ha, her brother's story is going viral. I have a brother. Who's afraid of? The world is big, but my brother is the biggest. The world is big, but my brother is the most powerful. I've been listening to her brother for almost a month. Who is her brother? You really believe she has a brother? Young man, simple and unsophisticated.